Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 Seconds. Chapter 74. Also ask the Sea Emperor to save me face. 10 minutes ago. No, we have to go to Marineford quickly, I can already feel that terrifying aura. If Han Yan is not stopped quickly, that guy will destroy Marineford, and the Whitebeard pirates will also cease to exist. By that time, New World and the entire pirate world will be in chaos. It seems that we can only speed up. The cruelty of the Sea Emperor is notoriously terrifying. It is far more terrifying than the Four Emperors Kaido. After all, the Sea Kings are Sea Kings, and there is no sympathy for human beings at all. The truth is not absolute. Han Yan is still a human being in his heart, but standing on his own from this point of view, Sea Kings naturally don't need to meddle in their own business. In addition, what Han Yan killed were pirates and marines who dared to attack. As for ordinary people, there was no need to care about them. The Sea Kings that other big powers such as the three emperors and the world government are worried about will destroy the world, which is completely superfluous. But if the redhead learns that Han Yan is destroying the island and slaughtering pirates, he will naturally not sit idly by. After all, he is the Four Emperors, and the Four Emperors represent the reputation of pirates. And Han Yan's actions will undoubtedly make many pirates and people in the world feel terrified. At that time, chaos will definitely be unavoidable, and the reputation of the Four Emperors will also be exhausted. Perhaps, from a certain day, New World will also belong to the territory of Neptune. At that time, it will not only be a matter of loss of interests, but also the Four Emperors will have no place to stay. It also means that the era of pirates has been completely ended. A pirate without freedom is still a pirate. Captain, the Sea Kings have begun. Beckman bit his cigar and took a puff of the cigarette, then stared at the tumbling sea and countless huge shadows in the distance, and asked softly. Sea Kings. Rayleigh came to the bow of the boat, frowned, then let go for a moment, and said, Shanks, just rush over there. Those Haki women should not hurt us. As he spoke, the cold wind blew through Rayleigh's fine white hair, and he took out a piece of scale-like armor. Then put it on the bow. Under the effect of this breath, something magical happened. I saw those ferocious Sea Kings stunned after smelling this strange breath, subconsciously backed away, and gave way to an open space. Uncle, what is this? Shanks looked at the bowl-sized scale in astonishment and wondered. This is it. Beckman was also stunned for a moment, and quickly realized that Rayleigh is currently in a cooperative relationship with the Sea Emperor. He said softly, it should be the scales that the dragon once retreated. That's right. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. The jet-black delicate scales are glowing with bright colors, and there is no trace of cracks or other dry cracks after being separated for a long time. As the shed scales of the Sea Emperor dragon, this is a treasure that is hard to find. It is almost immune to elemental attacks, and it is also extremely resistant to physical attacks. In addition, there is a looming dragon aura on it, and most Sea Kings would not dare to approach it at all. This is also given to Rayleigh by Han Yan for the convenience of Rayleigh. Time passed, and soon Hongfa and the others easily passed through the group of Sea Kings and came to the edge of the hellish Shira-like battlefield. The observation Haki covered them, and Rayleigh, Shanks and the others changed their expressions drastically in an instant. Seeing the battlefield where the corpses were almost eaten, and the Sea Kings group who devoured their prey fiercely, a surge of anger burst out of Shanks. Enough, Neptune, you have done too much, stop here. A terrifying pressure from conquerors made countless fish-shaped Sea Kings on the coast stagnate, but they ignored the red-haired conquerors at all. Even under that deterrence, they still followed Han Yan's order and fought. Neptune, come out. Seeing that the group of Sea Kings ignored him at all, Shanks came to the dragon head of the ship and stood in front with his left hand resting on his sword, with a gloomy expression on his face. This is, Red Hair Pirates. All those who came to Marineford to participate in the war were the elite of Marine, and they naturally had a certain understanding of the various forces. Although there were not many left, there were still many sharp-eyed people. At this time, after seeing the iconic pirate flag, he unconsciously shouted. But at this time, no one is surprised, or there is no time to be surprised. Regarding the current situation, even if the gods come, they will not be able to save them. Four Emperors Redheads, Sengoku, who was in a desperate situation, saw the arrival of another Four Emperors at this time, and what he showed was not fear, but joy. Go away. The terrifying fist smashed a super-large Sea Kings who didn't know whether it was dead or alive. Garp's pitch-black armed fist seemed to be trembling with anger. This marine hero had already joined the battlefield, but compared to this grand scene, his role alone was frighteningly low. Quote ? Quote. On the pirate ship, Hongfa and others spread their knowledge and knowledge everywhere, looking for Han Yan among the many Sea Kings. But he didn't find it. Instead, he gradually drove to the edge of the island. Shanks. Just when Shanks was about to speak out for the third time, the Sea Kings suddenly and quickly spread out above the originally dense sea area of the Sea Kings, revealing a blank sea surface. Soon, a crown-like dragon horn gradually emerged, followed by a majestic ocean dragon with azure blue eyes. Neptune. Stop killing. You've got enough. Shanks, what I do has nothing to do with you, are you trying to stop me? Haihuanglong gradually came to the shore, his body glowed with lightning, and evaporated the excess water. Soon, the dragon's fins trembled in the wind, and the dazzling purple patterns flashed away, and the energy consumed before was replenished by him. Boom! Stepping on the bow of the ship, the red hair jumped up from the ship, stomped a few times in the air, and then gradually fell to the ground, and came to the center of the dilapidated battlefield. This time, also ask the Sea Emperor to give me face. Chapter 75. If you want to fight, fight. The small figure with red hair, full of unrivaled haki, shocked the audience at this time, walking heavily on the battlefield. He looked at the embarrassment of Sengoku and others, at the helplessness and insignificance of the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates, Luffy and Jinbei, the Sea King, and others, and at the cruel and bloodthirsty Sea Kings with red eyes. Finally, he gradually walked in front of the dragon, raised his head and stopped. Your Excellency the Emperor of the Sea. The red-haired forehead was covered by a huge black shadow, and he calmly said at this moment, don't blame me for meddling in other people's business, please show me some face this time. Face. Han Yan sneered, then lowered his head, drooping his dragon beard, staring at Shanks, which was less than the size of one of his paws, and said sharply, Face, I have already given it to you. But you are not only ungrateful, instead, you choose to interfere in my affairs, you don't give me face. Sea Emperor. The red-haired eyes stared, and then the momentum surged into the sky. At this moment 10 more massive air currents burst out. It's like a lion and 10 dragons roaring and roaring. Boom boom boom. Due to the confrontation between the two people, cracks began to appear on the island. In an instant, the island 453 almost collapsed. It was just the confrontation of conquerors, and the real power that was caused finally made this huge marineford a point. For 2, Neptune, you should know that if we make a move, we will only lose. If you want to take revenge and kill us, I have no complaints, but if you continue to do this kind of meaningless massacre, I absolutely cannot sit idly by. Looking at the blood of the pirates of the younger generation, looking at Luffy and Ace who are constantly struggling on the battlefield, and those young strong men who are miserable. Silence, the strong can only be silent. Facing such a terrifying dragon, Shanks spoke their minds. Whether to escape and live in vain, or stand here facing despair, at this time their hearts struggled. Then, you want to face the wrath of the entire sea. Tens of thousands of Sea Kings descend on the New World and destroy the entire world. Do you think you, without the ancient weapon, can afford it? Whitebeard is dead, Marine has suffered heavy losses, and the Whitebeard pirates have also collapsed. What else do you want to do? You have gained enough fame, power, and power. What do you want? Is it just a game to torture and kill the weak? If you haven't played enough, then I, my crew members, are willing to play enough with you. With a sound of clang, the slender and delicate western dragon sword was pulled out by Hongfa. At this time, he gradually stepped into the air, and every time he took a step, a thin layer of armament haki appeared in the air like a step. Soon, Hongfa Fa then came to the line of sight with Han Yan. The war between the pirates and marines here is over. Standing in front of Han Yan in silence, Shanks looked at Ace who was lying on the ground, closed his eyes in grief, looked at Luffy and others who were covered in blood and fighting hard. Then he raised his head and held Han Yan's eyes, said solemnly, Listen everyone, this time, you can leave. Ahahaha. Seeing the red-haired self-assertion, Han Yan burst out laughing. Following his movement, he tilted his neck, and an army of sea lords of various shapes emerged from the sea farther away. 1 head, 2, 100, so many more ferocious Sea Kings come out and give no one hope at all. Surrounded by hundreds of Sea Kings, large and small, that kind of despair, I am afraid that no one present is not afraid. Maybe the Logia demon fruit power can escape, but how many of them are there? Also, have they ignored Han Yan, the fearsome dragon Afe Eater? None of you can get out of here. Fight if you want. Do you really think that all the Sea Kings have no place? Can those Sea Kings who are easily killed by the powerful represent the entire sea and ocean world? Not at all. In its heyday, the Red Hair Pirates, the remaining Whitebeard Cadres, Marine Admiral, and Marshal, plus the Blackbeard remnants and Luffy and other support troops, even if the combined strength of these people can temporarily evade Han Yan by 3 points, but facing so many Overlord-level Sea Kings, even Han Yan can't say it's easy. Therefore, after Han Yan opened his mouth, those young Marines who were showing hope for survival suddenly fell silent again. Marineford was divided into 2 at this time. Fortunately, the families of these Marines had already evacuated. At this time, apart from the battlefield, there were not many Marines left in the separated part. In today's battle, more than 100,000 people died in Marineford. And 90% of them died indirectly in the Sea Prince's subjects. Han Yan, lowering his head and sighing, Rayleigh also got off the boat, smiling wryly and gradually coming to Han Yan's side. There is no need to fight anymore, the world is already yours. The images of the battle have been spread all over the world, the era of the Neptune has come. Do I need to follow your instructions? Lei Wonglong sneered at this time, its fins trembled up and down, as if it was angry. It angrily said to Rayleigh, This is your reply. This is what you asked for. You traitor, shut up, Grandpa. Ace raised his head and looked at the old man standing in front of him with a roar, then suddenly jumped off the high platform, and Garp who was walking forward gradually. Vice Admiral Garp, it's Garp. Rayleigh silently focused his eyes on Garp, and Han Yan followed the trend to look at this low-key veteran. Garp silently came to the open space in front of Lei Wonglong, his eyes stayed on it for a while. Helplessness appeared on his old face, and he was a little inexplicable. Gradually, a strong murderous aura gradually permeated the dilapidated square. Chapter 76 5 billion volts Thunderfury. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you are powerful. The Emperor of the Sea, Han Yan. The old man will stop you, you can't end the blood of the younger generation, whether it's a marine or a pirate, you can't. Garp roared at Lei Wonglong, clenched his hard fists tightly, and the black metal-like armed color suddenly covered his arms. Garp, you're going to. Sengoku froze for a moment, raised his head. He didn't expect Garp to come into battle at this time. Didn't he say that he was forbidden to fight on the battlefield? However, at this critical moment, he still chose to stand up. That's right, enough Marines have died, and the rest are some young Marines in the back row. If they also die, then Marines are truly destroyed. You want to challenge me? Human. At this time, Lei Wonglong's voice spread far and wide, and countless sea kings who were still attacking suddenly stopped. Then it retreated gradually and quickly, diving into the sea, revealing the pirates lying on the ground gasping for breath. Marco looked up at the direction of the red hair and Garp, then slumped on the ground weakly, with a look of unwillingness. After all, this old man is a Marine. From the moment first joined the Marine team, I swore that Marines' justice must never be violated. For this, I will give everything. Well said, Vice Admiral Garp. Marines' dignity cannot be trampled on. Hey, Marineford is about to be destroyed. Where are you from? Han Yan retorted with a sneer, then turned his head lightly, and looked at Garp's posture of punching. At this point, there is no need to say more, he said. Don't you want to live? Very good, I will give you a chance to fight with me. If you can hurt me, you will win. Neptune, who doesn't know that you are like a man of steel, how do we know if we can hurt you? Shanks spoke at this point, but he looked at Garp's figure and sighed. Rayleigh shook his head. Now it seems that the fate is all in the hands of Han Hu. Really? Well, if you can take 3 tricks from me, I will lead the soldiers away. Han Yan's eyes narrowed, and a cruel sneer appeared in his heart. The 3 moves he really made with all his strength are all the most terrifying power. Even if these people can catch them, they will suffer heavy casualties. You mean, all of us here? Shanks keenly grasped the loophole in Han Yan's words and asked. That's right. Dazed for a moment, Han Yan thought for a while, then nodded. That's good, we agreed. I hope you don't go back on your word. Very good, have guts. Seeing that Marine and the pirates were ready to go, waiting for their own attack, Lei Wonglong wagged his tail and snorted coldly, and cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of these people. I'm going to make a move. The dragon's tail was supported on the island like a gun mount, and 4 huge dragon claws stood on the edge. Soon, a thick thunderbolt condensed from Han Yan's mouth. Suddenly, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the sky was full of dark clouds, covering the island in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, just over 10 seconds passed, and Lei Wonglong finally made a movement. Be careful, it's coming. The ability users stand in front, Admiral and the cadres use Haki to resist. The red hair stepped forward with a sword, and all the pirates behind him also nodded. At this time, unnaturally, as a human being, in the face of such a monster, the cooperation is much better than that of the army. It's terrible. Kizaru, Akainu, and Shinji came to the front in silence, and at the same time they also turned into elements one after another, and fortresses of elements appeared one after another. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Iron Fist, Molten Mountain, everything has weaknesses, and whether you can catch them depends on your strength. Boom. The sea was tumbling, and the moment Lei Wonglong dived into the sea, the surrounding sea kings also dived desperately at the same time. If they were affected, they would turn into roasted sea kings in an instant. Ice does not conduct electricity, but it must also be hard and extremely strong. Faced with this devastating electric current, those flames boiled everywhere, and soon there was a loud bang, and the huge thunderball hit the ice. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing out a huge hole, and countless shining seas of buds spread around like roaring waves. The first move is Thunder Fury. It has a super large range of attack ability, and the range is extremely wide, but due to the long power storage, Han Yan has never used it. But as time passed bit by bit, suddenly a glaring light appeared from the sky, and these people subconsciously looked up, and a huge shining thunderball was born from the dark clouds, and gradually fell away. Armed color coverage. In the next moment, the roar of thunder overwhelmed the dragon's roar. Flash barrier. The thunderball was getting closer and closer, the oppressive sky tilted for it, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more gloomy. 5 billion volts Thunder Fury. People gathered together subconsciously. At this moment Gulu swallowed and spit. Watching the thunder and lightning. Sun, in the sky gradually set. Isolate the lightning. Don't leak anything. Xingji, you use ice to completely seal the surroundings. 0. Ask for flowers. Freezing ice barrier. Rumble. The Thunder Emperor dragon raised its head, and a mouthful of terrifying black and purple lightning spewed out from its mouth. The breath instantly reached the sky and merged with the thunder ball. During Setsuna, the original purple lightning turned pitch black and began to boil, as if boiling water. What began to entwine violently around the surrounding area was a terrifying thick thunderbolt. At this time, the black was red with blood. After seeing this scene, Sengoku still didn't speak. Silence. The ocean roared and roared, the waves were beating against the sea, the water was splashing, and it was foggy. The desolate sky was ablaze, and the oppressed air seemed to be distorted and turned into a terrible red. He has been desperately resisting the thunderball that shakes and calls the sky and the earth, as if he is fighting against the sky. The strong men standing on the island gradually got up. Chapter 77 Crack in Space. The sea and the land were ravaged by terrifying thunder and lightning, and the surrounding area stretched for several kilometers. The weak creatures were destroyed one after another, and the charred corpses were one after another. More than tens of thousands of sea creatures died tragically. Countless life points poured into Han Yan's soul, and the drug-like comfort made it float down gradually, and soon the sea water splashed everywhere on the red-black thunder-covered sea, and soon it was endless. A series of explosions burst forth. The raging and terrifying fire splashed across the sea, completely burning the sea water, and the endless monstrous waves burned directly into the sky, causing the clouds to change drastically. Exclamation mark quote. The ice layer in the center of the thunderbolt melted rapidly, Shinji's face changed drastically, and he spat out blood when he was oppressed, and then, 350, desperately carried it up. Others continued to support. Trying to digest the remaining less than half of the current, the first round is so difficult, how to stop the next 2 rounds? The invisible predators also lost their senses, and under this kind of current, Han Yan could still distinguish the weak breath of life of these people in front of him. HMPH, idiot. Electricity can decompose water, generate hydrogen and oxygen, and then burn instantly and explode. Han Yan knows this very well, but people in the pirate world don't know. Otherwise, why would Han Yan go to the depths of the sea, even if he is on the shore now, if it is not the body of Deathwing, and can't stand the flame attack of that kind of explosion? Breath after breath, the flow of thunder and lightning disappeared, absorbed by the sea, guided into the ground, etc. Although this energy is huge, it is still very weak in the face of nature. With the disappearance of the current, the world that burned like ashes emits crimson light. The breath caused Marine and the pirates to collapse to the ground and breathe desperately. The surrounding oxygen has lost a lot, and within 10 seconds, it is not enough to replenish. And they, who had survived in the frozen environment, were already very short of oxygen, and when they came out, they were shrouded in scorching heat, which was a kind of hellish torture. It's so hard. Pain is no different from death. See Emperor, it's really terrifying. It seems that we may not get out of here alive. A man with messy clothes, unknown slippers, red hair, and 3 scars on his face was breathing heavily. Just now he had exhausted a lot of energy to kill the current and crush it with armed-colored insulating lightning, but the energy was too great, and he also suffered some serious internal injuries. Unfortunately, my ship, Shanks sighed, his ship was wrecked, not even the dross was left. Fortunately, the crew is fine, the ship is gone, it's a big deal to rebuild. The premise is to get out alive. Puff. The golden giant Buddha, Marshal Sengoku turned into a human form at this time, half kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood non-stop. Just now he acted as the main force to support the front, and now he can be regarded as the group with slightly more serious injuries. Not many casualties. Surfaced again, Han Yan looked at the group of people in astonishment. He still underestimated the power of these people, and besides, a large range means a small power, which made him calm down all of a sudden. The lightning that can withstand my full strength is very strong, but don't think that I can only discharge. Lei Wonglong grinned, and in the eyes of these people, he suddenly showed a look of horror. Here we come. Everyone beware. You guys, do you know what fear is? With the remains of the Blood Mountain, endless murderous aura emanated from Lei Wonglong's body, making many people pale in an instant. Immediately afterwards, earth-shattering vibrations swept across the scene. The sky fell. Enjoy it. Feel the power of the sky. Looking at the dark crack in the sky, Shank's face changed instantly. The violent vibration force tore apart the space. Crack, crack, a crack appeared in time and space. It came from the sky, like a fork of irregular lightning. Blink into the pack of marine pirates. Half of the body was crushed by the distorted space, a certain pirate was instantly killed, and some people even had no time to resist and escape, and were destroyed by the power that devoured and filled the gap in space. Be careful, it's okay to have observation haki, at least you can dodge it, but Ace is out of luck. His shackles hadn't been removed yet. At this moment a spatial crack suddenly appeared behind him, and the distorted power immediately made him struggle desperately. Ace, Ace. Suddenly, Luffy roared, his eyes widened, and before he could open his arms to grab Ace, the tiny space crack pierced through Ace's heart. No, do not want. Luffy. Spitting out blood, Ace smiled bitterly. It seems that life is like this. After seeing the destruction of the Whitebeard fleet and the incomparably powerful aura of the Sea Emperor, the only thing he can't let go of is this younger brother. No, don't come here. In the last sentence, Ace smiled at Luffy. And the next moment, the crack grew bigger and swallowed him completely, leaving no bones left. After rolling and crawling to Ace's original position of 0.6, there was nothing but a puddle of bloodline. Luffy couldn't stop howling and crying loudly. Similar to this, there are many, many more. Dead marines and pirates are more than a few. Neptune. Quote exclamation mark quote. Seeing the tragic death of Ace and several pirates, Shanks, Rayleigh and others immediately turned their eyes red, but the next moment the crack in space made them retreat subconsciously. BD Neptune. What are these terrible cracks? They can only be dodged non-stop, they can't be defended at all. With a roar, Haki continued to radiate, and the few people were faintly on the verge of going berserk. Under the space shock, let's talk about it if you can survive. Chapter 78 Catastrophe. Ace is dead, the meaning of their trip is also very subtle, maybe they will also get into it. As for Marine, seeing the blood of One Piece die, he was also relieved. But now, it's useless. This trick is famous for shaking the air. As the name suggests, it shatters the space. Lei Wonglong looked at the people who died tragically under the output of this terrifying single-target destruction, and explained expressionlessly, "This move is originally my innate ability, but after combining shock fruit, I can easily use it shatters the space. It is precisely because I use other forces to introduce the shattering space, but I do not have the space attribute, so I cannot control its trajectory. Also, the little guy died when he died, not to mention, you betrayed me first, life and death are fate, you can do it for yourself. Sea King, is this good for you? Why do you, a Sea Kings, want to rule the sea? You are not a human being, so what is the meaning of O5 ruling the sea human world to you in this era of pirates?" Quote, Shanks growled and roared, and the heat burst out at this moment. Everything has interests, if there is no interest in this world, it will not be complete. Han Yan laughed coldly, speaking of it, there is no difference between human pirates and Sea Kings. Since you are so kind and care about the common people, you might as well stop being a pirate. Otherwise, you will continue to endanger the world. Endanger the world, Shanks snorted coldly, and the others pricked up their ears. Did you forget the day you became pirates? You keep saying that you want freedom, and then what? To drive more people to become pirates. After Luo Jia died, countless people became new criminals, and what is it? To cultivate new generations from generation to generation, under the banner of freedom, so as to continuously replenish the blood of One Piece. Let the idea of doing one's own way run through every person who admires the sea, and it doesn't matter who rules in this world, yes, because there are already countless people running to the sea. In other words, your wanton running to the sea has disturbed my world and made the sea muddy, and I have not done many outrageous things in order to be free. Haha, Shanks, I am just pure destruction, compared to your harm, I am the real hero. Rao is Han Yan, who has not been a man for many years, and in terms of talking, he is not beyond the reach of ordinary people. After this speech, not only the pirates were dumbfounded, but Shanks was speechless, even the Marines were sympathetic. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea King is still their enemy, they would probably be applauding. The analysis is very good and thorough, but Sea Kings are Sea Kings after all. Afterwards, Sengoku looked towards Han Yan's direction, and the originally calm sea began to roll again. That's why people who are not of my race must have a different heart. Believe in you, it is better to rule the foolish people. Jia. Soon, the power of the shock disappeared. What came to a standstill was a group of tragic scenes, even Logia's Kizaru and others looked unsightly, and even Jia Yuan almost lost a leg under the weird crack before. Neptune, let's make a move. The last move. Shanks calmed down, his face was terribly gloomy. At that moment, more than half of the people died, and not many people were still alive. The last move. Han Yan exhaled a turbid breath, showing a ferocious smile. Bring it on. The last blow is the power of Deathwing. Suddenly, the huge dragon's fin twitched, and quickly retracted, and then an extremely terrifying aura of destruction filled the space. The fire element in the air began to become active, jumping joyfully at this moment, and soon, one after another dull voices came from Lei Wonglong's body. Drink, roar. The air could no longer bear it and exploded, and countless flames exploded. And the magic dragon stepped on the sea surface of Marineford, and the turbid flame was sprayed out. The comfortable feeling on the 10-strength star surged into Han Yan's nerve senses again. Crunch, boom. The terrifying long dragon extended a pair of thick and terrifying giant claws, and its body was also shrinking, becoming terribly strong. The pitch-black scales began to change, and hot magma patterns began to spread all over the body. Ascend. 643. The island is going to be destroyed. Deathwing. The island split apart in all directions, and finally rose into the sky with the magic dragon. Under the panic of the people, the island collapsed. The entire Marineford is rapidly turning into countless gravels and sinking into the sea, and the Marines who can moonwalk may still be able to support themselves on the sea, but the rest of the people have fallen into this terrible in the raging sea. Destruction cataclysm. B. Rayleigh and the people who had experienced the war before felt tense. They all knew the power of Han Yan's gesture, but it was obviously impossible for them to stop it. Because the wings of the magic dragon have already begun to bloom. The soldiers were exhausted, and the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates were also dead. The remaining big pirates were also very weak at this time, and it seemed that they could not survive at all, and fell directly into the sea. Those who were left behind will soon be burned to death by the boiling sea. Finally, Han Yan got serious this time. Launched a real catastrophe. Here we go. The roar of the dragon came from a distance, and its wings swooped down from the sky carrying raging fire, and the sea of fire spread and expanded rapidly in the place it passed. Deathwing's speed was extremely fast, and there was an explosion sound in the air. At the next moment when the dragon swooped past, there was a delay of about 1 second. Rise up. Here it comes. It leaves us with no hope at all. Roar. However, I hope what it says is true. Otherwise, we will never have a chance to question it. Chapter 79. The war is over. And Marines, let alone. The most low-key Shichibukai tyrant bear took a lot of rebounds before the Marines could breathe. And now, it seems to be standing on a certain floating building, staring at the flames in the sky in a daze. 7 warlords of the sea, 3 escaped, and Gecko Moria also died in the first wave of Sea King attacks. Other than Tyrant Bear, the only ones still on the battlefield at this time were Jinbei. Because he is a Murloc, he has not participated in the battle, and like Han Yan and other Sea Kings, he has been staying in the sea, although he is moaning. Deathwing, the hellfire under the wings burns everything, and wherever it passes, there are remaining ashes. With one dive, endless pitch-black flames enveloped the sea area. This time, it was completely destroyed. Even if they survive, there are only dozens of people. As for the marine rookies, the fact that they cannot die can only show that their lives are not ordinary. The war is over, accompanied by the tragic casualties and corpses of the people. The most grand battle since the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the Marineford Pinnacle War, came to an end under the end of the Sea King, and it was deeply imprinted in history. At the same time, the destroyer, Deathwing, this name influenced the later One Piece world for 10,000 years. There was no stagnation in the flight all the way, after the 3 strokes ended. Han Yan looked down at the howling people, feeling the acquisition of a large number of life points, and shook his head expressionlessly. A trace of human emotion appeared in his cruel and indifferent eyes. I shouldn't let you go, but you survived. I will give you a choice: don't appear in front of the Sea Emperor's forces in the future, and go as far as you can in the future. Otherwise, I will completely kill you all. As for seeking revenge from the Sea Kings, no one can do it. And Han Yan also proved all this with absolute strength. Even though he is exhausted at the moment, he needs a lot of sleep and digesting the energy he swallowed before to replenish his strength. Some exhausted Deathwing finally sighed, not leaving these people with the slightest hope of survival. With a command, under the leadership of hundreds of Overlord-level Sea Kings, more Devourers, Combelt Sea Kings in large numbers also came to support them. Oh my god, why are there so many Sea Kings? Sea Kings, you don't mean what you say. No, I didn't break my promise. Han Yan looked down at the red hair and the others with cold eyes, and whispered, I said, I will take my subordinates away, but they are not my apostles. The 3 terrifying giant beasts turned and left the sea, and soon, many other temporarily summoned monsters rushed up. The exhausted marine and pirates. At this moment, the final king appeared a look of despair. Staring at the attack of the numerous Sea King's army, Han Yan gradually flew towards the direction of the Fishman Island. As for how many of these people can leave alive, it doesn't matter anymore. Even if he left alive, there was no threat. Because, he felt that he was about to face a new challenge. The newborn is coming. Before that, you must go to sleep to recover your energy. In order to make sufficient preparations for evolution again, Han Yan went to the Fishman Island. Because for him, deep sleep is really the best place in the depths of the sea. After all, it was born from the bottom of the sea. Who still remembers the little black snake that Zhang Weiwei came to this world to pray for survival? A few days later, with the destruction of Marineford, the topic of Neptune was being discussed all over the world. Fear spread all over the world for a while. But because the power of the Sea King is really terrifying, this terrifying storm called pirates is gradually threatening the whole world. But the reputation of the Sea Emperor did not threaten those pirates who had dreams. With Whitebeard's final roar, at the same time, the supernova pirates who shouldered the name of the worst era are ready to fight at any time. Enter the big Uzumaki of the new world and establish the proof of the order of the new era. The victory of the Sea Emperor did not bring fear to the world. On the contrary, there are still many people who agree with the Sea Emperor's actions, but this page of yesterday's history will also be exposed. The world has entered a new page. Back in time a little, under the attack of the Sea King's army. The Red Hair pirates suffered heavy losses, and Pluton Rayleigh also felt guilty because of his betrayal and Ace's death. He disappeared in this war, and his life and death are unknown. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral lost more than half. 3 admirals were due to special abilities. Kizaru was okay. Shinji and Akainu were both seriously injured. Veteran soldiers such as Sengoku Garp died and were wounded. Presumably this time, they will never participate in the chaos of the times again. The world government dispatched special agencies in an attempt to reorganize Marine. 7 warlords of the sea is nearly abolished. Empress Ryuji is no longer one of the Shichibukai, and Doflamingo is much more understated. And the name Neptune is also thoroughly listed on the list of the world government's top enemies. The Whitebeard pirates were nearly wiped out, and the only remaining 3 captains left alive under the leadership of the Red Hair pirates. A week later, after Han Yan left, Hancock returned to Nine Snake Island and thoroughly publicized that Nine Snake Island belongs to the Neptune's forces. At the same time, the Nine Snakes Li Li's pirate group was renamed the Deathwing Fleet, and the flag was changed to look like a dragon. And the Sea Emperor also mysteriously disappeared after the great battle. The only person who saw it last was the Sabayati archipelago who bought it. But everyone on the Fishman Island knows that this is the Fire Yamanaka sleeping in the abyss of the sea in the lower layer of the Fishman Island. P.S. Everything has changed since school started. A new copy will be opened soon. Catastrophe and Rebirth refers to controlling the plane of the pirate world, but for people in this world, it is a catastrophe. Rebirth, it refers to the new plane. At present, the votes of Fairy Tail are relatively high. The author will first go to the supplementary page to find information, and open a new copy in a few days at most. Is the third form of New World mainly humanoid or beast shape? Let's guess what it means to say fate. Someone will read it. Chapter 80 Void Force. The Deep Sea, the Fishman Island, the bottom abyss. This is the bottom of the 20,000-meter seabed. Generally speaking, most of the people who can get here belong to the Super Sea Kings. There are very few creatures living here, and each of them is very dangerous and terrifying. Not to mention the hideous appearance, the terrifying power alone makes countless murlocs and fish afraid to approach. But now, in this abyss, countless ferocious predators wander peacefully without daring to come out. Speaking of which, a more terrifying monster came some time ago, a terrifying Sea Emperor dragon. With the arrival of this giant beast, the active submarine volcano that usually erupts has calmed down. Except for the occasional traces of the surface layer of lava erupted by submarine volcanoes that were rapidly cooled by seawater on the seabed, the volcano seems to be half dead. The giant beasts sleep together in the dark abyss. The magma in the center of the earth is constantly spewing upwards, and hot energy is constantly pouring into the heart of the giant dragon in the crater. Although he is sleeping, Han Yan can completely survive with this powerful energy. Currently, the number of devil fruits plundered has exceeded 2, but for Han Yan, even the Logia devil fruits are not of much use. Silently clicking on a Bloodline 800 branch, Bo Yan put his gaze on the void system. What is the void? A piece of chaos, a piece of desolation, another dimension, not all of them. The void can be said to be the junction of space. After being torn apart, you can enter another space interface. Different spaces have different junctions, and being able to control the power of the void is a qualitative ascension. It is completely different from the power of the elements. In other words, the void may be regarded as a close relative of space, and it can also be said to be a similar power. To be more precise, the void is a higher level space wrapped outside the space. If you want to go to other planes, the minimum configuration is the power to control the space, and the more advanced void power, you can easily tear the space and enter the void, and then tear the void to create a space channel and go to a new position with abundant energy noodle. After feeling that his strength had reached the bottleneck, Han Yan came up with the idea of going to other worlds to plunder. The strength of a plane does not depend on the comprehensive strength AFDE. Although some planes are the world of mortals, they contain magical special abilities and interesting artifacts. Some planes may be larger and higher level creatures, and of course the accompanying opportunities are even greater. In other words, the road of Han Yan's predatory evolution has just left the starting point. After all, the power of the void can be regarded as the strongest ability other than special power, and it is also the most difficult ability to cultivate. If you want to control the power of the void, you must first ensure that your body is strong enough to survive the infection of the void. Only then can you control the original force of the void and travel through the void at any time. There are many types of void-type skills, but the ability to travel through the void is basically necessary. Likewise, Han Yan must strengthen the body. Following the movement of the monster, black mist poured into a giant mouth one after another. The black-purple dragon raised its chin, and then slowly devoured the ownerless void and mist. Soon, it opened its crazy, confused, and distorted eyes. As he got closer, he walked towards the thick black mist, and there was a bright shadow looming in it. Gazing at it, it was clearly a purple-black monster, with hard claws and awe-inspiring dragon horns. The bones seemed to be making noises, and countless scales were rumbling under the black mist. Immediately afterwards, the fog penetrated the defense and penetrated into the flesh. A black mist shrouded the volcano. The nearby creatures have already been reduced to ashes under this terrifying power. Some sea kings, who are not afraid of death, are driven by curiosity to swim forward. However, the moment they touch the black mist, their bodies seem to be decomposed and swallowed, not even flesh and blood left behind, completely disappeared. Call. The bloodline of Haihuanglong is not high level, it can only be regarded as one level higher than ordinary. And the power of the void is countless times stronger than the bloodline of the Thunder Emperor Dragon. For the infection at this time, Han Yan must endure countless times more torture than usual. Of course, there is also the possibility of failure, which is also the reason why Han Yan chose to come to the Abyss volcano to absorb energy for half a year. For this evolution, after being infected by the power of the void system and becoming a void dragon, you will either fall into the bottom of the abyss, or come to the broken sky at the other end of the dimension, stepping between the empty reality and the distorted reality, or disappearing into ashes. All of these are irrelevant. Must choose carefully. Beneath the power of the void are the primordial forces of darkness and light. And the primal forces of time and space are special and don't count. In this way, the fog has existed for half a year. The next moment, the dragon's eyes suddenly opened, and severe pain like tearing continuously occurred on the body. This kind of pain is no less than the previous evolution, but Han Yan has become accustomed to it, silently enduring this kind of spiritual torture. In the blink of an eye, it has been a year since the evolution started. The void is really scary. But for me now, I really need to improve a lot to become stronger. The power of the void system may be very suitable for me. In the abyss of the deep gully, a strange fluctuation kept beating. Soon, the frequency became louder and louder, with a touch of deep purple, and it seemed to be pure black. The space split. The leaked energy covered the scorching and dazzling scales. Force of the void. Awakening requires 10 million evolution points. It's scary to think about it, but Han Yan still chose this inheritance. 10 million evolution points. What's more, it's just a simple awakening ability, and if you want to further develop it, it will consume too many resources. Even the full shift in the later stage is unimaginable. After making up my mind, evolution began. Chapter 81 Evolution. Nether Dragon. Quote ... exclamation mark quote. It seems to be fear, but it seems to be the nourishment called fear. Han Yan opened his eyes the moment he fell to the bottom of the abyss, and then suddenly came back to his senses. The original emotion reappeared in his eyes. I can't help it. I just absorbed this little. What a terrible power. In the process of absorbing the power of the void, it seems to be walking between meaningless reality and distorted reality. There are countless real and false spaces, but Han Yan can only move forward gradually in this kind of place, but it is infected with the power called void, and there is no chance to turn back after all. It is too expensive to modify the attribute with the system. The current Han Yan has become poor. Void, shuttle, with a low sound of 167, the void demon dragon suddenly changed the scales on Han Yan's body. The next moment, the whole person seemed to be invisible. With a wave of space, the long body of the magic dragon trembled like water. Then, with the change of space, Han Yan appeared 100 meters away from Wang. There aren't many bells and whistles, and there aren't many complications. As if disappearing out of thin air and reappearing, it is as if stepping into another world, and then breaking through the space to reappear, which also caused theoretical teleportation and alternative elementalization. Yes, from this point of view, it is almost immune to elemental attacks and physical attacks. Han Yan moved his powerful limbs, and then turned his purple-black eyes. At this time, its pure appearance is nothing more than a complete abyss dragon. However, it is not a pure black dragon, but a more powerful void dragon king. There was a smooth sound of shing, a purple-black laser spewed out from the terrible dragon's mouth. Like a space riot, the surrounding seawater seemed to be distorting, and a crack that swallowed seawater appeared from the depths of the seabed. Soon, the purple-black energy laser pierced through the giant mountain at the foot of the volcano several kilometers away in an instant, and the void power from the explosion suddenly expanded, followed by a burst of contraction to swallow up all the surrounding matter. Rather than being swallowed, it is better to say that it was transported into the turbulent flow of space and annihilated. There is no spectacular explosion seen. Although it is gorgeous, the terrifying power is really scary. Compared with the power of the void, what are those so-called natural devil fruits? After more than 2 years, this evolution Han Yan finally broke away from the industry of the weak. Finally, he has the capital to stand on the plains of the major worlds, especially when he realized that he still has a lot to go on his way. Han Yan was even more shocked. He thought that Deathwing was very strong, but after being baptized in the void, after discovering countless plane worlds, he became more restrained. Everything is taken for granted, like the night is dotted with the sky, and the stars are dotted with the night. The evolutionary journey is also the same. Animals evolved into human beings for hundreds of millions of years, and primitive humans took hundreds of 10,000 years to evolve into modern humans. As for me, it only took me less than one night to evolve from a human being to a sea kings. From the sea kings to the current void monster, it has been almost 20 years. It turns out that I am also very old. In the deep sea, a pair of bright eyes suddenly opened. The familiar senses came back again. The seawater around his body told Han Yan how long the sea had been flowing, and at the same time guessed how many days had passed. Since the Summit War, the world-famous battle has been spread all over the world. The only thing that puzzled Han Yan was Kaido of the Beasts. Where did this guy go? Like a mysterious disappearance, after breaking the stomach of sea kings, he disappeared. Not many sea kings even saw him in the sea. If he didn't leave by himself, he should have been taken away by someone. Who was the person who took him away? His crew, but why did he take away this guy who was dying? In short, Han Yan couldn't figure it out, and he didn't need to think about it. There are several things he has to do next, one of which is to unify the new world. Whizzing. There were several strange sounds in the deep sea, and some glowing deep-sea poisonous jellyfish were twisting their bodies and gradually approaching Han Yan. Seeing this scene, Han Yan was somewhat moved by these creatures with low intelligence. Slightly opened the dragon's mouth full of sharp teeth, and sensed the dangerous poisonous jellyfish wanted to escape, but was quickly swallowed by suction force. Let's go up to the Fishman Island. I haven't been there for a while. After all, I seem to be the Emperor of the Sea. Ah, by the way, my name seems to be Han Yan. Yes, it should be the name. Some Han Yan, who was not sure of his name, suddenly realized at this moment. There was an expression of a smile that I don't know if it was a smile, and the cruel and indifferent eyes gradually fell into memories. Recalling the previous scene after scene, the confused meaning that shuttled through the endless void gradually became clear. Sure enough, being true to yourself is a very comfortable thing. Go back a little over a year and a half. Holy Land Mariajoy. The Neptune incident has subsided for a year, and it seemed to be dead silent this year. Regarding the destruction of Marine, to the shock of countless people, the world government did not do much of what 4.4 made them expect. It seems that everyone is hiding the name of the Sea Emperor, including the world government, wanting to suppress Han Yan's actions. But is that really the case? Not really. The Neptune wants to rule the sea, but who doesn't know that the sea is ruled by celestial dragons, the nobles of the world? The celestial dragons are descendants of the 20 royal families who established the world government 800 years ago. Their so-called world noble status is actually equivalent to the royal family, similar to princesses and princes. The 5 elders, the general marshal of the whole army, etc., who have the highest power in the world government, are equivalent to the Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marine Marshal and Marine Admiral, which are actually equivalent to the generals in charge of military power. As for CP, it is similar to the Imperial Guard. Chapter 82 World Government and Celestial Dragons. Now that the Marine is destroyed, the Neptune calls upon the world to declare his impending dominion. In other words, this is a declaration of war on the world government and celestial dragons, and it is the kind of sworn enemy. In addition, the Sea Emperor mysteriously disappeared. The world government didn't dare to take many actions, so the only thing they had to do to eliminate the Sea Emperor was to wait. Waiting for a certain time to kill this calm belt overlord whose dragon could not see its head and tail. This is more than 2 years. Therefore, on the side of the Holy Land Mariajoy, the celestial dragons have already quarreled with the world government. Celestial dragons, especially members of the Roswald Holy family, led by Roswald Saint, put pressure on the world government every once in a while, and use a strong tone to eliminate the Sea Emperor. But 5 elders and others are also very clear that they cannot rush to destroy this terrifying Sea Kings. No matter how big the loss is, we must find a chance that does not give him the slightest respite. But the celestial dragons don't care. Saint Roswald was kidnapped by the Sea King when he was young. O5 must be clear to many people, and he is also the one who hates the Sea King and the members of the Sea King's forces the most. As for his children, Street, Charles Rose and Shalulia Palace were also under his influence, and those who mentioned the name of the Sea Emperor were punished with extreme punishment. Of course, it is not that simple to order the world government. The World Summit, composed of the kings of more than 200 countries under the world government, is the main body of the world government. If 5 elders is defaulted as the permanent speaker, then these kings are equivalent to members of parliament. To put it simply, the celestial dragons have a distinguished status and have various privileges, but it does not mean that any one of them can directly command the world government. Of course, the celestial dragons who can rule the world for 800 years and have been the nobles of the world for 800 years must also have the trump card in their hands to control the world government, but it is obviously impossible for any celestial dragons to directly use it. The Emperor of the Sea is not a human being, so he cannot go to the sea to hunt it down. If you really want to go, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. And the only chance is to find the location where it appears, and then ambush it. But now it seems that it is a pity that the Sea Emperor has disappeared for 2.5 years. Just when people thought that Neptune was doing things in private, celestial dragons suddenly announced the reorganization of Marine. The new Marine has a Kainu as the marshal, and 2 admirals, and several vice-admirals as substitutes. The new Marine location is in New World, and the Neptune's reward order is released at the same time. Offering a bounty to the Emperor of the Sea at a price of 10 billion, no one would dare to commit suicide. But the purpose of the world government is also to announce and provoke members of the Sea Emperor's forces. I want to lure the snake out of the hole, and the battlefield is the new Marine base of New World, which is the closest to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Thus, the dispute between the Sea Emperor forces and the world government began. Neptune's branch. 9 Snake Island, Dragon Island, Sky Island, the Fishmen Island, Calm Belt. The only known places are 9 Snake Island, the Fishmen Island and Calm Belt. Sea Kings. And the world government is the real ruler of this world. As for the 4 emperors, to put it bluntly, they are just relatively powerful pirates. The 2 were really torn apart, and the most unlucky ones are the common people on the sea. The 5 elders are not celestial dragons. They have stepped up to the core of the power of the world government from all levels of power. When the World Summit is not held, the power of the 5 of them is the greatest, and they can absolutely control the world government. All power. Murloc. That's the power of the Sea Emperor. The Sea Emperor is hard to deal with, and the celestial dragons are also hard to deal with. At this critical juncture, alas, do you know if there is any news from the Sea Emperor? Therefore, a fearful storm called catastrophe spread across the sea. However, don't act rashly for the time being on the Fishmen Island. What we want to attract is the Sea King, not the Sea Kings of the whole world. It's that straw hat boy, he's so brave. No way, that monster can't be forced out. I don't know if it died somewhere, or it was waiting for something. Last time it disappeared for more than 10 years. This time, it won't want to wait another 10 years. This group of BD celestial dragons really don't have any brains. Alred, Charos, Shalulia, these 3 damn guys. There are 18 clans of celestial dragons living in the Holy Land today, and there's been a lot of pressure on us, damn it. After receiving the news from the Sabayati Islands in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the 5 elders were immediately astonished. In the end, the expressions on their faces were very ugly, and some people even cursed. What should I do now? Damn it, that's not the point. Having been in charge of the world government for decades, this is the first time they have encountered such a troublesome 963 incident. A-hole. 5 elders looked at each other, the expressions on their faces were hard to see ultimate. Although the celestial dragons are a bunch of useless idiots, when the world government was established 800 years ago, those 20 royal families left the celestial dragons with the power to absolutely control the world. P.S. The following is not water, nor will it follow the regular plot. But everyone definitely doesn't want to reveal the drama, so I won't say more for the time being. Staring at the news in the newspaper, the 5 elders all looked angry. It turned out that the 3 guys, Roswald, Charles Rose, and Shalulia, actually took their own guards and ran to the Sabayati Islands under the guard of Marine. Even wanting to attack the nearby Murlocs, that's fine. But the problem is, these 3 guys actually tried every means to find trouble with the Sea Emperor, and now they have caught a mermaid in the auction house and wantonly provoking the Sea Emperor. Have you subdued that dragon? Or, did Roswald forget who redeemed him after he was kidnapped by the Sea Emperor? Then a 5 elders with a gloomy face, another person said, the point is, a pirate and a Murloc wearing a straw hat actually shot at the celestial dragons. Chapter 83 Arriving on the Fishmen Island. How to deal with it. It is rumored that the guy seems to want to go to New World through the Fishmen Island. What, Do we need to send Marine Admiral? But they seem to have followed orders. After thinking for a while, the 5 elders thought about it, and said, however, it seems that there is an admiral who has no mission yet. Quote, who? Codename, Fujitora. That guy, that's right, he does have some strength, so it's good to send him there. In this way, it can be regarded as an explanation to the celestial dragons. I just don't know what the Sea Emperor is doing. The 5 elders nodded one after another, and the private conversation had finally come to an end. And the people who were responsible are naturally the Luffy group who gathered 2 years later. Although Han Yan fell asleep, without his intervention, One Piece world returned to the regular timeline. However, people didn't know that the source of the catastrophe they were talking about had already awakened at this moment. Speaking of which, under the red line where Mariajoy is located, the Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea, the thorny question that the 5 elders had asked before, came here with the memory after waking up. However, this days the Fishman Island does not seem to be peaceful. As we all know, human beings can enter the Fishman Island with the permission of the Sea King's forces, but they need to pay a certain price. Since Princess Otahime was murdered and Murloc Tiger died in the pursuit of Marine, the Fishman Island's attitude towards humans has become very bad. Peaceful, but it is impossible to represent the entire Fish Island after all. Now that they are unified by the Sea Emperor, if they want to go in without paying, I am afraid that few people dare to do so, especially after the Sea Emperor's reputation has spread far and wide. But Luffy's team went in, and after seemingly running out of money on board, and a series of events at the Sabayati archipelago, there was no money. If it wasn't for a mermaid named Kami who brought them in, they would have been caught long ago. It just so happened that they came just in time, and after more than 10 years of lurking, they finally had a chance to seize control of the Fishman Island. She was stopped by this group just as he was about to execute it, so it was naturally impossible to let it go. Without the Van der Daken pirates, the only change is the absence of the Noah incident. At this time, the 2 groups of people in the square were fighting fiercely. Enter from here, and you will find the Fishman Island, but, my body type, it seems a bit crowded, but it shouldn't be a problem. Close. In the deep sea, Han Yan stayed outside of the Fishman Island and paused. When he took a closer look at his body shape and the Fishman Island, he hesitated for a moment and fell into a tangle. Before I knew it, my body length had exceeded a kilometer. The human beings that were originally the size of a claw are now only the size of an eyeball. Even the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who is more than 10 meters long, seems to be about half of Han Yan's dragon claw. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. I don't know if those Murlocs still remember their immediate boss. Although Han Yan was still worried about accidentally breaking the bubble above the Fishman Island, he thought for a moment and said, let's go in, at worst. Think about the new evolution direction in the future. Anyway, the transformation bar of the 3rd form has been opened now. Maybe I should consider a more convenient form. After passing through the huge hole, a beautiful island, like a fairyland on Earth, appeared in front of Han Yan. Although there was still a distance, it could still be seen. It was the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island is indeed very big, at least tens of millions of meters in size. The volume of Han Yan kilometer is less than 1/100th of a hundredth. It broke into the Fishman Island, as if a human being returned to his villa. It's just that the villa is full of exquisite pendants. As long as you are careful, you can still not damage them. The Fishman Island is in a huge bubble, which is double-coated, and the bubbles allow the Fishman Island to be suspended in this 10,000-meter deep sea. Although it is located on the bottom of the sea, there is still sunshine and sky on the Fishman Island, which is extremely strange, and the seawater here is no longer dark. Gradually approaching the Fishman Island, the light became brighter and brighter, and finally, a huge, dreamlike island appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. The outer layer of the Fishman Island is a double layer of bubbles. If you do not enter from the entrance, but break into it from other places, it will fall directly from between the 2 layers of bubbles. This is the defense of the Fishman Island, a way for pirates to force their way in. If you want to enter from the entrance, you must get permission. The pirates who arrived here are just the newcomers and other human beings in the first half, and they basically don't have the power to destroy the coated bubbles covering the entire the Fishman Island. In addition, the Fishman Island has the protection of the Sea King, so they died under the banner of the Sea Emperor. Basically not many people dare to make trouble. Han Yan is so big that it is difficult not to be discovered. However, when the terrified Murloc guard saw the appearance of this deep-sea dragon king clearly, although the color changed, they could still recognize that it was 2 people who had come to the Fishman Island. The next Neptune. Coincidentally, one of the Murloc guards was the one who interviewed Han Yan last time. But Han Yan didn't bother to pay attention to it, and went straight through the bubble. After carefully drilling in, it landed on a sandy beach of the Fishman Island. Okay, inside the Fishman Island, there are also beaches, sandy beaches and various beautiful coral buildings. On the beach, there is a large group of beautiful mermaids playing. Generally, mermaids seldom have particularly ugly ones, which belong to the special case of genetically upgraded, and all mermaids are basically mermaids. Backquote. Dragon, dragon. Ah, no, it's him. Ear. Suddenly, a young girl who was still playing on the beach suddenly noticed the shadow above her head. Soon, when she saw the figure of the monster clearly, her pale face that was frightened turned slightly better. Immediately, her pale pupils suddenly showed a hint of joy. Chapter 84. Please let me draw a picture for you. In more than 2 years, the girl who was about 10 years old has now grown into a girl of 12 or 13 years old. When this lowly found the terrifying shadow from the void dragon, her face immediately turned pale. But soon, she gradually recovered, and with the deep impression and familiar breath, she could tell that this was the dragon she respected the most. Hey, Master Han Yan, you are Master Han Yan, right? Although Han Yan has changed his appearance, Miss Golden Week can still be recognized as Han Yan. At this moment, she yelled loudly, scaring the young human women beside her, and the former members of the Baroque studio quickly covered her mouth. However, it was too late, because the terrifying dragon had already slightly bowed its head and noticed this side. Hearing someone calling his name, Han Yan was stunned at first. The invisible predator merged with observation Haki and released it. When it detected that it was a little girl calling him, he suddenly showed a puzzled look. After seeing clearly the drawing board in her hand and the tools she was painting, she gradually came to her senses. Little guy, it's you. The thick voice was like rolling thunder, and it circled over the Fishmen Island, and the sound continued for a long time, 740, to other places in the square. Oh, Miss Golden Week opened the hands of several other people vigorously, then stared wide-eyed, looked at Han Yan and said, Master Han Yan, I have worked hard. Are you here for inspection? Inspection. Han Yan was silent for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said, I'm not here for inspection. No. Loli was stunned, then suddenly realized, and then said, then you must have come to deal with that treacherous Murloc, right? Murloc. Frowning, Han Yan's terrifying knowledge enveloped the whole of Fishmen Island, and he found everyone in the square in an instant. Straw Hat Crew, Hody Jones, Shirahoshi, Neptune, Shark Star and other mermaids, and many Murlocs are making trouble. I see, but I'm not here to deal with the rebels. Seeing the great white shark man, Han Yan recalled the previous meeting. It seems that it was because of his own promise not to shoot that gave him such courage, but now he was defeated by the Straw Hat Crew. It can be regarded as keeping Neptune's throne. He himself is not interested in the chaos of the Murlocs. I don't care about it, but after a long period of development, the Fishmen Island gave Han Yan a pretty good impression, especially during the war 2 years ago. The Fishmen Island supported their actions as if they were dead. Not surprisingly, what was done in that incident should be the actions of this fellow Neptune. From this point of view, Neptune is infinitely stronger than that Holden Jones. As for Holden Jones, being defeated is almost equivalent to a death sentence. If you want to blame him for being like this. Why? Not only Miss Golden Week was in a daze, but several other women and some mermaids raised their heads in confusion and looked at this terrifying dragon. At this time, the Void Demon Dragon is the body of the Neptune Dragon as the medium. It is entrenched in the sky above the Fishmen Island. It is a dragon king who is reserved and ready to go. In the eyes of the lonely dragon head slightly protruding forward, there are endless and different emotions. I'm here to take a last look at this place, because I'll be leaving soon. Leave? Where are you going? Master Han Yan, do you really want to leave? What about Mermaid Island? For a moment, these young human and Murloc women panicked. If they lose the protection of the Sea Emperor, AFBD, their future, we can believe that those greedy humans will take action against them. Don't worry, the Fishmen Island is still the same the Fishmen Island. In this world, there will be a new Sea Emperor. Those human governments you are worried about will also disappear. Inadvertently, these words of Han Yan caused shock waves in the hearts of the survivors of the former Baroque Work Club. They all widened their eyes and digested the hidden horror and murderous intent of these words, but they did not have the slightest thought. Do not doubt the authenticity of what Han Yan said. Then, Lord Han Yan, will you come back? Miss Golden Week stared blankly at the sky. Her pitiful appearance seemed to be the same as seeing her respected elder leave. The sadness of parting made her eyes moist. I don't know, maybe it will. Well, I'm leaving, see you if you are destined. After saying that, Han Yan looked into the distance indifferently, and then prepared to leave the mermaid beach. Just at this time, the voice of Miss Golden Week sounded again. Wait a moment, she spoke loudly, then took out a drawing board from her hand in a panic, then raised her head and looked at Wu Yan seriously. What else? Please wait a moment, can I draw a picture for you? Paint me a portrait. Han Yan hesitated for a while, and finally compromised her. Anyway, I have plenty of time, not to mention, it won't take long to paint a portrait. Well, please let me draw you a picture. Hearing this sentence, the mermaids behind Miss Golden Week looked at each other, and they all saw a trace of strangeness in each other's eyes, and they also dripped forward one after another. And I, Lord Sea Emperor, can I take a photo with you? Get out of the way, let me go first. Quote. Surrounded by these beautiful mermaids who suddenly became enthusiastic, Han Yan had a strange feeling in his heart. Speaking of which, since Han Yan came to this world, apart from the cruelty of the world, what Han Yan has experienced is the fight between life and death. In addition, it is either plundering, or abuse and vigilance. What I see is either a look of fear or a look of fear in my eyes. For taste, there is only bloody meat in the market. Chapter 85 Don't touch me. Cute little guy. Would anyone choose to trust a sea king or magic dragon with a hideous appearance? There are not many of these people, even if they trust themselves, there are only 2 people who dare to get close to themselves like this. Involuntarily, Han Yan recalled the Shirahoshi who saw him for the first time, showing curiosity instead of fear. The first one who believed in herself, was also her. But Han Yan doesn't know one thing: the person who cares about it the most and misses it the most is actually Hancock. Of course, this may be the reason why I have had the most contact with Han Yan. If you want to say whether Han Yan still has human emotions, in fact, he does, but they are usually closed. When a person has been turned into a monster for decades, will he long to return to the state he once was? Perhaps, he has become accustomed to the daily life of monsters, but the truth is, Han Yan can be of any race, and can be any creature. But the only constant is its identity as a predator. This point will accompany him, to the end of the world. You say you're going to paint my portrait. Han Yan confirmed again. Miss. Golden Week nodded vigorously. All around her, the beautiful corals and reefs were gradually glowing with stars, and with the scary appearance, but full of Haki figure, like a beast sniffing roses, there is a kind of saying unbelievable beauty. Okay, then I will trouble you. Han Yan is much more indifferent. With a look of happiness or appreciation on his face, he posed in a pose, his dragon claws leaning forward slightly. At first glance, visually, it looks like a head grasping the sky of the Fishman Island like a dragon. The dark void demonic energy could not conceal that noble and intimidating temperament at all. Not only did it not look evil, but it looked like a free god. Thanks, Miss. Golden Week bowed and thanked, and then came to the drawing board with surprise and excitement, calmed down the excitement, and then picked up the brush and started creating. She had waited a long time for this moment. She likes to draw, and wants to keep Han Yan's former Haki figure in the painting. Unknowingly, her cheerful and cheerful mood gradually affects Han Yan and the mermaids around her. Sure enough, the scenery is beautiful. I have only been here once with Shirahoshi, but now I think that there is such a place in the dark and strange deep sea full of horror and murder. I don't know if it is a paradise under the sea, can create such an environment, can give birth to such a beautiful life, can't help but feel admiration for this dragon who only knows destruction and killing. Creating a world is easy, creating a life is difficult. However, destroying a world is much easier. These mermaids didn't seem to be afraid of Han Yan, but they gathered together with curiosity on their faces. Usually, they hardly leave the Fishman Island, and occasionally they can only see the small sea kings outside. Therefore, these young mermaids have almost zero chance of seeing the Sea Emperor, so when they see the Sea Emperor, it is like discovering some beautiful treasure, and they want to try it even if it is dangerous. It was their dream to have close contact with the Sea Emperor. After all, the legend of Han Yan in the Fishman Island is a god. May I ask the Sea Emperor that you are very familiar with Princess Shirahoshi, right? A beautiful mermaid wearing delicate earrings and two shells covering her chest asked Han Yan curiously. She cautiously came to the bottom of the dragon, then raised her curious eyes, tilted her neck and opened her big eyes to look at the scaled tail of the dragon. Is Shirahoshi familiar with herself? At least in Han Yan's view, Shirahoshi is just a mermaid who has met a few times. The only special thing is that she is Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, and has the ability to call sea kings. A step further is the difference between elders and younger generations. As for whether Shirahoshi thinks so, I don't know. But Han Yan didn't answer her, but lowered his eyes slightly. Well, can I touch you? Saying that, the girl mermaid who looked like 14 or 15 years old boldly stretched out her hand to reach the diamond-like scales at the end. 0. Seeking flowers. Han Yan narrowed his eyes, and those eyes became sharp in an instant. The white arm that had just touched the smooth scales was so frightened that it retracted, with a look of fear on its face. Do not touch me. Han Yan straightened his face. Seeing Han Yan's appearance, the mermaid girl stuck out her tongue and smiled, then turned to look at those mermaids, and quickly chatted with them. Han Yan didn't pay much attention to it, but what occasionally drifted into his ears was mostly their chattering voices, and the content of the chats was undoubtedly about how his scales felt, and how the famous mermaid felt. How do you feel? 0. But Han Yan spit out two words lightly. Ignorance. Can the body of the void demon dragon be touched by ordinary people? If Han Yan hadn't restrained his power, the void magic power would have infected and devoured the mermaid in an instant, and he would die without knowing how. That terrifying power, for these mermaids who have just grown up and have never seen the Sea Emperor, they seem very ignorant and fearless. All right, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Miss. Golden Week nodded happily, and then looked at his creation with satisfaction. The painting is finished, it's time for me to leave here, bye, cute little guy. On the drawing paper, a void dragon stands above the Fishman Island, with beautiful corals as a backdrop, and the scenery of the seabed comes into view, and the giant dragon stretches out its claws, as if the world is under control. Under the giant dragon is a group of playful mermaids. The picture is beautiful but not weird, but has a sense of harmony. This painting was later hung in the royal family of the Fishman Island, and the meaning of the painting is, the Sea Emperor and his compatriots. Yes, perhaps in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Fishman Island. The Sea Emperor was originally the kind they admired the most, but his body was a little bigger. Chapter 86. Advent of the Sea Emperor. Human beings appeared on Mermaid Island. In Geelong Cod Square, a kind of Murlocs and Poseidon soldiers stared blankly at Luffy and his group. It is not unusual to see humans on the Fishman Island nowadays, but especially after the Sea Emperor changed his policy, the pirates who can travel back and forth to the New World from here are all taking another extreme route. That is the exclusive channel of the Fishman Island for humans. Generally speaking, human pirates pass through the Fishman Island directly after paying money, and are not allowed to enter the streets where mermaids and Murlocs live. But now, a group of people not only appeared in the Murloc Square, but had a big conflict with a group of Murlocs. After hearing other people's explanations, they realized that this was a series of accidents caused by Hottie Jones' attempted mutiny. Unsurprisingly, the Murlocs' evaluation of Luffy and others was not 853 higher. On the Fishmen Island, although there are good and bad Murlocs, most Murlocs are vicious, while mermaids are the opposite. Most mermaids are very kind, so even mermaids and Murlocs live in the Fishmen Island. Merfolk are also rarely willing to deal with Murlocs. When the sky of the Fishmen Island suddenly darkened, these Murlocs looked at each other, showing panicked expressions. Master Neptune, you are back, someone shouted, and the Murlocs present got the news one after another. When they raised their heads and looked at the figure of the giant dragon in the sky, that huge body that covered the sky and the sun, they immediately showed expressions of admiration and shock. Human, HMPH, no matter how they got in, no matter how they dared to break into the Fishmen Island, it's better to deal with them directly. You don't need to worry about this, go and see how the Sea Emperor handles it. After all, those humans have helped us people in a sense. There are also two factions among the Murlocs, which have not changed in the past 10 years. One faction is led by peace, such as the Murloc Jinbei, and the other is mainly based on hatred of humans, such as Arlong, Holdy Jones and other Murlocs. And these Murlocs, no matter what, were quite satisfied with Neptune's management style, at least they still loved their king very much. If it was replaced by that Huody Jones, perhaps the stable life of these years would disappear without a trace. At this time, Geelong Coward Square Center. Hottie Jones stared at Luffy and his group with a hideous face, and roared, "You guys, do you know what you are doing? UBD, let's not talk about other people, I can deal with you first." Luffy and the others, who were received by Jinbei, looked at Huody Jones' performance at this time, and roared angrily. "Come on, just to test your current strength." A murderous voice suddenly came in, and Jinbei followed behind Nami with a face full of anger, and came to the square at this time. "Boss Jinbei." Huody Jones was stunned for a moment, but said sharply, "You are confused. I never expected that human beings have brought us so many disasters, and there are so many traitors who want to live in peace with human beings. Those despicable bastards, such races, what qualifications do they have to live with us Murlocs on an equal footing? There is only one choice to face them, revenge and slaughter to the end. Boss Jinbei, let me call you that for the last time, don't forget that the Sea Emperor was very dissatisfied with your attitude 2 years ago, if you want to die, please feel free. Don't interfere with our entire Murloc race. Neptune, he won't listen to your opinion, saying that he will live in peace with humans, he is simply seeking his own death. In the end, all those who have signed this signature sheet, even if you have stepped on the portrait of Princess Otahime, I will find you all according to this address, and then kill you without hesitation. The vacated house is just for our real Murloc fighters use it, and I will let the 100,000 Murlocs from the Fishmen Island station in the Fishmen Island later, the Fishmen Island will be our world in the future. In half an hour I will carry out the public execution of Neptune, the biggest traitor in the Murloc world, at Geelong Code Square. And Princess Shirahoshi, who is still outside, I know you can hear me, but soon, after the Straw Hats are killed by me, it will be that old fellow Neptune's turn. Oh, there's no way. Now that the Sea Emperor is not here, the Fishmen Island has also had a big incident. I am really useless. Shirahoshi, don't mess with your senses. The father is still in the hands of that guy, we can't go there rashly. If you can, let's trust a few humans. Woo, Master Han Yan, so many years, where are you? I heard it, it's Lord Han Yan. Shark Star was pleasantly surprised, not doubting the authenticity of Shirahoshi's words. Shirahoshi was born with the ability to communicate with Sea Kings, and at this moment she suddenly said that she heard the voice of Sea Kings, which must mean that Sea Kings must be nearby. Neptune, it's back. Seeing the scene where the Murlocs and Murlocs were fighting cruelly, Shirahoshi cried out with tears in his eyes. Aha, what? Shark Star was stunned, looking at Shirahoshi suspiciously. Why? Shirahoshi sat in a daze and began to cry in disbelief. She whispered in confusion, why do you trust humans? Master Han Yan said, don't make me believe in humans. Stop it, don't fight anymore, really don't fight anymore. Sharkshine clenched his fist hard, but in order to protect Shirahoshi, he had to think a lot, otherwise he would have rushed to save his father. Just when Shirahoshi was crying helplessly, a special rhythm arose in her heart, and she gradually raised her tearful eyes, and her sluggish expression suddenly revealed a hint of 3.0 joy. In the corner of a certain building, surrounded by Prince Sharkstar and his guards, Princess Shirahoshi froze in place when she heard Huody Jones' words. Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, holding back helpless tears. At this time, she closed her eyes with a smile, and made the most sincere wish, and the Lord Han Yan she was talking about, was also drawn by this mysterious power at this time, and gradually wandered from the corner of the Fishmen Island come. Chapter 87 Sudden Fear. Buzz. With a terrifying momentum, Setsuna swept across in all directions. Without a sound, no matter whether it was the ordinary Murlocs on the Fishmen Island or the captain of the guards, they all lost consciousness almost instantly, and then fell to the ground with a plop. There was such a big movement in the Fishmen Island, which naturally completely alarmed the whole of the Fishmen Island. Even though Han Yan's release of Longwei was only for a moment, and he didn't wantonly destroy and impact the entire the Fishmen Island, it still made the whole the Fishmen Island feel like a shock. People who have not been interfered by Longway are also sweating nervously, looking up at the sky covered by shadows, unable to see the direction of the dragon body at the end. Ah, what happened? This, so scary, what is that dragon? The newborn Murlocs and mermaids all looked shocked, and only some of the older Murlocs were shocked. This breath, suddenly 05, Jinbei's complexion changed, he suddenly raised his head, showing a look of surprise. Is it the boss of the Sea Emperor? This familiar breath will never go wrong, but why does it feel like it has changed a lot, the mysterious and powerful sense of deterrence? At this time, Jinbei's face showed a look of horror, he turned around without hesitation, and rushed towards the direction of the space change. After being shrouded in the terrifying aura that shocked the audience, a tearing sound suddenly sounded in the sky above the square. What happened? Hody Jones raised his head in horror, and even the members of the new Murloc pirates, Neptune and others all changed their faces. Hua! That's scary. The Straw Hat Sniper, Usopp, the cowardly guy, was trembling with Nami at this time, and this mysterious and terrifying atmosphere also made the faces of Sanji, Zoro and others sink to the bottom. That's it, Han Yan. Lifting the head in the straw hat, Luffy's body seemed to be shaking. He raised his eyes covered by the straw hat, looked up at the sky, and fell silent. God, it was torn apart. In the void, a pitch-black crack tore open. Then, a pair of fierce giant claws with a terrifying aura suddenly stretched out, and then a pair of dragon claws gradually tore apart the space, and then, the intimidating Haki dragon head emerged from it. Call. Breathing out a mouthful of turbid breath, the nether dragon came out of the space. Due to the special power of the void, no matter how small the space is, as long as the body of Han Yan hollow, similar to elementalization, will not feel the slightest sense of crowding. At this time, the magic dragon entrenched in the square finally appeared. After the spatial rift gradually closed, Han Yan gradually moved his eyes downward. As for Neptune, who was captured by Hody Jones, his expression shook suddenly, and he almost cried out excitedly. Master Neptune. He felt the horrifying aura, and then his face that should have been terrified showed joy, and said, Master Neptune, are you here? Neptune raised his head vigorously, and the fat mermaid body turned over on the ground, looked at the giant that emerged from the sky, and quickly saluted respectfully. Neptune. Hody Jones looked at the dragon shadow in the sky, blinked his shocking eyes, and then reacted immediately, knelt down together with other members of the new Murloc pirates. Welcome the Emperor of the Sea. Luffy said seriously, then looked directly at the giant shadow covering the sky, and said, Han Yan, you killed Ace. I will never forget it. The Emperor of the Sea is talking about me. Hello, Han Yan. At this time, even those who don't know Han Yan have to kneel down and learn it well. Luffy yelled loudly at this time, just like a child's joke. However, all the people present were stunned in place, and the crew members who originally thought that Luffy would go crazy were also relieved. Hey, Luffy. Nami Usopp hurriedly stopped Luffy who was going forward, and then whispered, you are not afraid of death, that guy may not be Shang Ten. In addition, if anyone has any good suggestions and ideas, please add them to the group or book reviews. Group number, closing parenthesis dot. Lifting its eyelids, the void demon dragon twisted its body slightly, and then looked down at the tens of thousands of Murlocs in the square who were stunned by Longway, as well as several familiar characters. Hearing Luffy's voice change, he suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, so, we are no longer friends. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. It has to be said that when more than 100,000 Murlocs from various regions on the Fishmen Island gradually knelt down to greet them, the vast voice spread all over the Fishmen Island inside and out. He is Han Yan. Yes. Suddenly, an extremely ear-piercing sound sounded. This guy Luffy yelled without fear. Fourth, the form of the void is not a bloodline, nor does it occupy the space of transformation. It does not belong to the third form, but a kind of ability. It can be voided on the basis of Sea Emperor Dragon or Deathwing, and then the void power can be used wantonly. As for Hollow, the reality is that there is but nothing as real and nothingness. The shuttle between the plane and the void plane. See Sharingan Kamui by Hokage Obito. P.S. Answer a few questions. First, the power of the void turns 2, and it will evolve again into chaos. Second, the mess of One Piece will not be left behind, and it will be cleaned up quickly in the next few days. From the beginning of New World to the end of Raftel, there will be no delay the plot, but try not to leave regrets. Third, the world of Fairy Tail will not be too watery, and the plot will be tighter. Congratulations to the Emperor of the Sea. Longmu looked down at this small human being, and Han Yan's doubtful memory became clearer. However, his expressionless, non-human angry eyes continued to stare at the little guy. No more than. Chapter 88 False Agreement. Yes, Han Yan who heard Luffy's words slowly closed his eyes, and then took his words lightly. After all, the concept of being a friend is just wishful thinking of Luffy himself. In Han Yan's heart, he never regarded Luffy as a friend. Even, his only friend in this world is his dragon priest, the girl Abyss. But Abyss is a human being, she has her own story and her own hometown. Every new day is a day for the village to worship the dragon and pray for their god. Han Yan. That kind of sincere blessing may turn into a mysterious power one day in the future, giving Abyss and others a new life, and it may also add a little power to Han Yan. Hearing Han Yan's indifferent voice, Luffy suddenly raised his head. That's right, Luffy said loudly, thinking of Ace's death, his expression became a little more sad. But at this time, After seeing Han Yan coming, he can handle the matter of the Fishman Island by himself, and there is no need for him to stay here. Luffy, are you going too? Jinbei looked back suspiciously, and Luffy turned away from the back. Nami, Chopper, Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, Frankie, Brook. Let's go, Luffy said in a calm voice, directly ignoring Jinbei's obstruction, and walked forward decisively. Luffy, Captain, are you leaving? Sanji Zoro lowered his head, and at the same time he knew what Luffy was doing. If you continue to stay here, the Sea Emperor will not let the humans like himself go. And if you leave at this time, there may be a glimmer of hope. Looking at the backs of the Straw Hat crew leaving the square, Jinbei sighed helplessly. Because he knew very well that if Luffy answered him, it meant that the Murlocs had colluded with humans, and he might not survive the next day. Because the Neptune would kill the Murlocs. In a sense, Luffy's deeds allowed many Murlocs in the Fishman Island to survive unharmed. Pirates, humans. Han Yan muttered 2 words, staring at the inexplicable Luffy group, but he ignored Luffy's actions indifferently. At least from Luffy's performance just now, he didn't have the slightest intention to kill himself because of Ace's death. Maybe there will be hatred. But it also fully explained that Luffy regards Han Yan as his important friend. This is undeniable. But not anymore. What about Poseidon? Staring at Luffy and others who have gone away, although Han Yan is the ruler of the Fishman Island, he is not the manager. As for managing the relationship between humans and Murlocs, that was something Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, needed to think about. Now he wants to meet the junior, Poseidon Shirahoshi, who used to like to cling to him. At that time, Shirahoshi was only a few years old. In Han Yan's view, he was just an innocent little mermaid. Poseidon. Ah, you mean Shirahoshi. Neptune thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, nodded respectfully to Han Yan, and then looked hesitantly at Hody Jones in front of him. At this time, it seemed that the Mermaid King was still in the hands of others. Hody Jones. The Void Dragon twisted its body, and then locked its sights on the Great White Sharkman. Ah, Sea Emperor, it's me. Hody Jones swallowed with a grunt, then turned his eyes, thinking that this is a great opportunity. He announced, Master Neptune, I think I am more suitable to be the king of the Fishman Island. I will get it for you more wealth. This sentence made the atmosphere in the field suddenly very quiet. Neptune, of course, was in a cold sweat for an instant, looked at Hody Jones in disbelief, and then at the Sea Emperor, with a hint of unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes. Really? The Fishman Island, when, is up to you. No, it's not. Neptune, this is not what you used to. The nervous Hody Jones was suppressed by murderous aura before he could finish speaking. Then he fell to his knees with a thump, and only heard the indifferent voice of the Void Dragon in the sky. The Fishman Island belongs to Poseidon in the future. In the future, the Fishman Island can migrate to the land, and finally, don't try to provoke any generation of power in the sea. Han Yan raised the giant claw lightly, and the strange body of the Hody Jones Murloc floated up along with it. Soon, under the watchful eyes of him and many Murlocs, a purple-black crack appeared in the sky, and then gradually enlarged, like a black hole, devouring it without leaving any bones. Originally Han Yan ignored him, but the idiot Hody Jones didn't realize what happened at all, and wanted to repeat what the Sea Emperor once said. If he did say it, Han Yan would be quite uncomfortable, even though the Fishman Island wasn't turbulent. Hody Jones is dead. Neptune's voice was even a little trembling. Others might not know it, but he more or less guessed that the Sea Emperor had once wanted to change the master of the Fishman Island. But looking at it now, the cruel attitude revealed in the indifference in the good sky made Neptune unable to refute. He just felt that he fell into the ice cave in an instant, and then was pulled up again. In addition, Hody Jones was instantly killed. All this happened so quickly that many people didn't even understand what happened. Even Jinbei stared blankly at this strange and terrifying scene with wide-eyed eyes. The Emperor of the Sea seems to have become more mysterious and terrifying. Master Han Yan. At this time, a weak voice slowly sounded from behind Han Yan. P.S. There is not much controversy about whether to kill Luffy or not. After all, they are just passers-by, and the author is not disgusted with this character. Whether Luffy lives or dies in this book does not make much sense. It is better to let the senior Han Yan left a story for the younger generation. After all, they will never have the chance to meet again. Chapter 89. Are you willing to become the new Sea Emperor? Yes, is it Lord Han Yan? After Han Yan annihilated Hody Jones with the power of the void, a lovely mermaid came slowly from the shadows behind her, although her delicate and weak voice was not very clear. But it is still possible to use biological breath to sense people. It's me, little one. After Han Yan heard Shirahoshi's voice, he responded in a deep voice, but he didn't see any movement. He just turned his head sideways, and his dragon eyes stared at the mermaid. I have to say that Shirahoshi's size is really not small. I don't know if it was affected by the HP points, but at this time Princess Shirahoshi is several times larger than ordinary mermaids, with a volume of nearly 20 meters, completely comparable to Han Yan's half-dragon claw. But, big, doesn't affect her beauty. Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess of Mermaid Island, is the most beautiful among all the mermaids. Regardless of her charm and temperament, she even surpasses Shichibukai Empress Hancock in terms of tolerance. In terms of bloodlines, the Sea King Dragon's bloodline is related to the Sea Kings, mermaids and 830 Murlocs, not to mention that Han Yan himself was born in the Sea Kings, and it was the Sea Kings who devoured and plundered all the way. But now Han Yan has the idea of going to the New World, so he wants to pass the throne of Sea Emperor to Shirahoshi, whom he approves. Judging from this small turning point, many discerning Murlocs can more or less see that the Sea Emperor has a good impression of Princess Shirahoshi. At least he didn't have the brutal and tyrannical atmosphere facing other people. After all, Han Yan is the Emperor of the Sea, and whether the Fishman Island will be destroyed is all in his mind. As for resisting the Emperor of the Sea, Neptune had that thought is gone. Master Han Yan, seeing the breath of nothingness rising from the sky, and the dragon surrounded by black mist, Princess Shirahoshi, this lovely mermaid suddenly showed a lovely smile. Even though she is a little younger, she has a delicate and lovely face, like a fish falling into a wild goose. Quote. Seeing Shirahoshi, a big question mark appeared on Han Yan's forehead. He looked at her cute face, and then at the Murlocs around Nuonuo who dared not speak out, completely wondering what this little guy was thinking. Speaking of it, Han Yan is quite pitiful. After all, he belonged to a technical geek in his previous life. Although he is a nerd, he is actually half a nerd. I usually like to collect and make some figures of monsters and girls. Although I gained this special skill, I lost a lot. For example, never had a girlfriend. 1. Some people may ask, after so many years, has Han Yan really not been in love? In fact, it is not the case. As early as the beginning, Han Yan did not have such a so-called lost relationship. What he fears most is to find a mother sea king's in the future, female dragon spouse. If that's the case, it might as well be suicide. Leaving aside the animal body, the human heart alone is difficult to overcome. Han Yan smiled lightly, and did not use the word beautiful to describe Shirahoshi, because he felt that a mermaid princess like Shirahoshi should be evaluated by cuteness. At this time, the Murlocs who passed out around them also gradually woke up. Neptune, Jinbei, Sharkstar and others stood silently aside, watching the movement here, and the members of the new Murloc pirates also surrendered and were arrested at this time because of Han Yan's appearance. But ordinary humans have short lifespans, weak strength, and small size, and the differences between races are too great. No matter how beautiful the woman is, Han Yan wants to be tempted, but the other party has no intention of it. Even Hancock only regards Han Yan as an opponent, a special status beyond his lifetime. Although the people of Nine Snake Island do not know how to get married, the question of aesthetics, unless Han Yan becomes a human, Hancock also asked this question, but Han Yan is not able to become an adult dragon because of the must-have transfiguration refused for a reason. Of course, more importantly, because Shirahoshi is so cute, coupled with the mysterious power of innate influence and healing Sea Kings, being friendly to Shirahoshi is what most Sea Kings will almost do. As for Han Yan, it's simply because Shirahoshi treats him very well. Little guy, you are really cute. Master Han Yan, Master Han Yan. Even though Shirahoshi is 10 times bigger than a Murloc, Han Yan is 50 times bigger than her. At this time, Han Yan was also looking at her. The words were astonishing, and Han Yan's words made Neptune and the others' faces change drastically. Hee, Master Han Yan, what are you thinking? P.S. If the protagonist is easily transformed, the story will change a bit. Maybe it will feel a bit cliched, and it will go against the original intention when the book was opened. But if it is not transformed, it will always feel like something is missing. Of course, if you leave pirates later, you definitely don't just give up. This is a comprehensive article. What's more, if one day comes to the end, the author will try to summarize it with a happy ending. The next volume of Fairy Tale, with a new after the completion of the account of One Piece World, the quick update will start. Volume 4. The Great Prophecy, The Legend of the Dragon of Destruction. Yeah, Shirahoshi was taken aback, looked at Han Yan's stern eyes, and blinked a little at a loss. Although she was timid, she didn't feel the malice in Han Yan's heart, but she still said a little nervously, Master Han Yan, is Yuxing doing something wrong? Shirahoshi looked at the dazed Han Yan, bowed his head and thought for a moment in doubt, and then conveyed his friendly feelings through telepathy. His Majesty the Sea Emperor, you. Hey, little guy, let me ask you, have you ever thought about becoming the Emperor of the Sea? Han Yan didn't put on airs at this time, but he didn't want to talk, nor was he very cold. Whether it is sea kings or monsters, when it wants to calm down, it will never have the intention to kill the weak. Exclamation mark quote. And on this Fishman Island, where the aesthetics are almost negative, and the appearance and race of the spouse are never considered. Han Yan met a strange guy. Shirahoshi, a mermaid who was born to communicate with sea kings, can convey his inner thoughts, and has always had a crush on him. Chapter 90, No Man's Land. Ask you again. Han Yan frowned, and said sharply, would you like to be the Emperor of the Sea? Tell me loudly, do you want to have power, do you want to own the entire sea, do you want to be the god of the sea? Quote. The aggrieved Shirahoshi bit his lips, thinking of Han Yan's serious appearance. He quickly stopped tears, closed his eyes and shouted, I want to help Mr. Han Yan. I want to protect my homeland. I also want to see the world. To see the sun, to see the real sky. If possible, I want to listen to all kinds of stories told by Master Han Yan for the rest of my life, so, I am willing to become the Emperor of the Sea. Very good. Han Yan smiled calmly, although he didn't see any changes in appearance, but his tone was full of appreciation. Very good, I will make you the Emperor of the Sea, as my true heir. Shirahoshi nodded vigorously. You, come with me. With a wave of the dragon claw, the space in front of Shirahoshi twisted. Ah, Shirahoshi was taken aback, and was swept in after hearing a swoosh, and then disappeared. Bah! Seeing this scene, Neptune shouted involuntarily. Neptune! Han Yan turned to look at him, and Neptune immediately became nervous. But Han Yan didn't think so, instead he showed a smile, and said, 2 years ago, you performed very well. If I remember correctly, once, Princess Otahime said something to the sea. She wants the Murlocs to move to the mainland. Ah, Neptune, you want to. Guessing that Shirahoshi was fine, Neptune felt a little more at ease, but he was still a little nervous. At this time, being called by the Sea Emperor made him even more nervous. I'm going to a more mysterious place, maybe, I won't be back for a long time. The new Sea Emperor is Shirahoshi. Besides, I can let you move to the shore. But, Neptune, we have no place to live. Jinbei took a step forward and said nervously. Sabayati Archipelago, Mariajoy. Han Yan smiled, looking strange and inexplicable. Aren't those places where the human celestial dragons and world government? No, there are only rugged valleys, this land does not belong to anyone. Soon, there will be no land. If you want, after the gates of hell are closed, that land without a man, it belongs to you. After the indifferent voice was spoken, the space was violently distorted, and then, at the moment when the magic dragon disappeared for the last time, a thought from the heart of the Sea Emperor gradually floated in. In fact, I also respect Otahime, that cute little guy. After all, once, she and I met once. This time, looking at Shirahoshi's sake, I will help her. Let's make this dream come true. Hey, a mermaid who wants to go ashore. It's ridiculous. However, you guys can grow legs. Maybe this is a new beginning of evolution, there to me. Alas, exist in the nothingness, only to pursue the truest self, work in eternal life. If Han Yan remembers correctly, that bald sea monster should still be doing daily salvage work in the abyss. But for this guy, this is also an interesting thing. Although the bald sea monster is not small, it is still a murloc with considerable wisdom. Under Han Yan's orders, the guy also took on a life of his own, as a surveyor for the Fishman Island. If it can feel the power of the sea, perhaps Han Yan is not surprised, but at this moment it is very shocked in its dragon eyes. 0. Ask for flowers. ... That is the inheritance for Shirahoshi. No wonder when I saw Master Han Yan, I felt a strange feeling about Master Han Yan. Yes, Shirahoshi is Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons that can communicate with sea kings, but he can perceive the breath of the void on Han Yan's body, which is a bit strange in itself. Shirahoshi showed a lovely expression of thinking, and then seemed to find an adjective, so he said, it's like, well, it always feels the same as the legendary starry sky. Before heading to the holy land of Mariajoy, there's one more thing Han Yan must do. At this time, Han Yan is in the state of the Sea Emperor Dragon, and has not yet voided. It turns out that Master Han Yan is so powerful. Yu Xing has no doubts about the strongest creature in the world. Really, can you feel the power in me? And above this sea area is the Sabayati Archipelago, which is also where the human pirates and celestial dragons are located. Oh, yes, the aura of Master Han Yan. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi was staying with the gigantic void dragon loosely. The dragon lying on the coral reef looked slightly sideways to look at the mermaid leaning on the dragon's back. At this time, she was no longer timid and afraid at first, happily chatting with Han Yan. A part of the seabed garden, which is isolated from the deep sea and has an independent world. Shirahoshi got down all of a sudden, put that cute little face in front of Han Yan, and stared at Han Yan with his 2 cute big eyes. Be serious, I'm not here to tell you stories. This world is getting bigger, and there are many strange creatures. It's just that I'm leaving. You have the power to summon sea kings, so it should be as the strongest commander in this world. But you don't have the ability to protect yourself, sea kings can't protect you who is unarmed. Therefore, with the power you have, if I am gone, then you will be the first to be killed by those humans and greedy guys destroy or exploit. Chapter 91. Void Realm. Disappeared the Fishman Island. It's unbelievable, but I may understand, every world has its creator. And this creator is a perfect life form, and the world it creates, the magical species born, more or less rarely have special powers. At least much stronger than me, although I am still considered a half-god now. God, Shirahoshi wondered. Yes, the god of this world has long since disappeared, because the dimensional barrier is like that, there are no specific coordinates. Traveling through space is also prone to problems. If you are accidentally involved in the chaotic world, you will die. Seeing Shirahoshi's puzzled look, Han Yan smiled and said, you just need to inherit the power of the Sea Emperor. Void magic power is not something you can touch. Shirahoshi lay there with a thoughtful look, suddenly raised his huge tail, shook it, and then lowered it again. What is the power I accept? Master Han Yan 5, I don't like fighting. I know, so, I used dragon scales, dragon blood, different dimensional cores, world seeds, life stones, and void magic to create an artifact named after Han Yan, the Sea Emperor. Exclamation mark quote. With the tearing of the space, the exquisite azure cane that seemed to be stripped from the middle was taken out. The cane is very suitable for you, and the sword and knife seem to have more killing spirit. Remember, if you encounter a difficult opponent sometimes, you can call me, through this scepter cast with my blood. As long as I not everyone can sense it in the chaotic space gap. Han Yan stretched out the dragon claw casually, and sent out this exquisite scepter, which has no physical form. It cannot be touched by hand, unless it is a person who has the seal of the Sea Emperor, that is, the Sea Emperor himself. But Shirahoshi has the ability to call Sea Kings, and Han Yan customized it for her, so it will be certified Neptune breath. As for why it was made into a cane instead of a Philosopher's Stone, it was mainly because the Philosopher's Stone couldn't specifically fit the identity of the Sea Emperor. However, even if it is made into a scepter, it is still much better than being made into a main halberd. Time up. Suddenly, after Shirahoshi accepted the Neptune scepter, a feeling similar to connecting lines gradually rose in Han Yan's heart. At this time, it gradually raised 4 huge dragon claws, and then stood up imposingly. Master Han Yan. A pair of jewel-like eyes showed a great sense of loss at this time. Watching the Sea Emperor dragon gradually change from the deep blue sea dragon, if you zoom in tens of millions of times, you may find that the endless void magic power is infecting the Sea Emperor dragon, the power of. In just an instant, the beautiful azure blue scales suddenly turned into a deep purple like the sea of stars, and then turned black, and the magic power of the void completely infected the body of the Sea Emperor dragon. It also means that Han Yan has entered void form. Neptune Shirahoshi, you now, remember who you are. If you really miss me, wait for me to return from nothingness next time. The starry sky you expect to see will come true soon of. The amethyst-like eyes replaced the previous azure blue eyes. It evolved and sublimated. Strictly speaking, it was infected by the magic of the void and fell. Sometimes, the world is so strange, feeling the changes in the body, has obtained the power like a god. With ancient and powerful power, Han Yan can have the qualifications to judge the world. And the thing to do now is to unify the new world and let the power of the Sea Emperor completely cover the sea. Then, continue to pursue your dreams. Void energy burst. Blink. After bringing Shirahoshi into the void, the sea outside the Fishmen Island burst open as if squeezed by violent force. Boom. The unrestrained power of the void leaked out, and a burst of huge coercion erupted, and the sudden violent air waves turned the sea upside down, causing chaos. This aura is far stronger than anyone in the world, is completely a dimension that sits shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The bottom of the sea is tearing apart. The Fishmen Island is surrounded by strands of void power, which gradually penetrates from the outside, and soon shrouds the sky above it. The island also began to be torn apart. The seawater was still tumbling and erupting, constantly trying to break through the barrier of the void. The surrounding Sea Kings seemed to have encountered a terrifying Shinigami, and no longer dared to show their faces. After a while, with the voice of the void dragon that conveyed to the heavens, it seemed to be fighting against the law of space. On the body of the void demon dragon, cracks appear constantly. Perhaps this is the catastrophe of space, but unfortunately, the body infected by void magic power is useless except for ultimate's physical or special attacks. The void above the source of space power will naturally not be destroyed by space. The dragon eye that sees through everything in the world, suppressed the magic power to an ultimate and then burst out. Soon, the Fishmen Island disappeared 123 out of thin air, and was abruptly taken into the void plane by Han Yan. Void shuttle. The next moment, the sea gradually calmed down, and the magic dragon also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in this world. Han Yan raised his slightly tired body. After all, it was quite tiring to use the magic power of the void. It has just come into contact with the power of the void, so it cannot control the power of the void as easily as the legendary gods. God, it's getting dark. The Fishmen Island. The sudden change made the people of the Fishmen Island startled. P.S. These are the last few chapters of One Piece volume. Although some of them are long-winded, I have to explain them. To avoid all kinds of confusion in New World, what the author wants is to start each volume with a wonderful plot as much as possible. It's not limited to one setting. The author is confident about whether the protagonist's strength is invincible. Also, the power of the void is currently an auxiliary combat force, not the main force of the battle. Because it is necessary to give the protagonist if you go to the New World for a suitable reason, you can't rely on the random selection of the system. In addition, the plot of Fairy Tail will be intensified, and when the new volume is released, the vote for the third world will be opened in advance. Chapter 92. The Definition of the Dragon. That sky seemed to be surrounded by a deep purple barrier of light, while the outside world was cloudy and filled with a terrifying atmosphere. There was nothingness, and occasionally even weird bugs wandered past. Soon, a black shadow appeared above the nothingness of the Fishmen Island. This is the Void Realm. The creatures inside are also void species. They have high intelligence, but don't worry, because this territory of the void is my home. Han Yan indifferently looked at the void worms and all kinds of weird creatures that spawned around him, but those guys were very familiar with him. When he first came into contact with the power of the void, Han Yan finally found it in thousands of planes. A no man's land of his own. Although there are countless void creatures growing, each creature is equivalent to the Rear Admiral level of Pirate World. Some void demons have even reached the Admiral level, but at this moment, they all serve their gods. That is Han Yan. Han Yan's current strength is probably far superior to the 4 emperors. Moreover, it is almost an immortal monster. After being infected by void magic power, basically no one can defeat it. However, it cannot be said to be invincible. Seals, curses, time, absolute physical power, spirit, soul and other forces can all damage it. Void Realm. Shirahoshi came to the edge of the Fishmen Island and watched it sink slightly, on the verge of destruction. She looked at the dark space around her with some fear, and the occasional flashes of light were the light of energy flowing from the void demon dragon. When the gate of the void opens again, the Fishmen Island will reappear on the earth. The newly born Sea Emperor ascends the throne, and the world will also usher in its new life. When these words were gradually dusted in this independent space, the figure of the void dragon disappeared in an instant and left this space. The Fishmen Island, will the land reappear? Neptune, that's not right, trust the words of the previous Lord Neptune. It seems that the outside world is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. However, we are happy that the Fishmen Island will always be Master Han Yan's home. Yes, the Fishmen Island is the home of Master Han Yan. The sound of joy on the island drifted far away, attracting the peeps of many void creatures. However, after sensing their master's breath, these creatures retreated quietly. 10,000 meters under the sea, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. As it continued to rise, gradually, the seawater was not so dark, and the feeling of darkness and depth began to gradually fade. The void demon dragon continued to go upwards. After reaching a certain depth, the seawater changed from black to dark blue, and then gradually turned to light blue. At this time, the uppermost sea surface could finally be seen. Wow, a huge shadow suddenly burst out in the sea, and exploded instantly on the sea surface. At the same time, the upper body of the giant dragon finally protruded from the sea surface, where it stood. It's been a long time, sky. Oncoming, is the dazzling sun. Not far away, you can see a large stretch of strange tall trees at a glance. There are a total of 79 trees, which are the magical plants that make up the Sabayati archipelago. Strange bubbles can be seen almost everywhere on the island, fluttering up and down, revealing a dreamlike tube. If the Fishmen Island is a fairyland, then this is also a paradise second only to the Fishmen Island, and it is also very beautiful. This is the Sabayati archipelago, and the traces left by Han Yan when he killed the supernova 2.5 years ago have gradually disappeared. The old ones don't go, and the new ones don't come. The new trees are full of vitality. Seeing this, Han Yan couldn't help feeling much better. But how many of the ships seen by Han Yan will survive? #brothers, step into the new world to find the big secret treasure left by Luo Jia, all the glory and wealth are ours. Jayahaha, if you meet the Neptune, kill him. Han Yan doesn't want to become the second type. There are two concepts of magic dragons, the magic dragon, and the world-destroying dragon whose mind is controlled by the idea of destruction. Looking at the island, Han Yan showed a smile. Han Yan is also an intelligent creature, after all, he was once human. The long-term research on the power of the void has made him more or less infected with depression, and at the same time his temper is very violent. If he is not careful, he will be swallowed by the void and become a real void dragon. Following the exclamation of this pirate, the other pirates turned their heads away, followed by the sea kings who collectively looked at the rear, thinking that it was the monster with no eyes that got into trouble with this ship with a bounty of 90 million. Barry's big pirate ship, but when they saw the terrifying shadow with a size of 1,000 meters behind them, their faces turned pale. Soon, Han Yan's sharp eyes fixed on a faint shadow that was in the distance. A pirate ship had been coated with bubble wrap, and was about to start diving. After passing here, you enter the new world in the second half of the Grand Line. But those people may not know that the Fishmen Island has disappeared. Even if they dive into the deep sea, they will face even more terrifying monsters. How to pass through the big hole below depends on their ability. The Sabayati archipelago is already in sight, and the distance is very close. At this time, the shore of the Sabayati archipelago. Laozi is the strongest man in the world, and at this moment, one of the sharp-eyed pirates suddenly noticed a terrifying shadow gradually approaching Jia on the distant sea. This is the last island in the first half of the Grand Line. Any pirate who wants to find Raftel, the final island, must pass through here after crossing the first half of the Grand Line. All the pirates also gathered on the deck, following the captain's yelling. Their emotions were high, and they felt a little overwhelmed for a while. Ah, Captain, I'm so sorry. It's Sea Kings. The captain of the pirate ship was standing on the deck, holding a long sword in his hand. Li Haohao had a murderous expression on his face, and he raised his arms and shouted. The sharp-eyed pirate suddenly widened his eyes, showing a look of shock. Zhang said. Chapter 93. On the way to Mariajoy. This size mad. It's Calm Belt's super large Sea Kings. Why does it appear here? A look of fear flashed across the captain's face in vain, and without hesitation, he quickly ordered, brothers, this is trying to stop us from sailing. Let's go together, kill it, so we can go to New World. Following the command of the captain, most of the children took up their own weapons, including guns, swords, knives and hammers, heavy weapons and cannons. Bang, bang, boom. In an instant, there was a sound like an explosion, and countless bullets shot out densely, like a violent storm, attacking the huge shadow on the distant sea. Seeing this, Han Yan's expression didn't change, but an interesting look rose in his eyes. Seeing this familiar scene, his first thought was not to rise, but the same as when he attacked a human ship for the first time more than 10 years ago. The ideas are similar. Boom, boom, boom. When the bullets and cannons were all fired, the pirates' eyes widened in vain, looking at the shadow rising into the sky as the gunpowder smoke dissipated. Looking at the magic dragon standing on the sea, I saw countless densely packed bullets and shells were surrounded by a thin black mist, and finally shattered. This scene is extremely astonishing. Perhaps such Sea Kings can be seen in the Calm Belt, and perhaps such strange powers can be seen in the New World. but around the waters of the Sabayati Islands, two combined monsters can be seen. We're screwed. Many pirates looked at this scene with a look of shock and fear on their faces, but in the next moment, the shock on the faces of these pirates turned into horror. That's right, maybe it's the legendary Sea Emperor. They looked at each other, and then saw the despair in each other's eyes. When seeing this scene, Han Yan, who originally wanted to deal with these humans, his expression did not change at all. On the contrary, there was a hint of interest in his eyes. Perhaps, when the strength reaches a certain level, it will show sympathy for the weak. Humans, too, did not take pleasure in killing ants for no reason. Roar. The terrifying Dragon King's coercion descended. The world seemed to be suddenly silent. Next moment, the waves rose up and crushed the pirate ship directly, but soon, the figure of the magic dragon disappeared. On the damaged plank, panicked heads emerged from the water. When he saw the back of the dragon disappearing in the distance, the vicious captain was stunned. Even when he thought he was going to die without a place to bury him, he never thought that he would survive today. My God, are we still alive? I don't know, does this count as saving them? At that moment, the killing intent targeted the old man. Also at the same time, as if Rayleigh had guessed it, his body shook, and then an indifferent look appeared in his eyes. He was not afraid of death, but he just didn't want to be involved in boring chaos again. Yes, Han Yan is going to kill Rayleigh. But in a sense, although Rayleigh betrayed after cooperating with him, he never made a move in the whole war, nor did he do anything outrageous to himself or his subordinates. On the surface of the sea, almost all the pirates fell into the sea as the ship collapsed and fell into the sea. Most of them did not die. When they learned that they were still alive, these pirates all had the rest of their lives in their faces, and they all jumped into the sea. Seek a chance to escape this dangerous sea. Perhaps for them, the unintentional contact with Neptune made them stay safe in the future and did not choose to enter the new world. As it paused in its thinking, a gray-haired, slovenly old man appeared in the thermal imaging. But no matter how ingeniously the breath is hidden, the life fluctuations cannot be concealed. Rayleigh, whose life and death are unknown after the war, and who disappeared mysteriously, has returned here as expected. Han Yan is not interested in the 100-year history of blank, or his thirst for knowledge has faded a lot. After all, 100 years of history means nothing to me, but Nico Robin is different. After Han Yan left, she went to Sky Island, then to the Fishman Island, and then with the Dragon Army, the two giants went to various parts of the Grand Line. The Emperor of the Sea actually let us go. Fig, Neptune. Finally, I was found. But, I don't want to leave here. I'm tired and old. I don't know. Will you do the same? What about aging? Haha, it's really interesting to talk about aging to a giant dragon that can live 10,000 years. The wings of the demon dragon have been unfolded. This is the second form of Deathwing, AFDF, but as the purple-black energy on the wings flickers, the crimson-black scales turn purple, like a fusion of void magic and flames. Unparalleled powerful power, a giant claw can easily destroy an island, even the cadres of Admiral and 4 Emperors are not enough to follow. However, the dragon of destruction in their eyes has now come to the sky above the Sabayati archipelago. For 2.5 years, the terrifying dragons that have been circulating in the sea are all bloodthirsty and cruel, and the Sea Emperor who aims to slaughter humans and destroy the world, unexpectedly let these unknown little pirates like himself go. Soon, invisible predators loom over the Sabayati archipelago, looking for a figure in perception. In vain, killing intent restrained. The terrifying coercion disappeared, Rayleigh relaxed all over, and looked at the sky in confusion, but there was no shadow at all. Find the truth of history. As if talking to himself, Rayleigh threw the trash he brought from home into the bucket, then shook his head slightly and sighed. In a flash, he laughed again. The first time I came here, I met an interesting man. The second time, that man was still there, but he turned into an old man. The third time, that man had disappeared. I don't know if he is silent in regret. Luogia Pirates, Pluton Rayleigh. I'm sorry, old friend, your temporary home, I'm going to destroy it. Chapter 94 Destroy the Red Line. Maybe Rayleigh doesn't have that kind of strength. But, Rayleigh will eventually die with the limit of creatures. What's more, when he was young, Rayleigh also helped Han Yan, so Han Yan also gave up taking the life of an old man. The dragon wings shook and leapt thousands of miles. As the violent air wave exploded in the air, the void demon dragon with the momentum of destruction finally arrived at the top of the Sabayati archipelago island. However, Han Yan didn't have the slightest intention of stagnation, so he gradually left here under the horror of these residents. Sabayati archipelago will be renovated, but that person is not Han Yan, but Dragon G, Boa Hancock. The only one who can communicate with Han Yan, not telepathy, is this woman of the same blood as himself. It is also Han Yan's default manager. In the future, if there is no world government, she will take over. But thinking about it, she will definitely not manage things honestly, so she is assisted by Alabasta's queen, Nefeltari Vivi, because the god Alabasta believes in his Han Yan. Holy Land Mariajoy, look at the tall, towering red line. Han Yan showed a thoughtful look. It has never noticed this unsightly continent, maybe it was occasionally seen before, but it has never been so unsightly as it is now. It's really in the way. There is such a big mountain. The Grand Line is directly separated, and the 4 seas are also completely separated. Ordinary humans cannot travel back and forth from the calm belt. In other words, maybe this red line will exist one day, then the Grand Line will not disappear. The analysis was relatively thorough, and Han Yan didn't think too much about it. He stared at the huge red mountain hundreds of miles away before flying into the air again. Destroy the red line, and everything will come naturally. Maybe the coming of destruction is the real rebirth of this world. From this point of view, 100 years of blank history is not important at all. People just need to remember live, let them prosper and survive in the future. It is only my words that will do. Both Pluton and Poseidon have been obtained, so what about Uranus? Maybe it was used to destroy the red line and was placed in Raftel by Luogia. Maybe, that is the great secret treasure, for the purpose of destroying this continent fogged one day. But what Han Yan is very curious about is not this question, but the source of the devil fruit. Is it born on the devil tree, or someone created it? If it is the former, everything is understandable, but where is the mother tree? If it is the latter, then the guy who can create devil fruit will definitely be the one that makes me dread kind. Those pirates want to realize their dreams. It's all because of the obstacles of the red line. However, this continent is indeed hindering the development of the Sea King's power. Dragonflight, Deathwing ships, marauder armies and islands of various factions and Sea Kings, all belong to Han Yan's rule. If the red line can be blown up and the four seas meet, then there will be no limit, and the whole world will be much easier to manage. But this is what you call a havoc. Suddenly, Han Yan had the idea of destroying red line. It waved its wings and swooped down from the high sky, its wings burned with flames that rose from the sky, and the deep and strange magic flames descended from the sky. With the dive of the magic dragon, raging fires ignited on the entire continent. 10 minutes ago, blue, blue, blue. The phone bug was beeping crazily, which was particularly eye-catching in this improvised conference room. Sea Emperor appeared. Fingers tapped on the table, a five elder said with a sullen face. Where exactly? Sakazuki, the new marine marshal who was recruited temporarily, frowned, revealing a cold killing intent. He looked down at the missing left arm, and fell into silence for a moment. In the Summit War 2.5 years ago, the Sea King ordered all the Sea Kings to attack the headquarters at the last moment. At that time, Akainu and most admirals were seriously injured, and Marine also ended up dying frequently. Kizaru is okay, the fruit ability is special, there is no abnormality. Akainu lost an arm, and Shinji also lost a leg. I have to say that those Sea Kings are indeed extremely ferocious, even if they are elemental, they may not be able to escape the berserk attacks of countless savage creatures who are not afraid of death. 0. Asking for flowers. Some people say that they saw the figure of the magic dragon flying by in the Sabayati archipelago, the direction it came from is here, the Holy Land Mariajoy. That guy is dishonest, I guess there is a new big move coming this time. Yes, I suspect, it's headed for world government. Does it have that power? What about the CP organization? It's purely looking for death, so let's report it. All members above the Marine Vice Admiral rushed to support. Facing the Sea King, can you win with numbers? In particular, it also has the ability to fly in the air. What a cunning guy. Akainu slammed his fist on the table, but he forgot that even if the Sea King couldn't fly, he couldn't match him. One more thing, the former pirate empress, seems to have become the king of the Calm Belt, and recently seems to be preparing to attack the forces of the New World. That guy Doflamingo recently, I have had a lot of interactions with 4 Emperors Kaido, and at the same time, the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin is the most law-abiding. One of the 4 Emperors died, one was seriously injured, and the other ran back to the territory. At this moment, outside the meeting room that is still being discussed. The sun in the Holy Land suddenly became pitch black, and bursts of destructive flames burst out from the sky. The ground trembled, as if the most terrifying earthquake had erupted, and the resplendent and magnificent castle collapsed instantly. The vast range of magic flames caused all substances to be burned uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? What happened? 5 Elders' office was also trembling violently. Suddenly, a big hole was cracked on the roof of the conference room, and a glaring black flame roared and raged in the sky like a tsunami. Chapter 95 The Final Battle. You deserve it too. There were countless screams, the curses of celestial dragons, and the screams of the captured slaves dying. All of this runs through one line. These world government forces finally realized a problem. The slightly difficult prey in their mouths is now easily killing and destroying their homeland. The dragon, here we come. Void different dimension meteorite. Click. A dark crack appeared in the sky, followed by countless huge irregular substances gradually appearing. Whoosh. The meteorite, rich in strong gravitational force, turned into a scorching meteor and fell from the sky with an extremely terrifying storm. There was a deafening sound of boom, and the entire Mariajoy was instantly destroyed by this huge impact. 237, wave, and the super meteorite with a length of tens of kilometers finally fell, and the terrible storm made the people under the mainland. The ocean went berserk, and the red line quickly collapsed and was torn apart at this moment, and the terrifying scene was like a god's judgment. The former Mariajoy, the former stronghold of the world government, has become a huge meteorite hole, and no celestial dragons can escape such a devastation. As if the previous Holy Land didn't exist at all, not even a trace of participating buildings remained, or in other words, there were almost no people who could still be seen, let alone the so-called world nobles. Such a catastrophe, no matter how much they can imagine, is actually a disaster caused by a void dragon. And this kind of news, the first to touch, is naturally the 5 elders and others who were full of disbelief. They hid their bodies in the ruins, and brought a group of surviving remnants with their gloomy and terrifying faces. Looking at the magic dragon in the sky overlooking the common people, they suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Roar. The dragon's might, which shocked the world, resounded through the sky with the dragon's roar. The dark clouds that appeared in the sky that day, with the light of thunder and lightning gradually approaching. The fission of the continent, prompted by Deathwing, has undergone earth-shaking changes. This terrifying dragon was covered by void magic, and then gradually fell from the sky. As a space fluctuation visible to the naked eye flashed, the magic dragon disappeared into the air, and then suddenly appeared on the ruins of the Red Line. He, human beings, perhaps, this is the first time you have met me. Very powerless, right? Han Yan's indifferent eyes stared at the figures that kept appearing in the ruins. However, when the Buster Call battleship expelled the Sea Kings more than 20 years ago, as one of the weak black snakes, Han Yan was also very powerless. However, you shouldn't exist in this world. Destroy. It raised its claws and slammed it down suddenly, and the shock wave that exploded immediately shattered the entire continent. The sharp giant claws were like 4 terrifying blades. The blade energy pierced through the mountains in an instant, the earth shattered suddenly, and the sky and the earth were suddenly covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, thunder and lightning came instead of the storm, like a doomsday catastrophe. Horrific destructive power. Under the pressure of the real dragon power, the entire Red Line trembled violently. The rocky high platform that suddenly appeared in a radius of tens of kilometers lifted Mariajoy to the high platform in the sky, and then was smashed down by the meteorite that appeared in the sky. At this moment, even the ruins of Mariajoy completely disappeared. It's as if this world didn't exist at all in the last second. Neptune, stop. Your opponent is us. The boulder was shattered, and the figure hidden in the corner of the ruins was finally willing to come out. The one who took the lead was the Elder Star who had the most say in 5 elders. Dragon, you destroyed Mariajoy. Are you trying to destroy the world? Sakazuki showed his murderous intentions, and he was full of anger without concealing it. For him, fear was far less than justice. In other words, among the powerful in this world, there are not many people who are afraid of death. I think back then, if I had tried my best to kill you, maybe I wouldn't be where I am today. Lao Xing sighed helplessly. He raised his head in doubt, wanting to see what the dragon in front of him looked like. Yes, and Han Yan bowed his head with great interest, staring at this ant-sized guy. However, the difference in height between the two is too great. If you don't have eagle eyes, you may not be able to see the head of the magic dragon that towers into the sky. You can only see the bright giant eyes, and you can barely see that it is a magic dragon's eyes. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and Marshal Sora, Kizaru Admiral, come out too. The boulder gradually shattered, and there are only a few people who are still alive on the Red Line. As for Kizaru, he came to support him long ago. Han Yan didn't know the former Marshal Kong, but Kong knew Han Yan's deeds very well. Neptune, you've been in style lately. Kill that old Whitebeard. The man called Kong-Kong, the guy with the same name as Whitebeard, Garp, and Luo, came from behind the ruins at this time. He has sharp eyes, mohawk white hair, and M-beard on his chin. He looks strong, and he also wears a coat with the word, Justice, printed on the back of the marine. The magic dragon tilted its head, analyzing the incoming breath of life. That kind of Kong-like hard aura is aggressive. 5.3 is somewhat similar to Garp's. They are the kind of people who practice physical skills. But I don't think so. Physical skills. If it's not the level of One Punch Man, as long as you can't use physical force to distort the space, you can't hit it at all. When the dragon attacks, it can't be void. HMPH. You ruined Marine, and you ruined Mariajoy at this time. If I die, I will drag you to hell. You'll die if you speak out loud. Roar. With a roar, the dragon's purple-black void breath spewed out immediately. Seeing this scene, several people quickly evacuated, who dared to confront it head-on. Immediately afterwards, the dragon's breath covered most of the Red Line's land, disintegrating and annihilating the red rock in an instant. That terrifying power made the expressions of Kong and the others change. Chapter 96. Be the food of the void. Void dimensional shackles. Han Yan doesn't want to talk about things that can be done with his hands. Since it was a murder, why bother to explain it? Buzz buzz. Holes of nothingness appeared in the 8 corners of the sky. Terrible pitch-black iron chains appeared in the pitch-black cracks. The shackles transformed into energy quickly enveloped dozens of kilometers around the Red Line, and then kept closing. Soon, the inescapable space barrier was completed by Han Yan. Oops. Seeing this scene, even a person who doesn't understand anything can guess that the way out has been blocked. Looking at the environment surrounded by iron chains composed of void magic in all directions, feeling the incomparably terrifying atmosphere, I am afraid that no one dares to try to touch the consequences of the chains. Dimension Space Mirror. After being surrounded by the entire circular iron chain, a thin translucent substance appeared in each hollow area, like a portal. When a stone was thrown out by the 5 elders, when it touched the hole of nothingness, suddenly fell from the sky injury on the top of O5. Attention everyone, these spaces are interconnected. If I'm not mistaken, the power of the dragon should be of the space type. Hey, why does it change so much every time we meet? It was alright some time ago, but now the demon dragon really regrets not being ruthless. 5 elders shook his head and sighed. Come on, shut up. It's not because you said that it's not worth the effort to worry about such a trivial matter, but now, we are all going to die. Lao Xing stared at the complaining 5 elders, and retorted plausibly. Looking at these arguing humans, Han Yan smiled cruelly. You guys, do you think these spaces are just as simple as intercommunication? What's the meaning? Several people raised their heads and frowned. The space is locked, it's like catching a turtle in an urn. Enjoy it, and come and see the visitors from Otherworld, who is stronger. As the sound fell, the figure of the magic dragon gradually faded, and then flew away from this space. Demon dragon, gone. No, not right. Suddenly, Sora's ears moved, and his face gradually changed. Not only him, but others also tried to look up and look around. Observation Haki seemed to be invalid here. The ear-piercing sound of alien screams gradually pierced through, and soon, ignorant, the ferocious worm gradually crawled out from the portal less than 100 meters in front of him, and set his sights on these humans. Zerg. Looking at those terrifying monster insects that resemble praying mantises and bees, several people were stunned, and began to doubt the strength of these things. Demon dragon, do you think that a few bugs can kill us? Throwing the corpse of the demon worm, Han Yan gradually raised his head. At this time, in response to the command of the gods to destroy these low-level beings with fragile bodies, it is natural to rush forward frantically. Of course, these guys don't have any discipline at all. They fight, rob, kill, snatch, eat, devour, and consume. Anything that can be solved with teeth and claws is prey. Even if it's the same kind, in this place it's just food. Outside the edge of the space, Han Yan stared at this scene and snorted disdainfully. In fact, he was going to do it himself, but there are too many of these bugs in the independent space he opened up. If you don't clean up some of them, I'm afraid there will be a flood of other dimensional bugs. Have loose bowels, idiot. These infected lives are these new void monsters. There are even monsters that are very strong and have their own territory. However, in this independent void world called Han Yan, they are loyal only to their god, the Nether Dragon. It was like a whistle, after the first batch of bugs died. There was a loud, buzz sound, and the alien bee swarm broke through the portal and rushed in. The terrifying dragon claw exerted a little force, and it exploded with a bang. The tens of meters-sized monster was pinched to death by the living dragon. Soon, a puddle of purple blood and flesh fell on the dragon's scale. Do you yearn for freedom? Here we go, my sweet little ones. P.S. On a whim, I don't know how to open a new book, Pirate King of the Undead. What will happen? A skeleton protagonist who is the ruler of death, a little devil, a vampire ancestor, a bug king, a dark elf, a highest-ranking demon, an archangel, a dragon man, a bunch of maids with weird lives. I'd better honestly come up with new plot codes. So it's nice to have people like Sora, Akainu, Kizaru, and 5 elders to cut down on the bugs. By the way, cultivate a really powerful different dimensional Zerg, or a different dimensional monster. The void world is exactly the same as the sea kings in the sea, the only difference is the difference in location, body shape, appearance and strength. On ways of being, no change. Staring at this cute little guy, Han Yan raised his dragon claw slightly, and lifted up this hideous little guy. Immediately afterwards, countless monsters in human form that looked exactly like tentacle monsters and horned demons also appeared. These are monsters infected by the void, and many monsters born in the void world, and although they have certain wisdom, they are full of brutal and violent emotions. Some of them were born in the void world, and some were swept in by the turbulence of space. The power of the void annihilated their sanity and destroyed their souls, but at the same time 187 gave them new life. But, that's not acceptable. Emptiness, imprisonment, is your destiny. Armament color heavy punch. Immediately, Kong sent out a burst of loud shouts, and in an instant, the earth collapsed, and the violent armament Haki shattered the earth, and at the same time destroyed the bug from another dimension. The world's top the strength is swayed, and the mountains and rivers are swallowed up. This Haki's attainments are by no means comparable to Admiral. The magic dragon floated in the air, and soon, a dazed void monster ran out of the boundary of another dimension. This worm, which is full of curiosity about the world, clumsily ran to the dragon's feet. Chapter 97 Void One-Eyed Demon. The banquet has begun. The long scarlet tongue licked the corner of the deep purple mouth, and the sharp black and dazzling long claws grabbed the edge of the portal. Soon, a giant one-eyed starry beast poked its head out from the hole in the void. At the same time, it spit out a language that others could not understand, as if it was talking about the excitement at this time. Eat them. Delicious blood food. It seemed that there was an irresistible order driving him. This overlord from the void world, the one-eyed demon from another dimension finally poked out half of his body from the hole. It has the wisdom of human beings. It used to be a one-eyed demon lost in the void world. Later, it was infected by the power of the void and turned into a violent monster. But one day, a magic dragon tore apart the space, separated and plundered the plane of space where it was located. Later, the magic dragon became its master. And now, the master commands to make it irresistible. Therefore, after walking out of the portal, the one-eyed demon uttered a sharp hissing sound. The violent sound waves stimulated the human auditory nerves, as if the ears were about to explode. Be careful, a monster comparable to Admiral will come out. It seems that the strength is still very strong. Damn it, what kind of ability user is that dragon? Why did it attract so many monsters that don't belong to this world? As the highest power holders of the world government, several people are highly capable and know a lot about various situations. But such a weird thing is simply unheard of, let alone how to deal with it. The only good thing is the intuition and keen judgment of the strong. Hiss, ho, Horrifying roars came from the mouth torn under the one-eyed demon. The upper body of this one-eyed demon was covered in purple-black color, and several sharp bone spurs grew out from the body that looked like a strong demon, which seemed to be its unique arms. The edges of the spikes are dark purple, with the magic of the void lingering on them. Shish! There was a sharp sound of breaking the air, and a long pitch-black thorn was thrown out forcefully by it. That deadly sniper pierced through the space with terrifying power, and suddenly, the spikes disappeared instantly, turning into a wave of void. Immediately afterwards, behind Kong, a ferocious bone spur suddenly appeared. Ah! Kong let out a mournful muffled sound, and saw a hard long thorn deeply embedded in the back of his left arm covered with armor. He squinted his eyes and snorted coldly, then pulled out the bone spur. Before he had time to react to the loud boom, Marshal Kong's figure flew out like a cannonball soaring into the sky, and his body hit the person behind him. On the mountain peak, the remnant of the ruined hill was smashed into pieces. What's going on? Why is observation Haki useless? And, what kind of ability is that weird bone spur and that one-eyed monster? Slightly pushing aside the rock beside him, the corner of Marshal Kong's mouth oozes blood. Although the monster is very powerful, it is only stronger than Admiral. But that weird bone spur. And that mysterious poison, it's really terrifying. Are you all right, Sora? 5 elders expressed concern symbolically, while also being vigilant about the movement of other void monsters. Nothing. Kong shook his left arm. It was already purple and black, the blood seemed to be frozen, and gradually disappeared into the air. Seeing the flesh and blood on the arm being continuously digested and decomposed. This horrifying scene made Kong gritted his teeth and sighed, and then chopped off this area with a hand knife. The power of the void, if you don't have a special constitution, you can't touch it at all. Therefore, the magic power of the void is like a poison. However, this terrifying magic power is innumerable in the void form of Han Yan, and even what flows in his blood is also the power of the void. Otherwise, why is it called Nether Dragon? The one-eyed demon didn't leave Marshal Kong the slightest chance of survival. It roared, its terrifying flesh body, and its special ability to control local space. It was simply outrageous on the battlefield designated by Han Yan. Disappeared. When Sora looked up again, he found that the one-eyed demon had disappeared. But a dangerous aura came from behind him, and before he could turn his head, the fierce giant claws directly pierced the body covered in armed colors. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood dully, and soon, a ferocious giant mouth opened, biting his neck, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Can't resist. No. It can't be stopped at all. Maybe Kong didn't know until he died, that higher creatures in the void would have the ability to travel through the void. Only people with space power can basically prevent this kind of monster from sneaking into the void and waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, if it weren't for the surrounding environment disturbed by Han Yan, the one-eyed demon would definitely not be Kong's opponent. But observation Haki was blocked, and Sora was already old, and he was no longer a young and powerful fighter, and there were various factors in his death. Although the strengths of the two are quite different, Lion Majesty can usually kill opponents many times bigger than it. The struggle between life and death is not determined by strength and strength. Empty dead. Looking at the movement on the other side, the venue has been swallowed clean. Staring at the bloodthirsty light in the one-eyed demon's eyes, 5 elders felt nothing but powerlessness. Armed color iron knife. His hand straightened instantly, covered by the jet-black armament Haki, and followed by killing several void monsters. 5 elders and the others stepped on the moonwalk and jumped up, constantly killing with Tempest Kick and their own skills in the air. And after Akainu was elementalized, these bugs naturally couldn't do anything to him. It's a pity that the continuous swarm of insects also made him dare not be careless in the slightest. If he was slower, he would be injured. After his physical strength was exhausted, he had no choice but to die. Void swarms, void fiends, void monsters, and other hordes of streaky 8-gate emerged from the cave. Time passed by every minute and every second. In the boundary, there were only crimson rays of light and pitch-black blood as companions. There was also a sharp sword glow directly splitting the foot of the mountain, along with the mountainside and ridge vertically. Divided. Chapter 98. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. But in this space shackle that cannot escape, as long as Han Yan's physical strength is not exhausted for a day, they will never be able to escape. But it felt like the time was running out. Han Yan didn't have the heart to continue spending it, so he simply performed a finishing move. Void Black Hole Annihilation. Seeing the exhaustion of these guys' physical strength, Han Yan didn't want to waste any more. It has been 3 hours, and these swarms have more or less been reduced. At this time, only the 3 of the 5 elders, Akainu and the wretched Kizaru, are still alive. Dragon. Suddenly, it seemed to feel the killing intent from the outside world. After the group of void monsters quickly receded, Akainu suddenly shouted, and he showed a helpless smile. You are very strong, but justice will never perish. The last tone of the voice was roared out by Akainu, which echoed in the space continuously. But soon, this moment, the sky above the red line is already densely covered with darkness. Thick dark clouds envelop the entire holy land of Mariajoy, and there seemed to be a terrifying atmosphere brewing in it. Once it erupted, it seemed to completely destroy the world. 257 time and space seemed to be frozen, stagnant at this moment. The chains of the surrounding void quickly gathered together, like a shattered dream. Countless fragments continued to collapse outside. The earth, water, air, flame, and light were swallowed by the black hole, and the terrifying force gradually closed, a black hole from which not even light can escape. This is the power of the fusion of dark fruit and the void, the black hole annihilation. The space is constantly twisting and collapsing, expanding for several kilometers without showing any sign of stopping. However, there are several huge potholes on the red line, and as the black hole gradually expands, it extends over a wide range. Finally, with the silent swallowing, the light came from another direction. The red 10 continent has been destroyed. A bright hole appeared, and Mariajoy on the red line and the person in charge of the world government were swallowed and annihilated by the black hole. Matter disappears, enemy perishes. The death of the continent, and the roar of the sea. Looking at this scene, seeing that all of this was caused by himself, Han Yan sighed with emotion. AFCA shook his head slightly and sighed. Actually, the magic dragon is not invincible, but you are too weak. It seems that due to some exhaustion of physical strength, Han Yan looked at the pierced red line a little tiredly. Perhaps it is easy to destroy it in general, but it is very tiring to destroy it with a high-level power like a black hole. The red line, the ring-shaped continent that crosses the Grand Line, is named for its red soil cover. It divides the 4 seas, and the ring-shaped continent that divides the world's oceans into 2 parts is the greatest obstacle, and the Sea Emperor destroyed Mariajoy, leaving an indelible mark on the red line. And red line, a huge hole was also naturally opened, and the seawater flowed and converged from both sides. At the same time, this place was called Haihuangaling by later people. After a few months, since the Sea Emperor destroyed the red line and the world government, the actions of the 4 emperors became restless. The name, Han Yan, is circulating throughout the sea, as if in everyone's hearts, the world has been ruled by this dragon. But these strange things were all ignored by Han Yan with a smile. Leaving aside whether others will fall in love with Han Yan alone will not be in love with those mermaids and human girls. It is not that Han Yan has a high level, but that the level of the creature is different and the vision is also different. What's more, Han Yan has no plans to get married in one place for the time being, but it's not absolute. If it is a beauty with strong strength and excellent race, do you think Han Yan will be tempted? Gradually, it has become respect and admiration today. In the process of communicating with him, many girls who admire Han Yan even threatened to marry Han Yan. Not long after, though, at Dressrosa. This resort-style tropical island is known as the fairy country of love and passion. It was the base of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a former member of the 7 warlords of the sea. He built a factory here to manufacture artificial zone devil fruit and ruled the whole kingdom. As for the holy land of Mariajoy and how this mysterious battle unfolded, no one knows, and no one can know. Nine Snakes Island still looks the same, the only difference is that the people on the island have recognized this big guy who looks fierce but not very cold. The fear and timidity of the past. For the Neptune organization that marched into the New World, this country was the first to perish. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. On that day, a natural disaster struck. Countless swarms of void insects enveloped the country, and a scene of an abnormal demon king's invasion was staged. The subordinates of the demon dragon, led by 2 right-hand men of the dragon army, destroyed the country. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. At the same time, I also went to Nine Snake Island. However, Doflamingo disappeared on the battlefield invaded by demonic insects. I don't know if he died in the hands of some void creature, or maybe, he hid in a certain place and buried his name under Fang Yin's name. And this, especially in the Fishmen Island. But most of them are murlocs who admire and love each other. If they really want to get married and have children, I'm afraid no one of them has considered it at all. Laughs. At the same time, Doflamingo's life and death are unknown, and the Don Quixote family seems to disappear mysteriously. The whole country fell into broken and ruined doomsday. This stronghold of Doflamingo's lifelong painstaking efforts was easily occupied by Han Yan's forces, and no one dared to speak out. Han Yan returned to Calm Belt. After all, there are people and predators. And living wonderfully is the most important thing. P.S. Although there is no explicit mention in the article, there are currently 2 heroines, the Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi and the Dragon Princess Hancock. In short, the protagonist still travels through various planes mainly in animal form. Don't worry about the book, it's a monk's article, the later stage of the article, the ending will not be bad. After all, the right to change the type is in the hands of Han Yan, and the author can't help it. Da Fog. Chapter 99 New World Pattern. The stronghold of Doflamingo's lifelong painstaking efforts was destroyed by the forces of the Sea Emperor. Not only the tragedy of domestic residents, but also made Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, furious. Why did the Emperor of the Sea focus on this barren place? How did a group of weak humans mess with this big guy? But no one would explain it to them. But those who are interested know very well that this is the Sea Emperor who is about to reshuffle the cards. I am afraid that the whole sea will change. The world belongs to Neptune. This sentence has been circulating for a long time, until the invasion of the New World Sea Emperor forces and ushered in a complete reform. As if taking root, Kaido, who had been in the hospital for many years, finally appeared after killing Doflamingo's forces. And this guy somehow found Han Yan's location, and had a one-on-one conflict with him. Kaido's immortal body undoubtedly restores his vitality very quickly. But for Han Yan, who possesses the magical power of the void, it is simply death. The so-called immortality is just a little difficult to decompose nourishment. However, the blame lies in Kaido's special ability. Han Yan clearly remembered that the guy survived for more than 30 seconds under the decomposition of the magic power of the void. Later, he shot it himself, and it took some effort to eat it. And half a year has passed, maybe Kaido has already been digested into dregs. The magic dragon does not have 3 urgencies, because its abdomen is like an independent space. When the space storage reaches the limit, Han Yan will replace a separate space. This is also the ability he has after evolving into a void dragon, and it is also the answer to why he can never get enough to eat. The layout has been set, and the 4 emperors are sorted out almost. However, Han Yan, the aunt of one of the 4 emperors, and the red-haired one of the 4 emperors, did not do it himself. Instead, they didn't attack the 2 forces, because the sea still needs to run, and if everything is cleaned up, it will definitely be much more chaotic. Among the forces that still exist today, the Sea Emperor is the largest, and controls the rights of all countries in the entire world at the same time. It is like the New World Government, but it is different from it. The person in charge is Long Ji, who only belongs to one of the forces of the Sea King, followed by the Fishmen Island, which has Poseidon Shirahoshi, and the entire Calm Belt Sea King's army as their strongest backing. Different Yu Longji and others, the Fishmen Island is the most loyal team to Han Yan. The third force is the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army will instigate the overthrow of the country's regime, and its style is mysterious, and ordinary people do not know their actions. However, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, respected the Sea Emperor very much. Even after the world government was destroyed, he did not make any special moves. Instead, he took the initiative to find the Sea Emperor's forces and put forward a reason for wanting to cancel the rule, but was not directly rejected by the Sea Emperor, but later chose to cooperate with Long Jiboa Hancock. The Revolutionary Army has a relatively large influence, and Han Yan did not choose to destroy this organization. Because the Sea King's power is already the largest in the world, and the Revolutionary Army is acting as a vassal of the Sea King's power. At this time, a certain island. A man with blonde hair, sunglasses, and a pink feather coat looked up into the distance. Young master, that demon dragon is really ruthless. Everyone on the island has been wiped out, and there is no scum left. Another man whispered to Doflamingo, as the remaining people looked somber, watching their former homeland be destroyed. In the end, he just shook his head and sighed. We want revenge. One person wondered, revenge. Since the other party gave him a lifeline, he is smart and naturally knows what to do. Quote. That sinister, evil grin is back on his face. Now that Kaido is dead, the world government and the celestial dragons are dead. The obstacle of being bound, and the feeling of discomfort, finally disappeared. Doflamingo laughed heartily. He looked at the family members behind and said, I declare that the Don Quixote family is disbanded. Young master, are you really planning to give up your foundation? 0. Having said that, Doflamingo never thought of revenge on Han Yan. But if anyone of the Sea Emperor's forces is attacked, then he, and his family, will be uprooted within 3 days. Doflamingo hooked a silk thread with his fingers, instantly cutting the clouds in the sky. Then he clenched his fist, and then let it go. Sea Emperor is not an ordinary monster, it is 10,000 scarier than that guy Kaido times. We don't have any hope of revenge, but the world has been ruined, and even if we resist, we are like ants trying to kill the sky. I'm tired, Dragon Slayer, I don't want to do it, nor will do. 0. Ask for flowers. P.S. The next chapter is the final chapter. Speaking of which, why didn't Doflamingo be killed? And there are still many things that have not been explained. The main reason is that the book is a comprehensive manga, so it seems relatively hasty to prepare for the new volume. So much so that a part of New World's plot can't be carried out the number of words. Moreover, if everything is explained, it's not the rhythm of the end. It's better to sum it up together, and it's not the kind that leaves and never comes back. Soil. Having said that, Doflamingo turned and left with the signature smile of cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Being the king and hegemony has become a thing of the past. Now, let the dream shine into reality. What? He didn't doubt the ability of the Sea Emperor at all. The reason why he didn't kill his group for so long was probably that the Sea Emperor simply ignored himself and others. The sun shone behind him, and gradually walked into the shadows. The darkness covered the face of the clown, but gave his gloomy heart a breather. It seems that the dream was completely shattered, and what was rejuvenated was just the idea of a man longing to have a family. The wind raised his coat. Watching the tall man leaving, the members of the Don Quixote family expressed their gratitude. He glanced at it, and then followed decisively. After all, they are not following power, nor force, but Don Quixote Doflamingo, the man. In this world, there is never a shortage of passionate people. However, death is treated equally. So many strong people have died. There is no need for us to follow in the footsteps of those guys. Chapter 100 Raftel, Neptune's story. Raftel. This is a place where 4 islands intersect in an X shape, and it can also be said to be a dream land. Most pirates aim to find the ultimate treasure One Piece and become the king of One Piece, and this goal is in Raftel. There are ruins on the island, as if it is the relic of the end, and there is no so-called gold and silver treasure at all. The emerald green plants are mixed, appearing to be chaotic and disorderly, and the mysterious creatures that occasionally pass by tell the story that this is a place where few people come. The island was peaceful, but at this moment, a part of the sky suddenly shook. What is that? Several ferocious beasts were taken aback. They felt a trembling sensation from their souls, and retreated one after another, running far away. The original fierce beasts of July 20th are like pets at this time. They widened their eyes and saw the sky and the strange distortion in that sky. To be precise, this is space distorting. Suddenly, the empty space suddenly swayed like ripples on the surface of water, and soon, the space twisted, and it turned into a roaring dragon with teeth and claws. As if it were real, a lifelike dragon gradually emerged, and the distorted space merged with nothingness. Soon, a terrifying pitch-black crack appeared, and one or two ferocious and sharp claws tore apart the space. It seems to be born out of thin air from the void, and it seems to be separated from the space. A magic dragon suddenly appeared above the island. An invisible coercion shrouded the island of Raftel. The magic dragon floated above the sky, as if it replaced the sky, and the dark clouds all over the sky seemed to be trembling and surrendering for this breath. Raftel. Han Yan spread out the dragon claw, on which there were 4 pieces of broken historical text signposts, then stared at the island and fell silent. One of these 4 historical text road signs was obtained on Zou Island, and at the same time, the magic dragon conquered the elephant owner with strength and made him surrender easily. A piece is in the hand of 4 Emperors Kaido, which was obtained by accident after Han Yan ate Kaido. One piece was in the hands of 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, a wise man who took the initiative to send out signposts to show no hostility. Although the whereabouts of the other piece is unknown, it was obtained by the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, and naturally fell into the hands of Han Yan. A ruin. No. It's a ruin. The island is a mess, it looks like the civilization of ancient people. Is this the history of human beings in this world? But Han Yan didn't care about these things. He came here this time to try his luck and see if there were any good things. And this Raftel seems to be a relic of a certain country, and there is also a weird thing, like a weapon. There are a lot of creatures on the island, but they are all weak and inferior to the lowest level creature, bug, in the void. If you have time to read the history of human beings, it is better to delve into the book of Destruction and Birth, in the void. The wings slowly unfolded, and at the same time as Deathwing's fierce eyes lit up, at that moment. Several void portals were exchanged by Han Yan and then placed in the Fishman Island, Tiandao, Nine Snake Island, Dragon Island and other places, and the last one was placed in Raftel by him. The terrifying heart wave was accompanied by the magic power of the void, spreading in all directions, like a terrifying thunder and lightning, and the speed was unpredictable. Now that the red line has been destroyed by itself, a big hole has been destroyed, and the rest depends on human beings to figure out a way. The world government has changed, and it has become a national alliance, and the power of the Neptune is all over the sea, unrivaled. The residents on Tiandao also began to have contact with the land, and the trip to the Fishman Island came to an end. Laugh. 3.9 Who doesn't want to get the mysterious powerful power? The power of the Sea Emperor cannot be described in a single book. A little black snake more than 20 years ago has grown into the strongest dragon now. Possessing the power beyond this world and the ability to easily destroy the red line, in the eyes of countless people, isn't it a temptation that is more deadly than drugs? After this sound fell, in the east, west, north, south, the front and rear half of the grand line continued to echo the sound of surprise and shock. After learning the source of this voice, they all showed joy and greedy desires. The next 100 years will be the age of the Sea Emperor. The dragon claws slowly lifted up, and then gradually fell down with terrifying void power. Near the void shuttle door, Han Yan gradually tore apart the space, and this extremely weird scene happened at this moment. The magical power of the void broke through the shackles of space abruptly, silently. Through Mingming's magical power in the void, Han Yan tried his best to convey a dragon roar to the whole world. However, what he said was not a lie. When leaving the void portal behind, a red leaf, a red flower, and a scarlet seed were planted by him. Dreams will never be terminated. Human beings, do you yearn for the power of the dragon? Everything in this world, the last chapter of history, the mysterious undead power. Go find it. Go to Raftel, go to find your endless dreams, and pay for your desires. I, Han Yan, put all the devil's seeds here. I'm going to leave, like a young man who left home, more or less. I'm still a little bit reluctant. The era will eventually end, but the story of One Piece just died out. More or less, it's a bit boring. Passionate people, maybe, I can give you a chance. It seems that he has already seen the era of madness in the future. Han Yan showed a cruel smile. Perhaps for him, greedy people are destined to make the Sea King's power continue to evolve and grow. The destruction in the past and the rebirth today, Haihuang has left an indelible impression on many people's hearts. Even if the new Haihuang is born, Shirahoshi will never be able to replace the position of Han Yan in the hearts of countless people. That indescribable, unattainable mysterious dragon is immortal in this world. However, this is a good place to leave space coordinates. Chapter 101 This is just a story about a dragon. This volume is over. The old gods left behind the devil fruit tree, which became devil fruit and created the world. Han Yan left behind a life demon seed, which will eventually grow into a forbidden fruit, an undead monster that prolongs human life indefinitely, and it will eventually change the world. It's time to go. I want to ask if I have anything worth commemorating. Han Yan tilted his neck and thought for a while, showing a strange gentle smile. I didn't bring anything with me when I came, why did I have to take it with me when I left? I'm just a predator, but at the same time, I'm also the clever monster. Farewell, my rival, Hancock. Farewell, my junior, little Shirahoshi. Farewell, my servant, Triss. Farewell, my friend, Abyss. A fissure in the void suddenly appeared, and this pitch-black fissure fell inch by inch, seemingly slowly, but in fact it was already above the speed of light, and the spreading speed of the power of space was extremely terrifying. At this time, the dragon's body gradually hollowed out, and then a stream of light flashed and disappeared. Sky Island. This is the dreamy cloud island located 10,000 meters above the sky, and it is opposite to the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters below the sea, with the sea as the center. Like a dreamlike heaven, everything is made of clouds, and there are also seas and beaches, houses and roads here, which are made of sea clouds and island clouds. In this country, perhaps countless people don't know that it didn't exist here more than 10 years ago. This is the former residence of Tien, commonly known as Tiandao. At the same time, this piece of Sky Island also has a nice name called Paradise. On Sky Island, the god who governs the people of Sky Island is named Tien Triss, and at this time, the edge of Sky Island. The blue-colored contact lenses looked at the clouds in the sky, which seemed to be a dragon soaring with wings, and Triss showed a look of memories. I heard it was heaven, talking. The corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc, she closed her eyes, put her hands on her chest as if praying for blessings, then opened her eyes wide, and a crisp voice sounded. I also found out your real name. It seems that the name is Han Yan. Hee, I wish you good luck, as the god in Triss's heart, Master Han Yan, have a good journey. Dragon Island. Abyss, who was offering sacrifices and baptisms for the dragon every year, suddenly froze for a moment. She, who was already in her maiden season, raised her head in confusion, and looked in the direction of the giant dragon statue. For some reason, a sense of loss surged into her heart, she seemed to have sensed something, and spread out a piece of bowl-sized scale in her arms, which was still glowing, and suddenly became pale and colorless. Mr. Bad Dragon, you will definitely come back, right? Definitely will. Suddenly, she yelled. Then she lost the sacrifice to the general process, and when the heart wave entered her mind, she rushed into her room holding back tears, and kept recalling the days when she was with the dragon in her mind. However, Abyss is not so fragile. She will always wait for the next return of Mr. Bad Dragon. After all, Longolin can't lie. And she is the dragon priest. And New World has gradually kicked off. This volume is over. We don't believe it. 9 Snake Island. After all, this is just the story of a dragon. It will be corrected later. They will not pay for Han Yan's words. It seems to be a white Valentine today. Anyway, no girls give presents to the author. Ha 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 ha. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. Hey, the words of the magic dragon. Finally, ask for flowers, collections, and rewards. If you're really that good, then you're not Han Yan. Don't make me wait too long. After all, I'm the only dragon in this world now, and also, your only relative. Perhaps other people didn't understand the words of the Sea Emperor, and only regarded it as a reward from a magic dragon. And those who understand can more or less hear that this is what Han Yan did on purpose, and that the dragon will never come back. As if there is a tacit understanding, seeing the still water surface like waves. Dragon Priestess, Dragon Princess Boa Hancock stared at the dragon statue expressionlessly, and soon, she revealed a moving smile. In the last the Fishman Island, Shirahoshi's cries resounded through the sea and the Sea Kings were also rolling, especially Han Yan's 3 Sea Kings apostles. After Han Yan's breath in this world disappeared, they became irritable. But soon, after the message that was spread towards the sea ended, it began to quiet down. After all, a magic dragon is a magic dragon, no matter how beautiful. Han Yan said 157, it can't hide the fact that it used to be a predator. In every corner of the world, Alabasta, Straw Hat's ship, Dragon Island, Sky Island, the Fishman Island, 9 Snake Island and other places, these words sounded at the same time. P.S. Hey, is this volume finished? The next volume seems to be Fairy Tale. FK, hurry up and prepare, no matter how lazy you are, you won't be able to play anymore. There are many time slots for Fairy Tale, so I won't reveal the plot for now, but one thing I can say is that it is definitely a magical development. The plot should be tighter, and it won't look too watery. In addition, it doesn't matter whether you have seen Fairy Tale or not. Everyone who writes by the author jinxing can understand it. It seems that the author has only watched anime and checked some information. If there is something wrong, please point it out. Chapter 1 Visitors from the Ancient Continent. Damn it. This distorted chaotic space. Roar, dragon roar. No, if this continues, I will really die. There is more and more fog in the void. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to escape, when the space collapses and the power of chaos invades, I will be completely annihilated here. Roar, dragon cry. The next moment, the glass-like space suddenly shattered, and in the dark crack of another dimension, a figure of a dragon struggling in chaos appeared impressively. It is impossible to absorb energy in the turbulence of the void. The only thing that can be done is to use the void physique on the body to survive, but if it is invaded by the chaotic forces outside the void, it will be a disaster. Walking in the nothingness, based on the space gap. Today's Han Yan finally feels what fear is. In this endless void, it seems to recall the scene of diving into the bottom of the deep sea as a black snake. How similar the two are, how cruel. Coming, looking at a space coordinate that was torn apart with all my strength, looking at the light that emerged from the nothingness, the depth seemed to be the gate of hell leading to the abyss. But Han Yan didn't hesitate anymore. Even if the real hell is on the opposite side, he will become the king of hell, just to survive. But in fact, he was exhausted. There is not much energy available at all. Traveling through the space of different dimensions countless times has consumed most of his physical strength, and even the magic power of the void has disappeared with the turbulent flow of the void. The only thing he can breathe is his own void world. Gradually, the light became brighter and brighter, and Han Yan had no chance to escape. It could only break through the nearest plane, but it was a wormhole in the turbulent flow of the void. It's really a surprise, but if I travel through this space-time hole, I may be able to find a good habitat. I hope everything is like this. Quote, the bewildered eyes of the void demon dragon became refined, and it stared at the deep dimensional wormhole, showing a helpless expression. I hope that the time will not change randomly. After all, there is no law in the space-time hole. At the last second, Han Yan opened the space-time tunnel, and the entire dragon body got into this huge tunnel. With a shake of the dragon's scales, endless purple void magic power surged up, and the surrounding turbulence could not hurt its body. After all, this is the power of the void, a mysterious power that can walk in countless planes. However, under the absolute destructive power, everything will be wiped out, just like evaporated water vapor. Even the water vapor does not exist. So, almost at the next moment, that beam of light that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth, split a slender ray of light in vain on a certain otherworld mountain. After the ray of light split, it gradually increased, and soon, it fell vertically into the depths of the valley. Buzz. This is not a roar or an explosion, but a terrifying annihilation force that seems to ripple the air and ripples in the space. When this beam of light touches a Setsuna on the giant mountain, it is not an explosion that happened in that area, but an explosion. Instant nirvana. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black monster fell miserably into the depths of an abyss-like canyon. The continent of Ishgar P.S. During the reign of the Dragon Clan, not aslant. This is a world full of magic, a world where magic is the mainstay and magic civilization is unfolding. In this world, however, humanity, the constant protagonist, is not the ruler of the continent. The real ruler is the dragon. That's right, human beings are powerless like ants in the Ishgar continent, a world ruled by dragons. The most powerful magic of human beings is of no use to the dragons. Rather than preventing the dragons from invading, it is more like a childlike resistance. Dragons have absolute power, and absolute advantages to rule the world. And only dragons can kill dragons. It is such a world. In a certain period of time, there is a sudden distortion in the uninhabited mountains. Immediately afterwards, a visitor from the otherworld who shuttled through the space rift landed on this ancient continent. Boom. As terrifying as an earthquake, the mountain was crushed by the body of the dragon descending from the sky, and it was directly annihilated like a misplaced space. The earth fissioned, and the surrounding tens of thousands of meters were crushed by the huge force carried, rumbling into a depth of 100 meters underground. And soon, the magical power of the void on the dragon's body quickly spread to the surroundings, like the demonic energy that destroyed the world. The terrifying force swept away all the life in the surrounding 100 miles. Any substance such as minerals that contains energy, let alone life. But the energy swallowed by the void is insignificant at all, even less than 1/10,000th of Han Yan's damage power. Lifting the tired dragon claw, Han Shok fell powerlessly into the square meter-sized abyss that was smashed out. Quote, quote, exclamation mark, quote. A dragon's chant of complaint resounded through the heaven and earth, causing countless birds in the distance to shoot in fright. It really hurts. It seems that it will take some time to recover. I hope there are no powerful predators around here. Although it can't move, as long as Han Yan is given a period of time, the endless natural energy will penetrate into its body. It won't take long before a large amount of strength will be restored. Anyway, for now, Han Yan only needs Li Haojiao to scatter the invisible predators away, and life forms hundreds of kilometers around will appear in its senses. The only thing worthy of vigilance is whether there are any creatures in this world that threaten their own destiny. But the facts have proved that Deathwing, as the king of black dragons, can easily hunt and kill the strongest dragon in the world, even Han Yan, who is seriously injured now. Ordinary dragons are only tens of meters in size, and the Dragon King level is only 200 to 300 meters in size. And Han Yan is more than 1,200 meters long. In terms of this size, it is completely at the level of the Dragon God. However, it was unable to move, and it really became a useless dragon at this time. Chapter 2: The Sleeping Place of the Devil. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, Han Yan had been lying in this place for almost 2 years. Whether 2 years is long or not, to Han Yan, it is as short as 2 seconds. But for humans, it is enough to do a lot of things. New weeds have covered the canyon. Ever since an adventurer witnessed the meteor falling from the sky event 2 years ago, he ran to the human kingdom in horror and declared that it was the beginning of the destruction of the world. And the mountain that disappeared mysteriously after being destroyed is also called the Devil's Abyss. The incident was rumored, and it was originally a simple matter, but it was made so complicated by people. As a result, not many people dared to find out for 2 years. Either they were caught and killed by dragons when they went out of the city, or they died in the hands of other monsters. Occasionally, some approached the abyss less than 10 kilometers, and their spirits were destroyed by the terrifying coercion, and they became nervous and finally died without knowing where. Anyway, the abyss is one of the most terrifying and dangerous areas in the world. Perhaps, the only person in 820 who knows who is sleeping in the abyss is the legendary fire dragon whose name is unknown. On the day when the meteor fell, it witnessed the terrifying power of landslides and ground cracks, and witnessed the beginning of everything. However, it did not dare to step forward to find out. As a giant dragon, it ran away in fear. Until later, both humans and dragons listed this place as a forbidden area. Of course, the forbidden area is not as simple as everyone imagined. In fact, it was not the one-sided words of the fire dragon that were listed as forbidden areas. It's because all those who go to the depths of the abyss, whether they are humans or dragons, are dead. That's right, they are all dead. The survival rate is 0, almost 100% dead. The closer you get, the more dangerous it is, and this legend has not been completely spread until 2 years ago. In a certain adventurer's hotel, a plain-spoken person was flamboyant, and at the same time, when he mentioned the devil's abyss and the fire dragon, he showed the slightest fear. Born, is there any more? Nonsense, why is the version I heard different from yours? I remember it was an iron dragon, why did it turn into a fire dragon? The other man frowned, and said with some displeasure, don't care what kind of dragon it is, it's just those nasty dragons. The man named Born spat, as if venting his dissatisfaction. He took out the few hundred J money in his pocket, then shook his head and sighed, complaining, it would be great if I knew magic. I really envy those rich people who can live in big towns, how can they be like us, enduring the dragon's invasion every day, maybe he will die someday. Stop talking, you still want to learn magic. Can you get into the strongest Mildian school of magic? Without money, you can't even go to the royal city. A handyman at the adventurer inside, mercilessly mocking the young man's dream. After all, what he said was right. Wangcheng was short-lived happiness in exchange for the safety of many surrounding towns. At least some mages in it could stop the dragon's pace. However, there are very few such people, and at the same time, it is also a glimmer of life left to human beings only after the dragons have to be exterminated. Fart, I will definitely become a wizard, believe it or not. I will not just sit and wait to die like this. Born clenched his fist and put the wine glass on the table, but when he saw a guest coming, he lowered his voice a bit. Humph. The AFAG man who was in dispute with him was also attracted by the new visitor, and his originally angry face gradually stretched out. Looking at Chiburn, who was blushing, and another worker in the adventurer inn who dismissed him. A middle-aged man came over, laughed, patted Born on the shoulder, then said Shang. The royal city is indeed very prosperous, but that place is not something that ordinary people can go to. If you don't have any talent, it's absolutely impossible. You should work honestly to make money, and one day you will be qualified to practice magic. After the words fell, the door opened. Crunch. Born still wanted to speak, but soon, he shut his mouth. The guest in their eyes just now came slowly from the outside, and gradually opened the surgery door. Guest, what do you want? Born sorted out his emotions, then walked forward quickly, asking in a friendly and enthusiastic voice. 11. At the door, a tall man was standing there covered by a pitch-black cloak. He stared at the three people in the store, then turned his neck mechanically, feeling an indescribably weird feeling. Quote. Seeing this scene, Burn swallowed and couldn't help but take a step back. Humanity. Deep in the brim of the hat engulfed by the darkness, two dark red light spots flickered irregularly. The figure in the black cloak gradually raised his head, revealing a shadow in the hood. It seems that because of the sun behind his back and the bandages wrapped around his face, people can't see his face hidden in the hat clearly, at most he can only see a trace of outline. The store manager. The man who argued with Born before said cautiously beside the store manager, he must not be a ghost. Gulu. The throats of the two wriggled up and down, and they all broke out in a cold sweat. Then they watched the strange person in the store attacked by the eerie aura. During this time period, generally few people come here. Moreover, this is a very remote place. People with a little bit of money choose to live in prosperous hotels. How can anyone come here? The black shadow didn't speak, just stood there strangely, staring at the three of them without moving. And the three people in the store didn't dare to say much. Just like that, the two confronted each other for a few seconds. Humans, what is, here, place? The hoarse and strange voice was intermittent, as if it came from the sky, or from behind the black shadow. The trembling feeling almost like facing the devil made the hair of the three of them stand on end. Chapter 3 Humanoid Void Fog. This is Gai Las, a remote town near Wangcheng. We are an ordinary hotel in the west of the town. If you need anything, please feel free to say hello. Turning his eyes, Burn said it quickly. When confronting Sombra, he seemed to be facing some terrifying monster, but after saying these words, he immediately felt a lot easier. Guy Russ. Hearing the young man's words, Soy Ying seemed to be meditating on something. Exactly. Frightened by the terrifying aura leaked from the shadow from time to time, the store manager, Born and another migrant worker nodded desperately while guessing in their hearts that the man in the black cloak in front of them might be some powerful magician Tien. Thinking of this, Born asked suddenly when the shadow was thinking. Quote. The black shadow raised his head, and the scarlet eyes greeted him. Born shrank his neck in fright. Excuse me, are you a mage? Born asked cautiously. Wizard. The black shadow made a suspicious sound, he raised his gauze-wrapped arms, and fell into silence like a manipulative puppet. Magician is a general term for people who can use magic, similar to magician, but it is very different from traditional magicians' nonsense, which Japanese manga, magician, is the same as traditional Western magicians. Isn't Dao? Born asked suspiciously. However, Sombra didn't answer him, or Sombra himself had nothing to say. He turned his body mechanically. Since he knew the information he wanted, he naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. Wait a moment. Seeing this scene, Born, who was eager to learn magic, knew in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, he would never have another chance. Anyway, my intuition told Born that the black figure in front of him was a mage, at least he could do magic. Therefore, fearing that the mage would leave like this, he subconsciously took a step forward and reached out to grab Sombra's hand. However, the next moment, he was stunned. Empty. Without hands. No. Born suddenly recalled that it was this hand that pushed open the wooden door just now, but why? This weird guy has no hands. Human. Let go. Born raised his head in a daze, looking at the twisted and inhuman neck. Seeing this horrific scene, and the indifferent eyes above it without human emotion, cold sweat invaded Born's back. Born. UBD, what are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the guests. As if seeing that something was wrong, the experienced store manager hurriedly scolded the young Born, accusing him loudly, and at the same time he lowered his head and apologized to the shadow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Born, who regretted his rudeness, hastily bowed 90 degrees to express his sincere apology. At this time, his heart also flustered, as if he had discovered some terrible secret. Frightened him into a cold sweat. The weird man in front of him has no hands. But just now he clearly saw the door he pushed open with that hand. Could it be? Is this the ability of magic? Thinking of this, the fear in Born's heart decreased a lot, and at the same time, there was more reverence and yearning. Without saying much, Sombra just pulled out his hand indifferently. After giving Born a cold look, he turned and walked out the door, as if he didn't care about it. And Born looked at the back of the black shadow leaving, sighed hesitantly, and then silently turned his head back to wait for the punishment from the store manager and the ridicule from his companions. In the past 2 years, since the legend of the Devil's Abyss was born, it seems that the dragon's limelight has been suppressed. But in the recent period, in the territories of various towns, there will be some news about dragon attacks every other year or several months. What Born heard every day, if it wasn't that village was wiped out by a giant dragon's breath, or a certain city was destroyed by an unscrupulous dragon. Either, it is how long the powerful mage persisted in fighting the dragon before being defeated, or how long the great record of blocking and delaying the dragon's pace. 0. Asking for flowers. But in the eyes of many people, including Byrne, it is all negative news. It is impossible for human beings to be compared with dragons. No matter how powerful human beings are, their magic power will always be lower than that of dragons. The natural gap cannot be made up by the day after tomorrow. For this situation, human beings have nothing to do, because this world is ruled by dragons, and human beings are just lingering under the shadow of dragons' rule. 0. This is the news collected by the fog avatar created by Han Yan today, 2 years later. The figure in the black cloak left the hotel and gradually walked into a remote alley. It raised its arm awkwardly, then looked at the arm that seemed to be broken, and then quickly bulged. A trace of purple-black void mist gradually scattered outward, and soon, the black cloak gradually changed. The hood that covered the eyes was gradually lifted by both hands, an endless fog appeared in the air. After removing the face sealed by the bandage, the only thing left is a shadow made of black mist. This is no human being, it is simply a mass of terrifying void black mist. And its owner is the void demon dragon who has been silent for 2 years. Dragon is the ruler of man. The group of human-shaped void mist made a sound that came through the space, and its body. Han Yan tilted his neck to think, revealing a thoughtful thought. Why does this world feel inexplicably familiar? The void mist was talking to himself, but Han Yan couldn't tell the specific familiarity. Perhaps in his decades-long history, he may find a similar picture. But that was a long time ago, and now Han Yan is full of interest in the so-called magic. Chapter 4. Brontosaurus invading villages and towns. Speaking of which, this illusory mist avatar is really difficult to control. But it seems that he found an interesting toy. Han Yan finished it happily, at least find something in the process of slumber pleasure. Since there is no visual system, what the mist sees is only a picture similar to thermal imaging, and then communicated to his mind, gradually simulating the shape. More importantly, there is no auditory system, and the sound heard by the mist is the sound that can be discerned through the void. As for things such as touch, taste, senses, etc., they don't even have the 2 most basic abilities. How could the mist group have such advanced things? Therefore, the unconscious void fog becomes something like a coordinate screen. In addition, the fog does not have physical attack capabilities. You can only use the only void magic power to affect the enemy, but the important thing is that the mist is similar to summoning a magician, and you can use the power of the body through space. Therefore, although it is a fog, it is better to say it is a moving coordinate. And Han Yan's body can break through many spaces at any time and come to the battlefield. The venomous sun cast scorching light on the ground, which is definitely not a good thing for the 257 people in the town. But for the Dragon Clan, it is a very peaceful climate. Their strong physique makes them stand at the top of the food chain. And generally in this kind of weather, the dragon is restless. At this time, on the outskirts of the town, an arrogant dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Roar. A huge sound resounded in the air like an earthquake, which shocked the entire human beings in the small town of Gylas in an instant. And Born in the phantom shadow not far away also noticed this sudden change. At the edge of the town, the tremors of the earthquake gradually sounded, and a hideous scaled dragon with teeth and claws annihilated dozens of houses in the blink of an eye. The town turned into ruins, and at the same time, the huge dragon suddenly flew into the sky. Roar! Ah! Roar! Ah ha ha! It came to the sky above the town, looked at its masterpiece, and showed a cruel smile. At the same time, it uttered AFCE, angry and contemptuous voices towards the humans on the earth. Ants, I am Akarad the Thunder Dragon. If you anger my humble life, you will pay the price for what you have done. The voice was full of anger. Looking at the Thunder Dragon floating in the air in the distance, Han Yan was unnaturally stunned. When he saw this giant dragon for the first time, he was completely disappointed. Where is this dragon? It's just a hideous and ugly lizard, which is much worse than a real dragon. What's more, dragons are divided into levels just like humans. And judging from the strength of the vitality of this brontosaurus, even the level of the Overlord Sea Kings is not as good, or even weaker. But dragons can do magic, which is much better than Sea Kings. However, after feeling the breath of this dragon, Han Yan inexplicably felt a sense of embarrassment. It's right to say that Han Yan, the king of dragons Deathwing, is not just disappointed when he sees a bug that calls himself a dragon, acting recklessly. But not everyone is as Han Yan thinks. For the humans in this world, no matter how ugly the brontosaurus is, it can't cover up its terrifying power and incomparable strength. Bourne looked at this terrible scene with a pale face. He had seen it in a real sense this time. It was that kind of invincible power. At this time, he wanted to escape, to a pure land without dragons, but the reality told him that he had no chance to escape. Looking at the brontosaur that seemed to be angered by some human being in the sky, what happened next made Bourne break out in cold sweat all over his body. That brontosaurus didn't intend to communicate with humans at all, it just opened its huge mouth full of sharp dragon teeth after a threatening word. Ants, tremble under the thunder. Bourne heard the panic of people on the street, and at the same time, he also noticed the huge figure in the sky. At this time, he ran out quickly regardless of the panic of the store manager. This is something that can't be helped. In fact, Thunder Dragon doesn't intend to let any ants go. In addition, it has made up its mind to kill and destroy this humble land, and at this time, Thunder Dragon Akarad's big move has also been brewing successfully and finally plans to release it. This is the dragon. However, their begging for mercy was of no avail. Moreover, Dragon's Roar is an ability that every giant dragon must have, which is exactly the same as explained by Han Yan. What's more, if a dragon can't even breathe, it can't be regarded as a dragon at all. Thunder Dragon's words ignited thousands of townspeople. At this moment, they all crawled down in horror. They were begging for mercy, begging this terrifying Thunder Dragon to let them go and give them a chance of life. In the mouth of the dragon, the constantly jumping golden light shone with terrifying brilliance. When Han Yan saw this scene, there was a curious rhythm in Han Yan's originally indifferent eyes. Look, it's a dragon. Without any chance to repent, the terrifying roar of the dragon erupted from the sky in that Setsuna, and the golden thunder and lightning tens of meters in size instantly penetrated the entire town. In just a few seconds, the town turned into ruins. The horror of the brontosaurus made all the surviving humans feel the horror and trembling from the bottom of their hearts. The Thunder Dragon's Roar. P.S. Western giant dragons and Eastern dragons cannot be considered as one type of creature, but they are both classified as dragons. In addition, anyone with the word, giant dragon, will be called a Western dragon in the book. The existence of void and mist clones is of little significance, and will not appear for a long time. The third form has not yet appeared, not this puppet black mist group. That's right, a dragon. If it can breathe, it means it still has the basic qualities of a giant dragon. Because, the thunder and lightning in the sky have gradually filled up. That's right, the angry brontosaurus wants to destroy the town with its terrible breath, but the breath has another name in this world. It's called Dragon's Roar. Chapter 5. No one dares to be so arrogant on my cookbook. Thousands of thunders are galloping, and there seems to be a furious thunder dragon roaring in the sky. As the gloom hangs over the ruins of the town, a golden light is gradually born. Ah, don't. Who is it? Who angered Lord Thunder Dragon Akarad? Come out quickly, don't kill everyone. I don't know who yelled, and a large group of townspeople began to accuse and abuse. Amidst the insults of these ignorant people, a girl wearing a black cloak, holding a magic wand, with her head down and a sullen face shrank back in fear, and then hid behind the shadow of the house and fell into silence. The shadow covered her face, but it could be seen from those shining eyes that she was very scared and flustered now, and this tragic shadow could not hide the fragile heart behind the big eyes. Master Thunder Dragon Akarad, please give us a little time. Yes, we will definitely find her out. Roar. But this ferocious brontosaurus didn't give these people a chance at all. Although some members of the dragon clan stood from the human point of view, this brontosaurus didn't seem to belong to that category. What's more, he was irritated by unknown humans, so he didn't think about anything at all when he did things. Ants, you all have to die. The violent dragon chant sounded, and countless thunder and lightning surged crazily. Akarad knew what he was doing, but at this moment it looked at the ants on the ground with disdain. In his eyes, these insects had angered him, and he could only vent his anger by killing them all. However, it ignores a person, or a group of manipulated void mist. Thunderbolt. The misty black figure gradually raised his condensed head, he looked blankly at the sky, and at the thunder dragon that roared unscrupulously. Soon, A golden thunderbolt fell from the sky, instantly killing an innocent human not far from Han Yan, leaving only a scorched black residue. Seeing this scene, his mood was ordinary, but his brows were frowned in vain on the expressionless misty face. Bug, ho 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 ho. Watching and watching, He Ying suddenly laughed strangely. That laughter was like a rolling wave, unintentionally overwhelmed the screams of countless people, and overwhelmed Thunder Dragon's tyrannical laughter. Ho, who is it? The Thunder Dragon Akarad, who was awakened by the gloomy laughter, suddenly looked around downwards, and the ferocious appearance on its face with veins exposed narrated the anger at this time. It's you. Suddenly, it saw a tall black figure making a strange laugh, with a body that was 2 meters high and looked like a strong warrior. But that slightly thin shadow didn't have any human scent. However, the angry Brontosaurus Akarad didn't think about it at all. Being laughed at by a human ant was a great insult to him. Bug, I'm hungry, so, I'm going to eat you. He Ying showed a bright smile and uttered a sentence that left countless people stunned. Hungry. After hearing this sentence, the originally angry Thunder Dragon Aguilard was stunned for a moment, and then became furious, as if he was suppressing his chest that was about to explode with anger. Soon, the violent thunder and lightning turned into a streamer, and in an instant came in front of the black shadow. Boom! Thunder and lightning pierced through the shadows, and countless dusts flew up, and just when the Thunder Dragon Akarad thought that this human being would be instantly killed, something strange happened suddenly. I saw that black figure swaying in the dust, and then the body that was split by lightning gradually merged together, and the surrounding air became even colder. Strange, monster, he didn't die, that person, is a mage. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. Thunder Dragon twisted its body, staring at the black shadow on the land with ferocious eyes. Not dead, then eat you. While many people were peeping through the wall, the Brontosaurus hovered in the sky for a second, then went straight to the man in the black cloak, opened its mouth and swooped down. 0. Little guy, there is no one as arrogant as you in my recipe. However, you are much smarter than the average sea kings with low intelligence, but I still think you are stupid and pathetic. The moment Thunder Dragon threw down the black shadow, a big hole was smashed out in the ground. In the cracked ground, Thunder Dragon climbed up shaking the dragon body, looking at the pierced figure in surprise. The feeling Han Yan gave it just now was clearly like a mist, and for some reason, a familiar trembling feeling rushed to the back of the Brontosaurus Aguilard. You say I'm a little guy. Humph, a humble ant. But after hearing Soy Ying's words, Thunder Dragon immediately stood up and looked down at Han Yan's clone in the void. The two big and small formed a stark contrast. Gia smells like her. Looking at each other, the black shadow gradually raised an arm made of pitch-black fog. Seeing this scene, Thunder Dragon panicked for no reason. But just when it realized something was wrong, it glared fiercely at the black shadow. Don't play tricks, go to hell. The roar of the Brontosaurus. The golden Thunder Dragon's breath was spurted out by it, but the next moment, the Thunder Dragon Akarad suddenly found out in horror that his body flew upside down as if uncontrollably. Ah, look at the sky. The sky, what is that? The distorted space trembled in the atmosphere, and soon a pitch-black crack was torn open. Under the gaze of He Ying's scarlet eyes, a cruel smile gradually appeared. In the sky, there is the breath of a dragon. Suddenly, the mysterious girl who angered the Thunder Dragon Aguilard stared blankly at the sky, and in the torn-apart space, a black dragon claw that covered the sky and covered the sun and covered the town. Masamune. The terrifying dragon claws grabbed the tiny body of the Thunder Dragon Akarad in an instant. The status of Thunder Dragon and Sombra overturned Da. In an instant. Chapter 6 The Dragon Claw That Tears the Sky. The earth-shattering vibration made the surrounding atmosphere surging, and the clear and crisp sound of the space being shattered made the surrounding situation change color, and the extremely terrifying Longway leaked out with a touch of deterrence. In an instant, the entire town of Gylus collapsed, and the Brontosaurus was also caught by the huge black-scaled dragon claw. Who? Let go of me, let go. The Brontosaurus Akarad, who was still angry, became panicked at this moment. It looked at the sky in a panic, and the giant claw protruding from nothingness was firmly grasping its own body. No matter how I struggled, I was like an ant that fell into the sea, humble and insignificant. In the history of the Dragon Clan did not have such a huge dragon at all. Just one paw is much bigger than Archulurd's, 220, a Brontosaurus with a size of more than 10 meters. After seeing this scene, the people on the ground were dumbfounded. Even Born and the mysterious girl raised their heads dully, staring at the huge dragon claw emitting black air. Is this a dragon? If it wasn't for the fact that the aura was exactly the same as that of the Dragon Clan, anyone would suspect that the owner of that giant claw might be an ancient demon god. If the Dragon Clan really has such a giant dragon, then even if there are 10 times as many human beings, there is absolutely no hope of a comeback. And the Dragon Clan rules the world, and it will exist forever. At this time, Rayleigh Akarad is about to be the first dragon to be pinched to death by the Void Dragon. This unparalleled terrifying power makes him feel powerless and desperate, and at the same time, he is talking nonsense. Shout, Dragon King, no, Lord Dragon God. Don't eat me, I didn't mean to offend you. Ah, don't. Bang. The dragon claws closed suddenly, splashing a pool of blood mist. Immediately afterwards, a pile of purple-black void mist surged up, absorbing the blood greedily. After learning that the breath of life poured into the body, and feeling the abundant life energy, the dragon claw reluctantly withdrew it from this end of the space. And the black shadow on the ground, the raised right hand, also retracted accordingly. Humble. Bug. A contemptuous voice floated away from the black shadow. He could have stayed away and watched these humans being slaughtered. But if he doesn't take action, then it will be the same as what Thunder Dragon Akarad said, if human beings are ants, then what is he, a predator? Isn't it worse than ants? Since I was so lucky to meet a guy with good taste today, it would be a pity if I didn't eat it. What's more, the entire Guy Lars human beings combined is not half as powerful as this brontosaurus, let alone its purity. A black cloak like a cape shrouded the figure, and a pitch black hood covered his face. The strange and inflexible body turned around in the airwaves when the dragon claws that tore the sky left, and the strong wind lifted the long robe, just like the back of a dark king. And people, also deeply imprinted that back view in their minds. Especially that mysterious girl, at this time, wanted to rush forward, stop Han Yan's pace, and ask what happened to that dragon claw. Born and other young people looked at the back of the wizard in shock. Because people in this world want to know one thing, can humans kill dragons? The girl holding the magic cane froze for a moment, then quietly followed the shadow, and gradually left the temporary refuge. The mysterious man left. Oh, wait for me. Anyway, what Han Yan didn't know was that he had been targeted by a strange guy. People who were deeply shocked by that terrible scene looked at themselves who were still alive as if they were dreaming. In this world, although there are not too many superpowers who can stop the existence of dragons, they can even fight dragons for a long time under desperate resistance. But human beings can't really hurt the dragon. After all, in terms of magic power, human beings are more than one rank lower than dragons. He did it. He summoned the hand of God, holy. This is definitely a big shock to people who were in despair. The girl was not simply shocked and delighted like the others. As a young and excellent mage, the girl had to be more thoughtful. So she decided to take a gamble to find the power that could kill the dragon. If she succeeded, then the magic that could kill the dragon that she thought in her heart would definitely be born. If it fails, no matter how weak the dragon is, it is not something humans can fight against. And that magician actually used powerful magic to kill the dragon. But from the mysterious shadow man, the girl found new hope. Maybe this is a new beginning, or maybe this is the beginning of a nightmare. Hand of God. The big deal is death, and there is only one chance. If I can successfully research the powerful dragon slaying magic, I will definitely get it. However, only dragons can kill dragons. Is it really necessary to use the power of a dragon to complete it? But, how to use it? I don't know who yelled, and the people who were silent in shock suddenly burst into tears of joy. Because this is an impossible legend for the Ishgar continent that has been ruled by the dragons for a long time. If that's really a dragon's claw, I really don't know what to do. Hopefully, as those people think, it's magical powers. Looking up at the shining sun seems to indicate a good start. In the hands of that mage, the dragon is like an ant. No, it is even worse than an ant. A pair of big black eyes, staring like a calm black sea, flowing like stars flying away in the sky. In the depths of the girl's beautiful eyes, what is reflected is the figure in the black cloak. Seeing his strange steps gradually going away, the girl patted her face, took a deep breath, and stood up resolutely. She pushed 4.3 away from the abandoned wooden boards beside her, walked out of the shadowy back of the building where she was hiding, and followed. Chapter 7 Boss, are you missing the pendant on your leg? P.S. Just to clarify, the protagonist is not in human form, and the void avatar won't last long, it's just an empty shell. Wangcheng, this is a prosperous and rich city. In less than a day's trip, Han Yan came here. Don't ask how he got in. Anyway, when he came to the central city of the kingdom, maybe the dark mage-like outfit betrayed his identity as a fake mage, so the soldiers subconsciously let him in. Of course, along with Han Yan, there is also a strange girl. Sneaky, staring at the tall black figure from time to time, and then quietly followed. But in fact, even if human beings are full of greed, it does not mean that human beings are irrational. Even though the girl wanted to get close to Han Yan's avatar of void mist, she was always stopped by an inexplicable emotion. The girl dared not move. The tall black shadow was full of a violent aura, which was more brutal than a dragon and more deterrent, spreading around from time to time. The eerie atmosphere made all the people who approached this mysterious magician subconsciously retreat 3 points. Even girls are no exception. In this country, there is the strongest magic academy, Mildian Academy of Magic. But at this time, the dragon has not yet invaded, and the country has not perished. Naturally, the strongest Mildian school of magic has not been destroyed. In the Mildian Academy of Magic, many talented wizards have emerged, and there is a young man named Jareth among them. And recently, this young man named Jareth didn't know what happened, and actually researched the R system and the solar eclipse gate privately. Later, because Jeff's research was not recognized by the students, and he also said that he was angry with Angsalam, the god in charge of life and death, and planned to expel Jeff. And now, it seems that the day when the boy Jeff was announced to be expelled is not far away. The appearance of the Void Mist clone this time is actually for hunting. The purpose is to help Han Yan recover his strength. In 2 years, the power of the magic dragon recovered by 1/10. Since the action was blocked, it was inconvenient to go out to plunder, so Fable had no choice but to hold back this idea. At this time, in the corner of Wangcheng, on the bustling street. Wow, that guy's eyes are so scary. Hiding beside the hotel door, behind the trash can, behind the corner of the wall, and behind the shadows of the alley, the girl kept trying to peek at Han Yan's face from all angles, but she still couldn't see the face under the hood of the black cloak clearly. But she was not in vain. At least in the scene when Han Yan turned around just now, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes, although they were more vigorous than blood, but those eyes did not contain any vitality. Instead, they were full of violence and different. And when Han Yan looked at the girl, his eyes were full of indifference. Most of them were as indifferent as looking at ants. Scare me to death. Moreover, for some reason, the girl always felt that this guy was very weird, definitely not like a normal human being. It is estimated that the other party should have discovered him. If he keeps following him, maybe something bad will happen. Humanity. Facts have proved that Han Yan's empty shell body, no matter whether it has senses or not, but from the many unusual signs, he can also guess that he is being followed. If he does not consume the power of the body, he cannot perceive the breath of life of the creature. Consuming the power of the main body is a bit of a fuss, and he doesn't think his body will be targeted by someone who robs money. As for the purpose of the other party's visit, Han Yan could guess to some extent. Nothing more than about the power that killed the dragon yesterday. In the hotel, Han Yan found a place to sit down. He doesn't need to eat, nor is it because of exhaustion, but to digest information about the current world. At the same time, he is waiting for the little bug that has been following him. Thank you. She walked forward step by step, and came to the front of the black shadow, and then Nuo said, hello. As if being watched by Han Yan, the girl scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. The girl's voice was full of tension, as if worried that Han Yan would refuse. When the girl just stepped into this medium-sized hotel, she heard the chattering voices of the guests. Seemingly misunderstanding what Han Yan meant, the girl looked around and sat down opposite Han Yan. Seeing this scene, the eyes behind the black cloak flickered irregularly. However, Han Yan's next answer was the same as she thought. When Han Yan was about to make a move, the good girl suddenly bowed her head and sincerely thank you for saving me. Suddenly, the girl yelled, and then realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly approached Han Yan in a low voice and whispered, "That's right, a powerful mage like you does have such qualifications. Mage Master Tutor, can you accept me as a disciple? Do you still lack the pendant on your leg?" She looked in the direction pointed by passers-by, and immediately saw those dull, but full of strange, eyes. Han Yan didn't open his mouth, and looked at the girl who came over proactively, showing a hostile expression. "Hey, that Brontosaurus, you killed it. Thank you." Han Yan tasted the meaning of this sentence, and let out a cold voice. "I see, you are the one who provoked that bug." "Bug? You mean that Brontosaurus? My god, you call a dragon a bug. In my memory, I have forgotten many things about getting along with human beings. Even when I first came to human society, Han Yan was full of various discomforts. There was even an urge to destroy this place, but he suppressed it, otherwise it would be really hard to imagine what it would be like for a 1,000-meter level magic dragon to descend on the kingdom in person. Hey, that guy has been sitting there since just now. Is he a mage? I don't know, but it's really scary to use the same appearance." Chapter 8 Terrible Master Han Yan. Roll. Faintly spit out a word, Han Yan rejected the girl's request. In the pupils that do not contain human emotions, there is not a single trace of change due to the pitiful expression of the girl pretending. "Master Sorcerer, you can't do this. You have great power, and you should make some contribution to mankind." Cough cough cough, "I'm not accusing you. But, accept me as an apprentice, okay?" The girl stared blankly at Han Yan, and then pleaded with him as if she was about to cry, but unfortunately, in the dark hood, there were extremely cold eyes. "Get out of my sight." Han Yan was very upset that an inexplicable human being followed him for so long, and wanted to get involved in the power of the void in vain. If the main body is here, I'm afraid it will directly eat her. No time to explain. But the girl doesn't know that Han Yan is actually very dangerous at this time, but if she gives up now, then she won't be the person who pioneered a new trend in the history of fairy tale. The girl nodded obediently and stood behind Han Yan. As the other party said, "Get out of his sight." So the girl came to stand behind Han Yan silently, like a student who was punished by the teacher, and it was indeed the same for outsiders. Passers-by shook their heads when they saw this scene. Making such a cute and beautiful girl stand still shows how strict the wizard is. However, they all have self-knowledge, and they didn't dare to accuse the fake demon Shimada. Just when the girl wanted to be delighted with her cleverness, Han Yan suddenly spoke. "Come over," Han Yan said indifferently, as if he had changed his mind. He stared at the girl's well-behaved figure, his eyes flickered, as if he was paying attention to something bad. "Master Sorcerer." Feeling the inexplicable scorching gaze, the girl retreated subconsciously, put her hands on her chest, and then yelled nervously. "I'm not a wizard." Han Yan's plain voice sounded, and he thought of a good idea. Maybe he could use this human girl to achieve his own goals. Introduce dragons and human mages into the abyss of demons, and then serve as nourishment for the body. Then, the void dragon can come to the world in person. Actually, it is also possible now, but it came inexplicably, a world, and I haven't figured out if there is a living god in this world, and besides, there is no looter who will plunder unscrupulously in New World. Name. The mage who thought he was going to chase him away suddenly spoke, and the girl froze for a moment, with a surprised expression on her face in vain. "Yeah, Mr. Sorcerer, my name is Irene, and I'm not from this country. I'm a little wizard from outside." He. Just call me Irene. I don't know what your name is. The same black cloak opened a corner as Irene jumped with joy, revealing the crimson hair inside. However, Han Yan has no impression of this guy, nor does he have any relevant memories. Han Yan, Then Master Han Yan, what kind of magic do you practice? Your identity, I'm talking too much. After hearing Han Yan's succinct answer, Irene nodded vigorously, realized that the question was wrong, stuck out her tongue cutely, and then closed her mouth. Magic, I don't know. If it is magic, Han Yan does know a lot. But all of them are magic for combat, basically all magic of destruction. All kinds of dragon breath, flames of hell, world-destroying lightning, earth fission, void rupture, black hole annihilation, skyquake sea dragon, etc. There are also many big skills. But Mr. Han Yan, you may be in trouble. Aaron thought for a while, then spoke. Trouble, yes, it's about the dragon clan. Heck, you killed that nasty thunder dragon. Actually, this is already a declaration of war on the dragon clan. At present, as far as the dragon clan is concerned, as long as no one dies, no, in the case of undead dragons, the relationship with humans is not so urgent, at least not purely killing humans for pleasure. Of course, this is based on the fact that the dragons have no casualties, and now the warlike Brontosaurus is taken by you. 0. Seeking flowers. Irene said with some concern, but Han Shi didn't change his expression. Is that so? Finished speaking, can you get out of my sight? Irene looked at the black shadow in shock, and when she saw the impatient look in the black shadow, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head. She quickly said, Mr. Han Yan, didn't you agree to accept me as an apprentice? Humans, don't challenge my patience. In vain, there was an ultimate cold breath from the black robe. All of a sudden, Irene seemed to feel a panic scene. In the seemingly dark void, a huge terrifying dragon towered between the clouds, looking down at her with undisguised murderous intent in her eyes, which made Irene both his legs trembled, as if he was about to collapse on the ground weakly. Being targeted by this murderous intent, Irene came to her senses. Master Han Yan, she took a few steps back subconsciously, seeming to understand. Han Yan has no intention of accepting himself as an apprentice at all, and this guy is not easy to get along with at all, the so-called cold face and warm heart. It is a wrong judgment. Cold outside, cold inside. No wonder it is called Han Yan. Is such a terrifying person really human? Really, I see. Staring at those indifferent eyes, Irene lowered her head aggrievedly, then gradually turned around, wanting to leave here. P.S. Irene will not be accepted as an apprentice by the protagonist. A real apprentice, let's not talk about it. The fake injury on the main body is mainly for the foreshadowing of the following. In addition, the distance from the appearance of the protagonist's main body, it's not far away. In the recruitment of the third form, those who have ideas, if you are interested, talk about it in the book review and Q group. In addition, today is 5 more. 1. Chapter 9. Are you bored? Lousy is not human. Maybe you don't know that the Dragon Clan is not all aimed at the human race. In the Dragon Clan, there are also Peace Faction and Fighting Faction. The Peace Faction is closer to humans, and there are also dragons who are friends with humans. The Fighting Faction, or the Hawk Faction, itself looks down on such ant-like creatures as humans. For some unknown reason, the Brontosaur that was angered by Irene invaded the small town of Gylas with the intention of killing humans and nothing would happen, but in the end it was destroyed by Han Yan, who tore the sky apart. Squeezed to death. This is definitely not good news for the Dragon Clan, not to mention that they are more convinced that it is just a magical power, but if it is magic, can humans kill dragons with magic? How is it possible? But no matter what, I still don't want to believe this fact. May 13th. However, just when he doubted whether humans had mastered the dragon-slaying magic, the fire dragon Ignolu spoke. It said that it had witnessed the whole process of the meteor falling from the sky, in the mountains thousands of miles away from Gylas 2.5 years ago. And the hole that was smashed out was later known as the Devil's Abyss. Ignolu said that it was lucky enough to see a terrifying shadow, and the owner of that huge figure seemed to have a pair of dark, scaly and terrifying dragon claws. Regarding Ignolu's words, Qilong thought it was a dragon, while Tianlong thought it was the coming of the dragon god. No matter how they went to the Devil's Abyss, they were all hindered to a certain level and could not move forward. Those dragons who forcibly broke in all died tragically without exception. However, what is the connection between the death of Akarad of the Thunder Dragon and the Devil's Abyss? According to rumors, it was a weird wizard who used summoning magic to summon the terrifying dragon's claws and killed the Brontosaurus Akarad. And a dragon claw is as big as Akarad, so its owner, the Dragon Clan, can't believe what kind of dragon or creature it is. I'm afraid it is not an exaggeration to be called a god. Involuntarily, the Dragon Clan recalled a legend in ancient times, a legend about the dragon of destruction. The dragon killed the gods and destroyed the gods. Eventually, dragons ruled the world. However, the dragon of destruction disappeared, and there are not many dragons that exceed the level of 100 meters. But even the dragon of destruction, it may not be as big as Han Yan, right? 1,200 meters, what is this concept? It is the circumference of the body. It would take an ordinary human being to run at full strength for about 5 minutes to complete the run. If you want to say whether fairy tale has gods, there are indeed, but there are not many of them at present, or the creature, god, has been extinct just like the legend of the Dragon Clan. The only one left, probably only one. And Han Yan naturally knows that there is a god in this world. Although he hasn't figured it out, one thing he can be sure of is that god couldn't beat him, and he was even weaker than him by not a little bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't see myself seriously injured, and wouldn't dare to show up. Maybe that god is hiding in a corner, using a remote crystal ball to monitor the world, or maybe looking for an opportunity to attack him. However, the power of the Void Demon Dragon is just like the legend of the Dragon Clan in this world, killing the god is only an instant. But Han Yan killed Thunder Dragon. In vain, the slightly petite figure behind him also stopped, and the slender, cute braided Irene just looked at Han Yan like this. Han Yan left the inn. The gap between the two was too great, which made the so-called god not dare to make a move in vain. What's more, since Han Yan came to this world, there hasn't been any big movement. Of course, for now, this god temporarily belongs to the lineup of humans. Because he will help humans destroy the dragons, and then slowly kill humans. But he was inexplicably wanting to say, Mom sells batches, and it was the kind of thing he was going to say now. She is very persistent, because her country is also occupied by dragons. If she does not find the power to stop the dragon, then the time she left the country will be completely in vain. And when she thought she accidentally angered a brontosaurus and was about to die, but met Han Yan. I am not human, killing the dragon clan that made humans despair. This made Irene 1.0 ecstatic. She searched for a long time, and finally found someone with that kind of power. If you let her give up at this time. Eileen looked at the gradually enlarged void mist ball, and seemed to feel the terrifying power inside. She closed her eyes and quietly waited for Han Yan's punishment. This is God's plan, the plan to use dragons to kill people and erase magic. Chi-Chi, Han Yan is a dragon, but does not belong to the dragon family. He is a predator of another dimension, and he is also very good at conspiracy, but his strength is too strong to bother to do it. But Han Yan is different. Han Yan is an outsider. He is also a highly intelligent creature, not a fool. It also has its own plan, and the plan is probably fishing. No matter how strong the enemy is, come and eat one, come two and eat a pair. Whether it is human beings, dragons, or other life forms. For Han Yan, as long as it can be chewed, whether it is known or not, it is food. But one thing is certain, even if Han Yan doesn't teach Irene the dragon-slaying magic, the god of this world will try to let humans obtain this power. And let humans and dragons fight, and then magic is extinct, then he is an invincible existence, and there is no threat at all. The strange voice gradually sounded. The tall black shadow gradually stopped moving, and a strand of deep purple void mist gradually condensed, and it gradually spread and concentrated, then formed 10 spheres and appeared in the palm of Han Yan. How is it possible? I won't leave, you killed me. I won't blame you either. But, I just want to say, you killed the Brontosaurus Akarad, behind it is the entire dragon clan be the backing. If you just leave like this, then mankind will definitely fall into an unprecedented catastrophe. I only beg you, as a human being, to be kind to your compatriots. In vain, a voice made her feel like she was in an ice cave. Chapter 10 The Birth of Dragon Slayer Magic. I'm not human. After saying this, Han Yan gave her a cold look. What? Irene was dumbfounded, and she hurriedly said, if you're not human, then what are you? Fairy, demon, god, I'm a predator, but if you want to know the race of my current body, I don't mind telling you. Han Yan smiled strangely, and then revealed a smile that he thought was very kind, but in fact it was very scary. My name is Han Yan, the king of black dragons. If you don't mind, I ask you, you willing to be food for the void? Ah, with a bang, the wand in his hand fell to the ground. Irene stared at Shui Lingling's big eyes in a daze, then opened her mouth wide, looking at Han Yan with a dull face. Irene couldn't believe her ears. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky hit her head, and it was like someone poured cold water from head to toe, making her whole body numb. All this happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that IO5 Lin felt like a piece of poor paper, being blown and ravaged casually by the storm, and at this time she looked at Han Yan again, full of emptiness and despair. It was hard for her to imagine that the giant claw that tore through space that day would actually be this guy's body. No, it must not be true. If you are the king of black dragons, how can you kill your own bag? Aaron seems to want to quibble, wanting to deny the fact that Han Yan is a dragon. Ho 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 ho. The eerie laughter made Irene's hair stand on end, and a pair of bright eyes flashed in Han Yan's dark hood. And the other bodies made of mist also trembled, and he whispered, compatriots. Are you joking? I am not the same creature as those bugs. In this world, I am the true dragon like no other. Other bugs, Han Yan thought for a while, and said with a bad taste. At most, they are the products left by a certain lecherous dragon. Ha, I'm not the kind who is so boring the ultimate dragon. I, the marauder, got it, human little one. At this moment, the ferocious aura was unmistakably revealed, and Han Yan's undisguised dragon temperament exuded. That rebellious, insane aura of disdain for all things put Irene under a lot of pressure, and she couldn't breathe. Madman. Irene said something in a daze, but at the same time she also came to her senses, keenly grasped a loophole in Han Yan's words, and said, then you mean that you are not the same kind of creature as those dragons? Of course, little human, what do you want to say? Han Yan seemed to be smiling inwardly, but his appearance remained indifferent. He wanted to see what this little human girl, who knew she was going to die but was not chaotic, was thinking about it. Having dealt with sea kings for 20 years, and contacting humans for less than a year, although Han Yan still forgot the way humans think, he couldn't hide the fact that the master of his soul consciousness is humans. Mr. Han Yan, Master Dragon, what do you think of the dragon race? It seems that your attitude towards them is not very friendly. Besides, how do you think of humans? Irene asked cautiously, but she didn't plan to leave safely by herself. What she wanted to know was what this terrifying dragon at the level of a demon god thought. Maybe it's because the aura of the void clone is not strong, but Irene doesn't care. After all, if someone who has really seen Han Yan's body can maintain this calmness, Han Yan will be convinced. Because Han Yan also knows that his body is too terrifying, and sometimes he can't help but doubt when he sees it, is this magical dragon full of destructive power really him? Dragon, I have already told you, if you insist, it is food. And humans, toothpick meat, does not contain nutrition, and has no energy. Tell you, if the people in the world are as barren as you, then you can rest assured, I will never eat people. At most, just destroy the world directly. When Ben heard the previous sentence, Irene was very nervous. When she heard that Han Yan didn't eat people, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. However, when Irene heard that the world was directly destroyed, her heart collapsed. However, I'm curious, why are you pestering me so persistently? Bully me, can't I attack physically? Han Yan is very depressed in his heart, the mist clone who can hardly attack physically, that is, he cannot hit Irene. At most, the devouring nature of the mist of the void can be used to kill the other party, that is, both die together. More importantly, it is not troublesome to create a clone, but after running so long, the clone died just like that. It is very troublesome to run back and forth again, to resist the evil dragon clan. When mentioning this, Irene's expression suddenly became serious, and she even forgot that the strange man in front of her was the Black Dragon King. Resist dragons. I asked 203U, is there anyone among you humans who can kill dragons? Han Yan thought for a while and asked doubtfully. Quote. When I wanted to say that you are, but Irene suddenly heard the fact that the monster in front of me is not human and said something depressed. Then what can kill a dragon? Han Yan asked back. Irene looked at Han Yan, bit her finger, and suddenly realized, I see, it's a dragon. Dragons can hurt dragons. Why do I feel like I said something nonsense? Then why don't you become a dragon? Han Yan looked at Irene like an idiot, more like a teacher teaching stupid students at this time. He pointed out, use the power of the dragon to kill the dragon. You guys don't know magic. Use the power of dragons to kill dragons with the power of magic. What a stupid idiot. Using the power of the dragon, with additional magic, that is, the dragon killing magic, the dragon slaying magic. Irene frowned and muttered to herself, her eyes widened suddenly, and she woke up ecstatically. Chapter 11 The Origin of Everything. Dragon King Festival. Han Yan shook his head helplessly, he now understands that this little guy named Irene is a pure idiot. Still, genius and idiot are often just a fine line. Maybe this little guy will become a genius in the future, but at this moment, standing in front of Han Yan is just a stupid girl who is not afraid of death. Idiot. Cursing coldly, Han Yan turned around under Irene's gloomy gaze. And I have no intention of continuing to talk to her, let her fend for herself. However, before that, this little guy is worth taking advantage of. After all, fishing, bending the net is a faster thing. That, Mr. Han Yan, can you teach me magic? Irene looked forward to it, even though she didn't have any expectations. Do you want to learn dragon-slaying magic? Han Yan stared at her with another meaning in his eyes, wondering if the magic in this world would be useful to him. The answer should be no. After all, the dragon-scale defense of the Void Dragon is ridiculously strong. Even if they stand up and let them fight, they can't break the defense. And the only thing that can hurt him is his own magic. Well, can't you? Find a dragon who will grant you power, little human. A dragon who is willing to grant me strength. Irene thought of her own country, the dragon she met when she was quite young, a sacred dragon she knew. Would you like to help me fulfill this dream? Belsarian. Quote. So, from this day on, Irene seemed to have made her own decision. She chose to return to her own country, and Ishan went to study additional magic and dragon-slaying magic. In a sense, it is Irene who created the additional magic, and through the additional magic, the power of the dragon is attached to the human body to form a new magic, that is, the Dragon Slayer magic. At the same time, it is also the beginning of the Dragon Slayer. But the origin of this disaster is because of the words of a magic dragon. In other words, it was Irene who created it, but it was Irene's mentor. Han Yan who made her think this way. This legend has been passed down for hundreds of years in the future, and Irene claimed that Han Yan was her mentor. But no one knows that Han Yan, this mysterious figure in the long history of mystery, is not a human being. As for Han Yan, he has never admitted that he has an apprentice. It has never been, the last plane is, and this plane is also. Han Yan has no apprentices, and there is no one to inherit his power, and for the time being, Han Yan has no idea of accepting apprentices. But having said that, let's not talk about what happened to Han Yan and Irene. There is also a human man who is relentlessly pursuing the mysterious power of killing dragons. Because the ratio of the number of dragons in the two factions is too small, only 1 to 3 ranks, the remaining 2, this idle dragon clan, came up with a new idea. Born hates the dragon family very much. The dragon once destroyed his homeland and made him homeless. He came to the small town of Gylas and lived in fear every day for several years. And ever since he met Han Yan, a powerful mage he recognized in his mind, his desire to become stronger was out of control. 1 year, but due to the existence of the dragons of the relatives, the dragons of the Hawks came up with an electronic. And Irene's additional magic was also successful, and she became the first dragon slayer wizard in history. The friction between the dragon clan of the family faction and the dragon clan of the eagle faction is becoming more and more intense, and it seems that the dragon clan is about to start civil strife already. The death of Thunder Dragon Akarad became a fuse, and in recent years, coupled with the constant harassment of the Eagle Dragon clan, the relatives faction Dragon clan, who had been trying their best to endure, finally couldn't bear it anymore. But in fact, there are not many dragons in the relatives faction, and they are far inferior to the Eagle faction dragons in terms of number and strength. There is no comparison at all. It can be said that from the beginning. During this year, the Dragon clan dispatched many dragon groups to hunt down the black-robed dragon slayer. But they all failed, but in retaliation, the human town of Gylas was completely destroyed, and the surrounding villages and towns were also wiped out one after another. Of course not. Oh, by the way, Born's lost younger brother seems to be called a Kunalaja. Well, that's right, but the current him may soon become a dragon slayer sorcerer. Plus, is there anything more fun than watching humans slaughter dragons? Thus, the Dragon King festival begins. After the Brontosaurus incident, Born left the small town of Gylas, and he embarked on a journey to find Han Yan, the mage who killed the dragon. In fact, Born also had his own family, but they were all destroyed by the evil dragon. His parents were dead, and his younger brother was also missing. So he hated the dragon family, but he was helpless, so he had to find someone who could take revenge. Chance. After the outbreak of the Dragon Civil War, the two branches that have been unable to hold back their anger have started a war. But in the end, they are all dragons. Although the death of the Thunder Dragon is the fuse, there is no need to fight to the death. Everyone is a dragon. People who kill dragons subconsciously think of dragons as the only ones. Therefore, it seems that the civil war is quite big, but in fact there are no casualties, and everything is restrained within the tolerable range, but bruises and swollen faces are often seen. P.S. Born is an original character, and the setting is a Kunalaji's long-lost brother. Ahem, Irene is still a young girl, do I need to create her a husband who died in battle? Funny, but you can't let the protagonist accept it, or let Born do it. In short, after some chapters, it will be the Dragon King festival. Then, let's not reveal the drama. Instead of watching the Dragon Civil War, it's better to have fun with humans. After all, those great magicians, those magics that could hurt dragons were undoubtedly killed by dragons, and they became lost magics. But how can human beings who have retrogressed the magic civilization be on the same level as the good dragons? Therefore, after Irene and the dragon-slaying magic she created spread among the dragons in the world, they became a thorn in the eyes of the dragons. That man is called Born. Time passed bit by bit, and Born still couldn't find Han Yan. And Han Yan's void and mist avatar almost visited the Wangcheng, and finally, disappeared at the last moment a year later. The dragon clan of the relatives faction is already doomed to fail. Chapter 12 Intruders of the Devil's Abyss. It is also worth mentioning that there is a genius among human beings named Jeff Dragneel that has caused quite a stir. And it is said that this unlucky guy started to study life and death because he couldn't understand his brother's death. The genius Jeff devoted himself to constructing the R system and solar eclipse in order to revive his dead brother. The god Anxalam cursed. At the same time, all the rumors about Jareth among human beings have turned into a negative influence, and it seems that the ancestor of the Black Mage was born because of this idea. Most importantly, Zirf is the only one who knows what the power Anxalam fears. For a time, gunpowder was everywhere, and many cities on the mainland of Ishgar were attacked or destroyed by dragons. A large number of mages rose up in the resistance, and many magic materials and documents were missing. It can be said that the dragon clan who got serious this time caused human beings to be hit hard. 1 year after the destruction of the small town of Gylas, the Mildian School of Magic was also destroyed, and this was just the beginning. The royal city of the entire country was also destroyed. It is a dragon. At this time, Zirf has not fully mastered black magic, nor has it affected the future Akunalaja city. Akunalaja has not yet become a dragon slayer. I don't know the exact year, but Han Yan, who has no description of the concept of time, opened his eyes in a deep sleep. To be precise, it was the arrival of someone that woke him up from his deep sleep. The periphery of the Devil's Abyss. Some distance away from the abyss, there are gray-black thorny plants, and some plants that can survive without relying on much nutrients are surviving under the eyes of the void. For more than 3 years, a lot of weeds have grown more or less, but if you look carefully, you can still find many dried-up vegetation in ruins that have been burned clean by the flames of the meteorite. The surrounding mountain ranges are indescribably terrifying. Here is the Devil's Abyss. Ah, a man with a resolute face came here. Perhaps the young man has experienced vicissitudes more or less, but that AFDF is the experience that has been exchanged for many disasters. The man was dressed in leather clothes, which looked dilapidated, and under that layer of clothing, there were many scars. Not only were the scars left during the battle, but even many of them were scars caused by ferocious monsters and dangerous terrain. This man is an adventurer. And he has a familiar name, Burn Guy Terrence. Burn is in his early 20s. In order to find the owner of the earth-shattering dragon claw a few years ago, he traveled all over the world. But in the end, once disappointed, he recalled a story he kept telling outsiders, the legend of the devil in the abyss. When recalling this place, Bourne had a premonition in his heart, maybe what he was looking for was inside. But, that is the devil's abyss. A forbidden place for humans and dragons, a taboo for the world. It is definitely a dangerous place of death. Although Devil's Abyss is an abyss, the surrounding mountains are surrounded by strange and terrifying iron thorns, and the air is also surrounded by volcanic ash-like things all year round, making the environment extremely harsh. Moreover, that area is forbidden, no dragon can fly over it, and anyone who approaches will be annihilated in reality and nothingness by a terrible mist. And the way to enter the inside of the abyss is to pass through several mountain ranges from land, and only after experiencing these dangerous places of death can you reach the entrance of the abyss. Underneath the abyss, there are legends of demons living. Although Bourne had doubts about this, he had to admit that it was a very dangerous place. Not because of the poisonous gas, but because he recalled the words of an old adventurer. Soon, the pitch-black demon walked out of the purple mist, showing a ferocious smile, staring at the bug that broke into the territory of the great dragon. Bourne covered his nose with a damp cloth, surrounded by some lavender poisonous gas, and some mist that would cause him to fall into a coma after a little inhalation. He frowned and looked at the barren and barren land around him. There were no living things here, so he didn't have to worry about wild beasts attacking him. Because, all creatures that come here are basically dead. At this time, the fog gradually thickened. A head with devilish horns, naked to the waist, with an indescribably ferocious and terrifying figure looming. Every creature that breaks into the devil's abyss is dead. Young people, although there are countless treasures in that forbidden area. But if you want to break into the devil's abyss, you must be careful of the demons in the mist. Human beings, you are brave enough to meet me, the flame demon Lar Sky. There are real demons in Demon Abyss. And they are real demons. Once a group of mercenaries broke into the Devil's Abyss 50 kilometers away, only one adventurer escaped in the end, but after he came out, his young life quickly dried up. He died in less than 3 days. And before he died, the only person he met was Bourne. With the sound of the voice, Bourne froze, staring at the figure of the demon in a daze. Looking at the burly and ferocious devil with scary lines, Bourne's heart skipped a beat, and the atmosphere of fear gradually permeated. Suddenly, the surrounding fog thickened. Bourne's face began to turn pale. Bourne is very familiar with this sight. When the evil dragon destroyed his homeland, it was such a sight. Devil's Abyss, although it is only about 3 years old. But people have been breaking in since the first year. Bourne watched this scene in disbelief, his voice hoarse and full of disbelief. Bourne recited this strange story that he heard. The demon didn't seem to kill Bourne immediately, and a look of interest flashed in the brutal eyes, just like the dragon when it was playing tricks on people. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. I can barely breathe. Demon. Human. You violated a taboo. Chapter 13 Void Demon. The contempt for the ants, the teasing for the weak. But Bourne seized this opportunity, because he knew that if the demon in front of him made a move, it would only take a moment for him to be wiped out. So, Bourne said, I don't know what taboo you are talking about, Mr. Ruskai. Humph. The demon snorted coldly like a mocker, and the violent aura swept away overwhelmingly, and the terrifying aura immediately dispersed the surrounding fog. Cough cough. Without the interference of the mist, Bourne collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. This is Master Han Yan's territory. When the name Han Yan was mentioned, the devil's voice was full of admiration, and he continued, in Master Han Yan's world, I am relatively weak. Well, I am a member of the Void Demon family who is more suitable for protecting the Lord. You broke into Master Han Yan's world without permission. You should be executed. But as soon as the devil's voice changed, Bourne, who was originally tense, suddenly opened his eyes wide. But what? Perhaps he could also tell that this flame demon was simply a miscellaneous soldier, and now he was just sent out as a gatekeeper. But for someone who can use demons as gatekeepers, how strong is the master of the Demon Abyss? However, you will definitely die. But before you die, my kindness, I can allow you to live a little longer. Hearing this, Bourne understood. This flame demon named Ruskai is a chatterbox at all, and it seems that he hasn't seen the intruder for a long time, so he is very boring. Thank you, Lord Lar Sky. But, besides you, who else is guarding this place? Bourne followed the guy's intentions and said, but the flame demon seemed to enjoy it very much. HMPH, you want to break in and disturb Lord Han Yan's rest. The demon stared at him coldly, but it was the first time it was on duty, and it didn't realize how stupid it was. He said disapprovingly, except for me, it is my boss, Lord Void Demon Worm. If you want to enter, you must go through this level. But I advise you to give up, because there is no one in this world who will be its opponent. Besides, the Void Protoss, Void Beast, etc. The big guys are not something you can deal with. I remember that some time ago, there were a few flying insects. In your world, it seems that lizards called dragons tried to force their way in. As a result, they were intercepted by the priest with their tentacles as soon as they entered. It is estimated that it has been digested long ago and there is no residue left. Of course, Bourne knew what the worm in the devil's mouth was. It was a dragon. The fate of the dragon was so miserable, and I, an ordinary person with a slightly better physique, still wanted to break in. Suddenly Born regretted his stupidity in despair. Hush! Suddenly, the demon surrounded Born's body with fog, and soon a purple light flashed past. Wandering from one side to the other. Cough, cough, cough. Born, who inhaled the mist, twitched his body, raised his neck in pain, and soon the flame demon helped him relieve the influence of the poisonous gas. I was almost seen by the eyes of the void. Eye of the void. Born raised his head weakly, staring at the demon in a daze. Yes, that's a creature from the void realm who is watching and patrolling. If you are found and you haven't been killed by me, then I will be finished too. The demon Russ guy was also a little flustered. He possessed the wisdom of a human being, so of course he would make more or less mistakes. But he was very clear about the cruelty of the god. If the void dragon was awakened, he would be annihilated together with the surrounding space in an instant. Moreover, even the bosses who are 1,000 times stronger than themselves dare not offend Master Han Yan. After all, when they really face the huge terrifying dragon of 1,200 meters, it is evil. Larsky, the fire demon, was about to cry. Unexpectedly, his negligence was discovered by Han Yan, and now his immediate boss has found him. At this time, Born, whose neck was lifted up by the flame demon with great force, gradually suffocated. Just as he was about to die, the flame demon suddenly trembled. Forgive me, Lady Liz Ankadia, don't kill me. I will swear to the void, there will be no next time. 0. Ask for flowers. Void demon insect Liz Ankadia Sama. After Rusky finished speaking, he wanted to crush Born's neck with his hand. Larsky, Lord Demon Dragon asked me to deal with you. The cold and terrifying sound echoed in the space, and with the glass-like shattering sound, a void crack suddenly appeared behind the flame demon. But Larsky didn't know that what it did, as well as every move of the entire demon abyss, were all watched by Han Yan's terrifying, invisible predator. A female demon with a slender figure, wearing a purple robe, beautiful long lavender hair, and a charming face suddenly appeared. At this time, she was holding a cute one-eyed monster insect in her hand, and after following the flickering meaning in the indifferent eyes, she was crushed to death instantly. The cruelty of the devil is fully reflected at this moment. It seemed that he was afraid of a certain creature, and Born, who was breathing heavily, gradually looked behind the flame demon. What? So fast? Born was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Okay human, I need to work, and you can die. And his act of not being afraid of death successfully aroused the interest of Demon Dragon. Liz Ankadia is not a so-called succubus, but a terrifying void worm, which is her human form. He is also a member of the Han Yan Void 12 Guardians. P.S. The protagonist is about to appear, because normally it is impossible for Born to meet the protagonist, so, we have to have multiple actors to act as guides. By the way, let me introduce the protagonist Pangmano's Grande Kong Empire. Chuan, I am also afraid, you'll regret your foolishness, though, the feet are the lords of death. Chapter 14. Demon Dragon Base. The flame demon threw Born aside, and the whole person panicked, and quickly knelt down on one knee and begged for mercy. No, you have no chance. The terrible crime of hiding an intruder has actually fallen on her head. Liz Ankadia, how could she not be angry? The humble demons are really disgusting creatures. If it weren't for our demons, in the void in the world, you demons have been extinct long ago. Now you have become the weakest demon family in the void. Why, are you still not satisfied? In the void world, the void demon is the weakest, belonging to the rank of miscellaneous soldiers. Secondly, it is the void demon insect clan. Then there are the void monsters. The most advanced is the void Protoss, possessing superb wisdom and powerful void power. Of course, on top of them is the top predator of the void creature, 820, the void dragon. There are tens of thousands in the void world, and the void demon insect Liz Ankadia and the flame demon Larsky are all subordinates of the void demon dragon. What? Piercing. With a creepy sound of whoosh, a hideous thorny bone spur rose from Liz Ankadia's back, and instantly transformed into countless weird tentacles, one of which pierced through in an instant. The head of the flame demon Larsky followed closely, as if transmitting life energy. The hideous and terrifying body of the flame demon was instantly drained, and Liz Ankadia's originally charming face became more rounded. Perhaps for her, after devouring the flame demon, the physical strength that was originally consumed in this plane has also been replenished to a certain extent. Ahem. After Born was thrown on the ground by the flame demon, he began to cough violently. When he breathed heavily, when he came back to his senses again, he found that the flame demon had died tragically in the hands of Liz Ankadia. Suddenly Born's face turned livid, and a look of despair gradually emerged. Humble intruder, I am here under the order of Master Han Yan to wipe out all creatures, give up resistance, and let me eat you obediently. When Liz Ankadia's bone spur tentacles gushed out again, Born closed his eyes in despair, and murmured, I can't see you again. My brother, Akuno Lokia. I remember that Akunologia was still a child when his homeland was destroyed by dragons. When he thought of his younger brother who used to like to cling to him, Born felt a burst of heartache, but maybe this was his own fate. An unknown pawn who died in the devil's abyss, and at the last moment, Born only hoped that his younger brother would go smoothly, survive. The next moment, the ferocious bone spurs that had been shot out suddenly stagnated in midair, and Liz Ankadia put away her main body's attack methods, and then returned to her original charming female body. However, it's a pity that her main body is a void demon worm, and she doesn't have the rich expressions of human beings at all. Her cold face looks like a facial paralysis. Huh, I'm not dead. Born's eyes widened in horror. Looking at his unharmed body, he raised his head in doubt. Yes, human, you are not dead. Liz Ankadia clapped her hands, and then the purple mist filled the surroundings, and soon, a terrifying giant beetle burst out of the mist, staring at Born's tiny body with its ferocious one horn. Then gradually walked up and stopped beside Liz Ankadia. Born is very confused at this time. He does not intend to have hope for survival. Perhaps anyone who has experienced such an incident is more or less hopeless, and Born, who has experienced many adventures, only thinks about what these terrible demons want to do. Seeing that the void demon worm and Liz Ankadia seemed to be communicating with each other, Liz Ankadia gradually walked towards Born, then lifted his collar, and put it directly on the back of the box. Superior. In this way, he walked deeper into the Garden of Fascination. This is me. Born stared blankly at the surrounding mist that gradually dissipated like an illusion, as well as some terrifying monster populations. With a pale face, he endured the urge to collapse, and gradually watched his journey towards the bottom of the abyss getting closer. I remember the first time when I saw the Brontosaurus attack the small town of Gylas. Born was not as nervous as he is now. No matter how cranky he was, he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes from time to time. The deep, terrifying, and frightening entrance to the abyss is gradually approaching. After walking through the purple portal for about 10 minutes, Born was finally brought to the bottom of the abyss under the leadership of the magic insect. Here we are, Yan Tianren, will be waiting for you inside. Liz Ankadia said indifferently. She was also very puzzled why Lord Demon Dragon would want to see this little guy. A god, even Liz Ankadia would be puzzled if she wanted to see an ant in the lower life world, life and death. However, Han Yan is different. After all, the great will of the dragon cannot be judged by a creature like Liz Ankadia. Master Han Yan. Born noticed the name and said it nervously. The next moment, Born suddenly felt dizzy. There was a bang. Burn was dropped. Ouch. 5.4 The body collided with the hard crystal ore, causing Born to feel a piercing pain. At this time, Born finally had time to look at everything around him. This abyss is like a super large mine. It's not as barren as Born imagined. There are countless purple crystal clear energy crystal ores around, and the gray void that lingers from time to time quietly disperses and gathers above the ores. In the upper layers of the abyss, there may still be many terrifying monsters, but in the bottom layer, some are just empty. And the terrifying breath that deters the soul. 1. In front of Born was a huge gate guarded by two black-robed humanoid creatures, and he also noticed that unusual scene. Chapter 15 The Black Dragon at the core of the abyss. The two black-robed creatures remained motionless, as if they had already died, but Born had a feeling that if he approached rashly, he would definitely be killed in an instant. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and calmly looked at the strange environment around him. A gust of cold wind came from nowhere, blowing in this forbidden area, causing the crystals around the abyss to emit strange melodies. That rhythmic music formed a sonata, as if some great will had awakened. Crunch. A ray of light gradually appeared from the giant gate. Born looked up subconsciously. There was a gap in the huge gate that was 100 meters in size. That voice is calling me. If I'm not mistaken, the master of the Devil's Abyss is inside. At this moment, Born's trembling body calmed down inexplicably. It seemed that he had been numb from the shock, and he looked forward in a trance, and the dazzling light made him close his eyes subconsciously. Come in, chasing after my footsteps, little guy. That incomparably haughty voice was like a dragon's howl that frightened all things. After the incomparably thick and frightening voice fell, Born suddenly raised his head. This voice, is it you? Great Mage Sama. There was a gleam of joy in Born's empty and desperate eyes, and he subconsciously walked forward. He did not know where the power was, and he passed two 20-meter-high black-robed humanoid guards, and came to the gap in the giant gate. Then, he staggered into the door. The light gradually dimmed, and the inside of the door was like another world. Everything was very bright. As for Born, the slightly surprised expression froze on his face. It was a dragon, a huge black dragon. The thick scales shining with black light, and the terrifying wings that cover the sky. The sharp claws that flowed like a sword with a cold light were lifted up, fierce and sharp, as if they could tear everything in the world. The giant dragon slowly opened its eyes, and a deep roar sounded from its throat, like the violent thunder suppressed in the dark clouds. In those dark eyes full of tyranny and Haki, Born saw his own shadow. At this moment, this fearsome and terrifying dragon was resting on countless energy crystals. Soon, those emotionless eyes fixed on Born. With a weak sound, Born couldn't help but slumped on the ground. That comes from the trembling of the soul, the weakness of the body, and the suppression of the biological level. Born didn't even have the strength to raise his head and speak. It's not that Born has never seen a dragon, and there are more than one. However, the dragons he has seen, where are they dragons? They are simply insect-like creatures. Dragon Slayer magic. Interesting, little one, I wonder where 077 heard this stuff from. And the huge black dragon in front of him is hard to hide even a mountain peak. The terrifying body of thousands of meters can destroy a city with a little rolling. If this terrible dragon invades the human world, it will not take much effort, and a dragon's breath can easily destroy most of the island. Born has no doubt that this guy has the ability to destroy the world. The mage who showed up at the hotel is actually a dragon. It came from a powerful female mage named Irene from neighboring countries. It is said that she reached a certain agreement with a dragon and became the first dragon slayer. She created a kind of additional magic. It seems to be able to use the power of the dragon. You said it was a dragon. Master Black Dragon. My name is Born. If you ask me about my purpose, I will say that I want to learn the great dragon slaying magic from you. Do you believe it? Isn't it ridiculous, right? For an ant's answer, I believe even if I were you, I wouldn't care. In front of the huge black dragon, even breathing is difficult. It's hard to imagine that Born can speak intermittently even if Longwei is not released. This molecular will is already extraordinary. The black dragon gave a cold snort of disdain. Born rolled back dozens of meters under the huge airflow before stopping. Soon, Han Yan stared at Born indifferently, and then showed a contemptuous smile. The dragons in this world are just a bunch of defective products that have failed to evolve. However, the blood of the dragon family is true, but is there such a thing? Power. I'll have to check it out. What? Han Yan moved his body a bit tired from sleeping, and hadn't gone out to get some air for a long time, so he was mentally exhausted to some extent. Born said tremblingly. A look of helplessness appeared on his vicissitudes of life. Born yelled out with a wry smile, and the dream of several years completely collapsed at this moment. Dragon slaying magic. Don't be kidding, the most powerful mage in the world may not be able to cause damage to the black dragon in front of him. I'm not a magician. Speaking of which, why are you looking for me? Suddenly, this sentence came to Born's mind. Dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. Big ones exude clouds and fog, and small ones hide shapes. To be born is to soar among the universe, and to be hidden is to hide in the waves. Han Yan is not as angry or furious as Born imagined, but is different from those arrogant dragons. Even though Han Yan has such great power, Han Yan acts more like a strong man than a weak man who gets angry for no reason. The dragon's eyesight is very good, and bugs from kilometers away can see clearly. Not to mention Han Yan, the Black Dragon King. Although Born's size is the same as a slightly larger ant, Han Yan can still clearly see the changes in his face. Human, don't you really want to see me? Born knelt on the ground. He raised his head in astonishment, and looked up at the almost invisible dragon head. Then he suddenly reacted. This familiar voice, the huge dragon claw that tore through the space a year ago, when his eyes fixed on Deathwing's huge forelimbs, everything was self-evident. 7 deciseconds. Chapter 16 Dragon's Sacrifice. Still kidding. Investigation. Born was almost vomiting blood by Han Yan. Staying with such a big black dragon, every move of the other party was a fatal threat to ordinary humans. But even so, Born still survived strong. Don't you want to learn dragon slaying magic? Well, human beings, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance to get 1/1000th of my power, but you have to tell me why you want to get the power of a dragon. What are you going to do with my power? The magic dragon, no, to be precise, is Han Yan himself. The black dragon is his body race, and Han Yan is the name of this black dragon. Now Han Yan said so, and after hearing this sentence, Born's eyes almost widened in disbelief. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of dragon actually fell in love with this trash like himself. At this time, Born was wrapped in a sudden happiness, and he stared blankly at the body of the black dragon lion. Born in this world where dragons roam everywhere, Born knows very well that among the entire dragons, the black dragon in front of him is also an existence that surpasses all dragon kings. If it really appears in the dragons, then the thousands of dragons will surrender to it under the claws of the library. Well, I will use this power to find my younger brother. I will drive away those evil dragons that bully humans. Having said that, Born was stunned for a while. If he got the power of the giant dragon in front of him, even if it was 1 in a billion, he would be almost invincible. In that case, what should I do? Save my younger brother, drive away the evil dragon that bullies humans, and then... Say it, little one. Han Yan sneered. This is a common problem of intelligent creatures. Greedy, longing for unlimited power, but after gaining power, what do you use this power for? Simply crush the world. However, the power obtained from the outside world does not belong to you, even if Han Yan bestowed Born dragon power, but wanted to take it back as just a thought. I will build a country. Let him have no interference from the dragon. Gritting his teeth, Born continued. I will become the Dragon King, and become your most loyal person. This is the purpose of your desire for power. So humble and insignificant. Shouldn't it be done? Born raised his head in a daze, looked at Han Yan's disappointed eyes, and made a doubtful voice. Power will only be loyal to evolution. Only a perfect life is qualified to control it. However, even if a bug becomes the king of bugs, it is still a bug. It cannot tango the power of the world, but for you, this is enough. Little guy, what's your name? Do you have the guts to help me plunder the whole world? Plunder the world. Born willing. Born turned pale, but he nodded without hesitation. Born doesn't have the heart of a virgin, and his sympathy is only for innocent people. But if it endangers oneself or interferes with people related to oneself, even if the incarnation is a dragon that can only kill, so what? Very good, but don't let me down. Otherwise, I will eat you. Erase you from this world completely. Your soul will also be imprisoned in the devil's lair, so don't you regret it. Remember, after death, you may still have the hope of the next life, but you have signed a contract with the magic dragon. That is a matter of eternal life. A 2-meter large contract book that radiated blood-colored light gradually condensed out from the mouth of the black dragon. Slowly floating beside Born, This is a kind of contract magic, a kind of magic created by Han Yan himself. It is very similar to the principle of dragon-slaying magic, but it is much more dangerous. After all, you still can a magic dragon who only knows destruction and destruction be expected to create new types of magic. I do not regret. After receiving the Scarlet Contract, Born resolutely wrote his name on it. As the servant of the dragon, to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the dragon. Or to die and sink to the bottom of the abyss forever. Even though the front is full of thorns, but Born has come to this step, he naturally has no turning back. Very good. The power of the black dragon is inside, but it is violent and dangerous. If you succeed, then after completing your purpose, go looting. Whether it is gold or lifeforms, don't let go of treasures and magic. Go collect all the powerful magic in this world, and plunder everything of value. Greed is not a sin and belongs to those who don't know how to use it. Remember, the master behind you, named Han Yan. Finally, if you can't bear the power of the black dragon, give up as soon as possible. After all, you are not qualified to be the food of the void. Suddenly, the fog above the abyss gradually dissipated. After saying these words, under Born's nervous gaze, a dense black sphere exuding a destructive aura gradually floated towards him. If you eat it, you can gain the power of the black dragon, be assimilated by the black dragon, and even become a real dragon. But if it fails a little, it will be death without a place to bury. Good luck, little human. I should go out to get some air, and I hope that when we meet next time, you will have escaped the ladder of ants. After finishing speaking, Han Yan fanned the terrifying dragon wings, and then soared into the sky, leaping 9,000 miles straight. The terrifying wind and waves destroyed all the clouds, and the trembling atmosphere let out a roar of mourning, but in the blink of an eye, Han Yan made a space shuttle, and thus came to the edge of the sky and looked down at the continent. The power of the black dragon is terrifying, and the torment of the will is very painful, especially the feeling of being assimilated. Born hated the dragon clan very much, but he gradually became the kind of person he hated the most, but he didn't have the slightest sense of disgust. Because in Born's eyes, Han Yan is different from those dragons, no, bugs. Master Han Yan is the real dragon. I will, Master Silent. I will not let you down. Chapter 17 The God Hunted by the Dragon. For Han Yan, an existence that surpassed the Black Dragon King, Born worshipped from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he was very eager to have such extraordinary power. At only 20 years old, he has experienced more than 10 years of suffering. That originally handsome and talented face is now full of vicissitudes. He never believed that he would be trusted by the dragon. Speaking of it now, am I considered a dragon slayer now? As an apprentice of the Black Dragon of the Void. At the moment of accepting the inheritance of pain, Born more or less understood that Han Yan was not a dragon of this world, but there was nothing surprising about it. After all, there are many kinds of magic, and there are many summoned guests from other worlds. It is not impossible for a world-destroying dragon to appear. At this time, at the edge of the blue sky, a dragon's head protruded from the clouds, and Han Yan looked down at the land. He fell silent. I remembered. Staring at the blue sea and the ancient continent, Han Yan in the sky revealed an enlightened smile. If I remember correctly, this world seems to be called Fairy Tale. A world where dragons and magic are the main characters. Han Yan tried hard to think about his previous life. He watched an anime when he was a human being on Earth. Although it is already very vague, he can still remember the name to some extent. Well, this is a low-middle level plane. The plane where Han Yan lives is the Fairy Tale plane of the two-dimensional interface. It belongs to the low-level magic plane of the plane. For the time being, there are basically 5 general levels of planes. Non-magic plane equal personal combat power and technological combat power. Low-level magic plane, stronger personal quality, with special abilities such as magic and superpowers power. Medium magic plane, with super strength value. The strong one can refer to the current protagonist. High magic plane, force value explodes, possessing the power of a low-level god. Super magic plane, basically, the gods walk everywhere, the saints are as many as dogs, and the beasts have no human rights. They belong to the top powerhouses in the dimensional universe. The level refers to the infinite series. Therefore, it can be seen that Han Yan has a really long way to go. It's just that the evolution to the current level is just leaving the basic starting point. Deathwing can also be said to be the current Black Dragon of the Void. It has a total length of 1,274 meters. It possesses forbidden spell level magic with more than 2 digits, and its destructive power is calculated in units of islands. Belongs to the strong and the medium magic plane. Speaking, man is not proud and complacent. Han Yan is also a person who has experienced many things, and has read many related stories. I remember that there were some powerful monsters in anime or novels in the previous life, which were tens of thousands of meters in size at every turn, and some even wandered in the star world, and the destruction of stars could be seen with a single gesture. And the current self, compared with that body type, is like a grain of sand. However, sometimes, the lower planes should not be underestimated. Who knows if there will be any weird power settings in it. Although Han Yan understands that the current world is Fairy Tale, his own ability has surpassed the strongest power level of Fairy Tale. But for example, extremely powerful curses, weird magic, etc. still have to be careful. Although it won't hurt, at least it can cause some trouble to yourself. It's like tripping over a rope, although it doesn't hurt. But as long as it falls, it is also very uncomfortable. But I also smell a rat. The dragon claws tore through the clouds, and Han Yan looked down at the surrounding human kingdom, as if he was looking for something. But soon, he squinted his eyes, as if sniffing something in the void. But in fact, he didn't smell anything, it's just that the senses can analyze that there are other guys with medium magic planes in this world. At the same time, that is also the strongest person in the fairy tale world, the guy called God. I'll find you, and eat you. Grinning the terrifying dragon's mouth, the rows of sharp teeth pierced through the layers of white clouds, and immediately wrapped layers of white mist-like fairy energy around this terrifying black dragon. The you in Han Yan's mouth is the god of fairy tale. For a long time, Han Yan has been thinking about a problem. Normally speaking, although it is a bit troublesome when traveling from a low level to a high level void, there should be no problem. But from the pirate to the fairy tale plane that is similar to the pirate, it is impossible for accidents to happen. The gap in the void that day, the magic circle in the wormhole. I understand, it's your fault, Han Yan said to himself. No matter whether anyone could hear it, it seemed like he was talking to someone. But he knows that this is the other party's world, and the other party must be able to detect it with some kind of magical magic. No matter what your purpose is, if you drag me into this plane, you will have to pay the corresponding price. Roar, run away, bugs, no matter where you run, in this plane I'll get you out too. The gods of this world are almost incomprehensible in the local plane. But if he is really willing to hide, it will be very difficult for Han Yan to find him. But if it appeared within the range of Han Yan's invisible predator, then the god would not be able to escape. No one can escape the target locked by the magic dragon. Even the gods are the same. P.S. Some readers said that the settings are a bit too much, but after all, the new volume, Facing New Choices, will be a bit long-winded. In order to avoid continuing to be long-winded later, let's briefly explain some basic settings for the time being. Briefly outline, forget it, let's not talk about 233. The protagonist is actually a super boss level. However, I don't know if he's a villain or not. As for Zhongmanliu, I read a different story. The protagonist is not a brainless pretender. It's not a cliched routine. Well, it's a bit difficult to write, after all, the protagonist's strength level is already a part of this plane. But the only thing worth looking forward to is the one hidden in the dark god. So, this is a game where dragons hunt and kill gods. The continent is the chessboard, and the living beings are the chess pieces. Well, maybe this is it. Chapter 18 Han Yan appears. There are many countries and human beings, but it is really hard to calculate how many kingdoms there are and how many powerful empires there are. Perhaps this would have been worth mentioning hundreds of years ago. But now in this era, human beings are no longer the protagonists of this continent. But according to development, human beings will eventually become the darling of the new era again. And the dragon clan will also decline, and the origin of the decline will probably appear in the hands of that god. God fears the power of magic, so he wants to destroy magic. But it is not that simple to erase this mysterious power that has been passed down for a long time, so God needs to use a sword to kill people, and now this sword is the dragon clan. Moreover, the mysterious strongest mage of human beings, that is, Han Yan, has never appeared since killing the Brontosaurus Akarad. But this news itself is very eye-catching, so this also leads to basically most boring dragons also have a legitimate excuse to find trouble with humans, and enjoy the panic, struggle and violence of ants. It's really not too cool. The war between humans and dragons broke out. Many cities on the continent of Ishgar were attacked or slaughtered by dragons, and a large number of magicians died in the front line of the war. It was also because of the support of the dragon clan of the relatives faction that human beings were not wiped out in the first wave of invasion by the eagle faction dragon clan, but this was also very bleak. About 400 years ago, more than 10 years after the birth of the Black Mage Zelf, the opening chapter of the Dragon King Festival began. At this time, on one side of the mainland, a remote battlefield between dragons and humans. Roar, die, the roar of the shadow dragon. A furious pitch-black flying dragon stagnated in midair, its ferocious eyes contained endless anger. At this time, staring at the ants who were constantly resisting on the ground, a terrible dragon's roar was spit out by it. The terrifying dragon's breath instantly burned the surrounding air, and the trembling space seemed to be terrified by this power. The target of the dragon's breath is a few embarrassed humans. Facing the impending dragon's breath, a middle-aged man dressed like a mage at the front had a look of despair in his eyes. He looked at the young man who was less than 14 years old behind him, then hesitated for a moment, took out several mysterious keys from his arms and appeared. Run, don't die, the Hartfilia family still needs you. Child, get out of here and find your way. The middle-aged mage man pushed the frightened boy, then looked at the other mages behind him, and immediately understood what the other party meant. With grief and anger in their eyes, they yelled, "What are you waiting for?" under their respective whimpers, then grabbed the boy's shoulders and quickly stepped back. Goodbye, my child. The middle-aged mage took one last look at the figure who had entered the forest behind him, and at this moment, the roar of the dragon was also rapidly approaching. Drink. In the end, without knowing what he did, a huge phantom like a god appeared in midair. Then the substantial power shield blocked the furious dragon's breath, but unfortunately the terrifying power was too huge, and the shield was defeated just by blinking. And the middle-aged mage man finally disappeared in the endless dragon's breath. Roar, ha 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 ha. The arrogant dragon roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth seemed to be mocking, and this shadow dragon seemed to be mocking human beings for being overwhelmed. In the mysterious city it destroyed, there were quite a few mages who could summon weird guys, but the Dragon Clan won this town with 2 injuries and 1 escape. I have to say that the humans in this place are indeed a bit strong. Unfortunately, you have encountered a powerful shadow dragon. The shadow dragon glanced contemptuously at the vanished ant, and then looked down at the open space after the dragon's breath disappeared, where 3 delicate keys shining with golden light lay quietly there. But after clearing the massacre, it can be considered to have learned one thing. When the keys in the hands of these ants who claim to be Protoss wizards are lost or robbed, they are like slaughtered lambs. They are really weak guys. But being able to block the pace of the 3-headed dragon is quite capable. 0. Asking for flowers. Those idiots. They run really fast. Seeing the disappearing figures of his 2 companions, Shadow Dragon dismissed the sky with disdain. Then rubbing the sharp dragon claws, it lightly licked the wounded dragon wings, and then swept the dragon tail to sweep away the messy things around it, and gradually landed on a high ground. However, do those ants really think they can run away? A trace of cruelty flashed in Shadow Dragon's eyes, and then he looked at the several shadows who had fled into the forest, showing his cruel teeth. Suddenly, just as the Shadow Dragon was about to stand up and fly over the forest, there were bursts of loud bangs in the sky. Hoo hoo! It was like the sound of a huge creature flying, and the terrifying sound of the engine showed that the visitor was unusual. Immediately afterwards, a frightening dragon's power descended between the sky and the earth, as if the sky had collapsed. For a moment, Shadow Dragon raised his head in horror. In that empty void, the space was cracked. From the sky, a terrifying dragon horn of Haki gradually appeared, followed by a terrifying predator dragon eye, staring at this little guy. Giant dragon. Seeing the sudden change, Shadow Dragon's eyes widened. He looked at this scene in shock, almost in disbelief. For a moment, it even forgot that it was a dragon. I smell something interesting. The black dragon of the void drilled out from the crack in the space, and overturned the tiny Shadow Dragon in an instant. The 2 looked at each other up and down, and the Shadow Dragon curled up in fright, and folded its wings and crawled on the ground. Longway, quietly scattered away. The atmosphere of terror permeates this battlefield full of gunpowder. And this sudden supergiant terrifying dragon, at the moment it appeared, already doomed the fate of this city. Little guy, tell me, what is this place? The sharp and huge dragon claws pinched the trembling body of the Shadow Dragon. Han Yan took it up and put it in front of his eyes, showing a terrifying smile. Chapter 19 The Dragon of Destruction. Funny celestial magic. You are the legendary Dragon of Destruction. Dragon King. The Shadow Dragon pinched by the terrifying dragon claw stared at the dragon's eyes in fear, and said cautiously. If Wan looked like a human being, no matter how huge it was, Shadow Dragon would not be as frightened as he is now. After all, the giant race exists, but it is not the legendary giant, but a super black dragon king that is 10 times bigger than the giant. Can you imagine it? What will a person think when he meets someone who is strong but almost 100 times stronger than him? Dragon of Destruction. No, my name is Han Yan, leader of the Black Dragon, Deathwing. Without extra words, Han Yan just stared at the Shadow Dragon. The terrifying and cruel, 433, controlled by the predator focused on the Black Dragon, the meaning of it is self-evident. Dragon King. I am just a small character in the lineup of the Dragon Clan Hawk, now living in the Western Continent. There are some human treasures in the Dragon Cave, if you are interested. I will give it all to you. Please don't kill me. In front of this terrifying black dragon that suddenly appeared, the Shadow Dragon was about to cry. He quickly said everything he knew. Roar. A loud and long whistle that threatened the world came out from the black dragon's throat, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, and waves visible to the naked eye sent out round after round of explosive air waves in the air. Facing the horrified roar, a desperate thought flashed through Shadow Dragon's mind, but it was very pleasantly surprised to find that the Dragon King in front of him didn't seem to have any plans to eat him. After all, in the Dragon Clan, strength is all rights. As for the legendary giant dragon in front of him like a dragon god, even if the Shadow Dragon was eaten, it would not have any complaints. If he could get out alive, seeing the legendary Black Dragon of Destruction 10,000 years ago would be enough for this adult Shadow Dragon to brag about for a lifetime. Dragon King, Lord Dragon God, please don't kill me. The meat of the Shadow Dragon is not tasty. As the Black Dragon gradually retracted its giant claws, the Shadow Dragon clearly noticed the painful changes in its own bones, and at this moment it yelled in horror. No. Lord Dragon God, I have a younger sister named Yars. Quote, Shadow Dragon recalled several characteristics of the Black Dragon clan: bloodthirsty, brutal, difficult to get along with. And this super boss who resembles the Black Dragon King, even if he doesn't like treasures, he should like the beauties of the Dragon Clan. Oh, hearing this, just as the Shadow Dragon guessed, Han Yan stopped the claws and squinted at the head Shadow Dragon. It's a pity that Han Yan didn't have any thoughts about creatures like dragons. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and showed a cruel smile. Roo. A pair of dragon wings were forcibly torn off the Shadow Dragon's back by Han Yan, and the bloody wound immediately made it scream in pain, and the loud dragon's wail gradually spread thousands of miles away. Hey, little guy, I'm asking you where this is. Give you one more chance. If you don't answer honestly, I'll tear your limbs off bit by bit, and crush your head. After all, you're not having said that, the meat of Shadow Dragon is not tasty, and I don't want to have diarrhea, right? Han Yan looked at the Shadow Dragon jokingly. It's not that he doesn't have a good impression of the dragon clan, and of course he doesn't have a sense of belonging. It is the same for any creature. If it is a human being, it may have died long ago, so there is no such gentle treatment like a shadow dragon. Another point, Han Yan doesn't like long-winded guys. For things that can be done directly, try to minimize nonsense. This is the site of a group of Protoss mages, called Alazir. The purpose of my coming here is just to be bored. Well, I actually discovered this place a long time ago. But the ants here are a bit powerful. So I found Gyla the Thunder Dragon and Kata the Iron Dragon to come here together, and killed the group of humans about 10 minutes ago. But a few ants escaped, and I was planning to when I went to hunt. I was destroyed. No, I was caught by you, the Dragon King Zero. Although the pain behind Shadow Dragon was unbearable, under the pressure of the fear from the soul, Shadow Dragon had no choice but to seriously answer Han Yan's question. Star Spirit Wizard, Gia, it's really interesting. I said that this smell of dimensional magic has a special aroma, it suits my taste. Sure enough, in this world, there are no guys who know dimensional magic. Han Yan is really more and more interested in Star Spirit Wizards. He is not interested in the Star Spirit world and the Star Spirits. As for staying away from him, he is also very clear. He only needs a medium to break through the space and break into the Star Spirit world. But what Han Yan is interested in is the magic itself. Studying this type of dimensional magic is also of great help to his own abilities. The Black Dragon of the Void was whispering something. Although its voice was not as sharp as the Shadow Dragon's, it was full of thick tones. As if pouring into the ears from all directions, the sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth made the living creatures around tremble and crawl on the ground, not daring to move. These are the so-called Protoss keys. Under perception, the 3 golden shining keys were held in the paws by Han Yan with terrifying suction. At this time, he was gradually grabbed by him, and then looked at it carefully. A dragon's breath hangs over the key 4.3, as if checking the unusualness of this thing. Gulu. After looking at it for a long time, there was nothing special about it, so Han Yan rolled up the sand-like key and swallowed it, storing it in the system space in his body. If you eat it directly, it means absorbing the magic power inside, but the power is pitifully small. What Han Yan needs is not the power of the key, but the principle of the key. The legendary first Star Spirit Magister built a bridge between the Star Spirit world and the human world. In order to stabilize this relationship, the first Protoss Magister used magic to create this kind of key. Of course, as long as the ability is strong enough, the key can still be repaired. But now it seems that from the moment the dragons invaded just now, perhaps this magic in the burned city disappeared. Chapter 20. How many bugs escaped? After putting away the key, Han Yan savored what Shadow Dragon said a moment ago. Indeed, 3 humans have fled the forest under the watchful eye of an invisible predator. It seems that they are running desperately outside, and beside them, there are several otherworld humanoid creatures, which seem to be the so-called Protoss. After sweeping over these guys, the breath of life was ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. Han Yan soon lost interest. 10 minutes ago, at the edge of the forest, the boy knelt on the ground with tears all over his face. Father. The embarrassed young man wiped the dirt off his body, then looked up at the other side of the forest 10 miles away with a look of grief and indignation. Let's go, stop messing around. Sir, he did this for us. 05. A Protoss mage also raised his head sadly, and he was also filled with anger, but thinking about the terrifying power of the Shadow Dragon, he could only sigh sadly. Go. Where are you going? My home is destroyed, but you let me go. The young man resisted fiercely, and at this moment his emotions were a little unstable and he yelled. If you don't leave, the dragon will kill you. At that time, everyone will be dead. The family will also be gone. At that time, who will take revenge? Do you want to watch Mr. He die so shamelessly? Another female Protoss mage frowned. 2 Protoss mages had already died under the teeth of monsters in the forest after they were broken. Now if this drags on, the entire family will be destroyed. At that time, perhaps the magic of the Protoss will be truly lost. HMPH. Don't make up your own mind, I'm not as small as you. Before the boy could finish speaking, a terrifying breath suddenly made his eyes widen. Under the gaze of the 3 of them, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a frighteningly terrifying dragon descended from the sky. As far as the eye could see, a pair of huge dragon wings covered the sky. The sun blocks out the sky. Since the Dragon Clan started the war with humans, it is impossible for them not to know the power of the Dragon Clan. But at this time, a desperate super dragon came personally, and a sense of powerlessness was born from the bottom of the hearts of the 3 of them. It's over. Sitting on the ground limply, the young man stared blankly at the black dragon in the sky. If he was still angry just now, he was completely frightened and stupid at this moment. As that, the king of the Dragon Clan? No, it's impossible. The Dragon Clan has long since lost the Dragon King, and even if there was one, it wouldn't be so big. The 2 Protoss wizards looked at each other, seeing despair from each other. At the same time, a strange word popped out of their hearts. Ancient Dragon of Destruction. It is rumored that there were huge dragons with a size of 100 meters in the ancient continent, and the Dragon King could even reach 200 to 300 meters. But even that kind of powerful Dragon Clan is not necessarily bigger than this one. The shadow that spans the corner of the sky cannot be viewed by normal people at all. It found us. Suddenly, a terrifying feeling surged behind the 3 of them. The feeling of being peeped by a powerful creature gradually permeated the surroundings, and the air seemed to freeze for a while, and several people dared not breathe, speak, or even move. Soon, the aura disappeared after sweeping over the three of them. Perhaps it was because the coercion of the dragon was too great and the distance between them made the three of them dare not move. For fear of offending the terrifying Black Dragon King. That monster, let us go. In vain, the young man said something in panic, and the other two immediately covered his mouth in fright. Shish, keep your voice down, that's because the dragon god doesn't bother to kill us ants. My god, if the young man speaks out something unpleasant, who knows if it will be heard by the dragon. Although it is a bit impossible, they are also very panicked. The young man nodded desperately, and if he was given another chance this time, he would definitely not stay. It is conceivable that they are willing, no one wants to make life difficult for themselves. At this time, the boy turned his head back for the last time, looked at the shadow of the giant dragon in the sky with a little fear, and then whispered, "Don't worry, father. I will not let Hatphilia fall. The Protoss magic will not be lost, I will pass it down from generation to generation, until a long, long time. If I die, I still have sons and daughters, they will inherit my way, forever of course, we star magicians' enmity with the dragon clan will be settled sooner or later." After swearing in his heart, the boy gradually turned around with his fists clenched, gritted his teeth, and then followed the two last Protoss mages, a man and a woman, and rushed towards the inner continent. Han Yan clearly remembered that there were star spirit wizards in this world. And the memories of the previous life that were sketched out gradually surfaced. If I remember correctly, there are dragons and many star spirit wizards, so the current time period should be 400 years ago. The world of prosperity, and the place where they are at this time should be the origin of the near extinction of the Protoss wizards. And there is only one famous star wizard in Han Yan's memory, and that is Hatphilia. But at this time Hatphilia had not yet been born. To be precise, she should be the daughter of one of the three Protoss mages who escaped. It seems to be buried deep enough. The celestial sorcerer, besides that, there should be another interesting thing, a magical thing that can control time and space, Eclipse Gate. But time and space are the most elusive laws of power, don't look at Han Yan who controls the power of the void. It can also be said to be a disguised form of space power, even slightly stronger, but at the level of void, Han Yan can barely be regarded as a beginner, and he has not even reached the level of proficiency yet. Not to mention more advanced. Chapter 21, Shadow Dragon Benos. As for the power of time, if there is no medium, or time-related magic and props for him to devour, maybe you can only wait for a certain opportunity to get it. After all, the law of time in the system space is frighteningly expensive, far higher than the power of space. The void force is not that expensive, but what is more expensive than the time force is the time-space force. The power of time and space will never be thoroughly studied by humans, even by gods. For this, Han Yan is convinced. Although the deeper the research, the stronger the strength will naturally be. But not all life forms can withstand the test of these two forces. Weak human beings, if they develop to the limit, it is difficult to achieve real strength if they do not break through the limitations of species. As for the solar eclipse gate, there are two ways to open it with the help of mysterious power. However, at this time period, maybe Jeff has not realized this thing, or maybe he is still researching it. In short, it will take several years or decades before the solar eclipse gate will be really developed. Decades, but a moment. Han Yan doesn't care about this detail at all. For him, if he is tired, he should lie down and sleep. After waking up, hundreds of thousands of years may have passed. Eclipse gate, the shadow dragon on the side has been abandoned on the land by Han Yan. It poked its head in confusion, as if it was repeating Han Yan's words, and made a suspicious sound. Little guy, let me ask you. Like an elder, Han Yan stared at the small body of the shadow dragon, the huge dragon wings flapped in the air, and then slowly landed on the mainland. Slightly stepped out of the dragon's claws, crushed a boulder, and then revealed a cheerful land, although the surrounding area was already covered with gunpowder smoke and human corpses. Dragon King, just give orders. The shadow dragon without wings looks almost exactly the same as the large lizard. But it is indeed more like a dinosaur, a very predatory Tyrannosaurus rex. You Dragon Clan, don't you have a Dragon King? Han Yan questioned Shadow Dragon, his voice full of irresistible haki. No, I can't say that there is no. Shadow Dragon hesitated for a moment, thinking precisely. It looked at Han Yan cautiously and said, Dragon King must be your position, but before I meet you, there are still a few capable guys who can as the Dragon King. I am the Black Dragon of the Void, different from these reptiles like you. Do you understand? Although arrogant, Han Yan is not arrogant. But everything he said is true. After all, this is something that a normal person, or anyone with self-respect, would do. After all, do humans become kin to animals? If it were you, would you? Regarding Han Yan's words, Shadow Dragon naturally did not dare to refute. Its eyes flickered, and then it opened its mouth and continued. There's a guy in the Fire Dragon clan who is very powerful, with the strength of a Dragon King. There are also Thunder Dragon clan, Iron Dragon clan, and our Shadow Dragon clan. There are also many powerful people guy, but they are definitely not comparable to you, but at least they still have the power to convince other dragons. As he said that, the Shadow Dragon began to mutter, what kind of void dragon is it? With such a scary body and such powerful strength, it must be an ancient dragon. Thinking of this, Shadow Dragon, who was still a little uncomfortable in his heart, suddenly felt relieved, but the worship of the strong immediately became fanatical. From Shadow Dragon's answer, Han Yan can almost tell that there are less than 10 guys with the strength of the Dragon King. But ordinary dragons are more than 10,000. 10,000 dragons, less than 10 Dragon Kings. Is this the so-called heyday of the Dragon Clan? But fortunately, although these dragons are not very attractive in appearance, their strength is still basic. At least much better than Sea Kings. So Han Yan made a plan to form a black dragon army. Each dragon has its own lair and its own treasure. And Han Yan's dragon's lair is the Devil's Abyss, the place that is still listed as the most terrifying forbidden place in the world even after hundreds of years, where is his own dragon's lair. But when it comes to explosions, any piece of energy spar, void spar, magic spar and other minerals and plants that leaked out because of being full can be used by humans as treasures. After all, the scales and even feces of a dragon can be used as medicine, and the dragons are full of treasures, not to mention the super black dragon Han Yan. Surroundings are completely destroyed towns. Except for the occasional soot, that is, the black and red stench of the corpse, although the dead time is not long, but the strong smell of blood is also easy to make people mad. If ordinary human beings were here, seeing the mountain of corpses and the sea of corpses, the stumped corpses lying under various broken buildings, maybe no one would be happy. Although Han Yan didn't have any discomfort, he didn't resist such an environment. But inexplicably, it's always a little uncomfortable to watch. It eats wild animals, creatures, and even humans, either to survive or to plunder to obtain their talents and powers. But the Dragon Clan is different. The Dragon Clan is just a pervert who simply kills for fun. But the words are not absolute. If Zhao Jin is to be appointed, otherwise there will be no Dragon Clan sent by relatives. #little guy, you can go. However, if there are dragons who are willing to give up their lives to follow mine, you may be able to take them in. Staring at the scarred battlefield, Han Yan said these words abruptly. Ah, yes, Lord Dragon King. The Shadow Dragon nodded ecstatically. It is willing to be the first follower of Han Yan, but it is very clear that its own power is so humble and pitiful that it is not enough to make great achievements for the Black Dragon King, but how much it contributes is not enough. It is different from strength. Shadow Dragon Benos, who finally had a name, stared at his lost wings and his bloody back, and suddenly showed a helpless expression like a pet dog wanting to cry without tears. Chapter 22 The Roar of the Void Dragon King. Han Yan stared at Benos, who was like a pet dog, but the Shadow Dragon was not cute. But looking at its body that was no bigger than his palm, Han Yan still gave it a hope. This is the magic crystal of a low-level dragon that I killed a while ago. I'll help you reshape the dragon's wings. As he said that, Han Yan crushed the magic crystal that every dragon possessed, and then used the huge life force to suck up the Shadow Dragon's body. Immediately, the green light lingered behind Benos, layer by layer, like a green shoot reborn. The flesh and blood were reorganizing, and the bones also made a crackling sound. A pair of great black dragon wings finally reappeared on the body of the Shadow Dragon Benos. But this dragon wing looks far more than the bat-like wings of Haki before, and the power is stronger. With the new dragon wings, presumably, Shadow Dragon has improved by more than 1 or 2 ranks in terms of speed and strength. After all, this is the dragon wing that Lord Black Dragon King personally helped him shape. After the rebirth of the wings was completed 147, what remained in Benos' heart was only shock and emotion. Seeing this godlike method, besides fanaticism and worship, Benos completely treat Han Yan as his own belief. It turns out that idiot Thunder Dragon Akarat angered you, Lord Dragon King of the Void, and it deserves what it deserves. After learning that the Brontosaurus died in the hands of Han Yan, Bainuo suddenly realized everything, and at this time he cleverly discredited the innocent Brontosaurus. Very well, but I need you to do one thing for me. Han Yan stared at the wreckage of this mountain of corpses, and always felt that it was very unsightly. He stopped in the middle of speaking. However, before that, I will destroy this ugly land. Selfishness is selfishness, greed is greedy, cold-bloodedness is cold-blooded, but Han Yan will never ignore life, even if it is just an ant, he will give it a value on the eve of killing the other party. But looking at these worthless human beings, it's not because of sympathy, but purely because they feel that giving them a place to sleep is better than giving birth to a group of lonely ghosts in the future. By the way, absorb the power of the Revenant Soul System. Destroy this place. Shadow Dragon Benos swallowed his saliva, and looked at the land in disbelief. In this 100-mile city, the 3-headed dragon, including himself, fought for a whole week to kill this group of ant-like human Protoss mages. The hardships during the period can be imagined, but even if the dragon god in its mind said to destroy the whole world, Benos would not have any doubts. Boom boom boom. The sound of the huge engine wind rang, and the sand and rocks flew away, and a tornado storm rolled up around. And the void black dragon finally gradually left the ground and flew into the air. Seeing this scene, Shadow Dragon Benos suddenly thought of a possibility, and watching the terrifying black dragon raised his head and raised his chest, the word dragon's roar appeared in Montran Benos' mind. Not good. With a roar, Benos got up desperately and fled towards the sky in embarrassment, and at this moment, the black dragon of the void gradually opened the dragon's mouth. Buzz buzz. Terrifying real energy fluctuations quickly spread to the surroundings, the air was twisting, and soon, a deep purple with a strange dark light appeared in the open ferocious dragon's mouth. AFBB, the roar of the Nether Dragon King. The dragon tail is supported on the space like a cannon mount, and 4 huge dragon claws stand on the edge of the space, like a transparent glass barrier being firmly stepped on by Han Yan. As if stepping into the void is like living on the ground. Soon, the terrifying dragon's breath condensed from Han Yan's mouth. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sky was full of dark clouds, covering the battlefield in an instant. Roar! The huge dragon's breath was spewed out by it, and the sky and land were ravaged by the powerful and terrifying void dragon's breath. Stretching tens of kilometers around, weak creatures were destroyed one after another, scorched corpses were cleaned up one after another, collapsed boulders were crushed, and the space was annihilated by the terrifying black hole. Wherever it went, there were ashes left. Ashes to dust to dust. Valuable or worthless, leave it to void. Countless life points poured into Han Yan's soul, and the drug-like comfort made him let out a dragon chant that shook the heavens and the earth, as if it was about to resound throughout the world, and the terrifying breath made the world tremble discoloration. Soon, the void energy gradually disappeared into the air, and a field appeared in front of Han Yan as if it had been destroyed by a meteorite and cleaned up by a broom. Where there is a mountain and sea city, it is clearly a barren desert-like ruin, and the endless void around it directly shatters any life, even bacteria and dust are completely decomposed. And the clouds in the sky have long since disappeared. Watching this scene dumbfounded, the shadow dragon Benos hesitated and couldn't make the slightest sound. It couldn't believe that this was actually done by a dragon. Even scarier than God. Master Void Dragon God. From the Dragon King to the Dragon God, it can be seen how high Han Yan's belief status is in the heart of the shadow dragon Benos at this time. It frantically looked up at the great body, the void black dragon that towered above the sky and looked down at the earth. Han Yan. Benos, I need you to find someone in the human world. Han Yan looked at his masterpiece, and didn't know whether he was satisfied or dissatisfied. He lowered his head slightly, then looked down at the shadow dragon Benos, and continued, go and find a dragon slayer named Born, and let him he found something, the Eclipse Gate. Human dragon slayer, Born, understood, Lord Void Dragon God. The name has been changed again and again, but it cannot conceal the inner admiration of Benos. He also remembered the name Born in his heart. Chapter 23 Han Yan's Game. All in all, the main line of Han Yan is 2 points. The first point is to plunder the world, and it will be considered complete if there is a certain improvement in the power of the void or other laws. The second point is to hunt down the gods and devour the power of the gods. When these 2 points are completed, then there is no need for Han Yan to stay in this world anymore. However, one thing Han Yan is currently eyeing is the solar eclipse gate. But this era is still some time away from the birth of the eclipse gate, so Han Yan has to wait for a while. But he is not the kind of guy who likes to wait, so he needs to add oil and vinegar to hint these low-level dragons to help him complete the task. Finally, Benos, I need you to convey my will. When the shadow dragon Benos was still shocked by the terrifying roar of the dragon, Han Yan moved the body of the black dragon, and then gradually descended and left. Your will, please Lord Dragon God specify that Benos must die. After being trained by Han Yan, the adult shadow dragon can speak a lot more fluently, even using human idioms. Pass my order, the dragon clan will hold the dragon king sacrifice. Choose the king of the dragon clan. If there are any dragons who resist you, kill them all. The terrifying killing intent made the shadow dragon Benos tremble, but it understood what Han Yan meant. The so-called dragon king sacrifice is to select representatives of the dragon clan. And Han Yan is a dragon god. Unlike those ordinary dragon kings, Han Yan is a high-level dragon, and the existing dragons are low-level dragons. Yes, shadow dragon Benos accepted Han Yan's order in a daze, and poked his head out somewhat incomprehensibly. Isn't the dragon tribe a civil war? Then let those little guys fight. Go and pick some valuable guys for me. I will also guide a human little guy. If someone or a dragon can fight at the Dragon King festival if he wins, I will grant him one wish. Any wish. Perhaps the Dragon King sacrifice cannot be regarded as the Dragon King sacrifice, because it is only a temporary thought of the Dragon clan, and the real Dragon King sacrifice did not appear immediately. But at this time, because of Han Yan's words, in a sense, the future human world will boil because of this. Dragon King sacrifice, a dragon god whose head is as powerful as a god. If it speaks, no one will doubt the truth of the matter. Especially the fact that it is said from the mouth of the future shadow dragon. All in all, the king-level dragon clan is a very powerful existence. Born inherited Han Yan's dragon power, but it is only stronger than the general king-level dragon clan. But if there are a few dragons from the royal family, it may not be a sure victory. It's not that the power of the black dragon is not strong enough, but that the human body is too weak. If the power is overloaded, it will turn into a dragon and eventually become another black dragon. Of course, the current Han Yan is actually very clear about what he is doing. He has a plan, which can be said to be a very evil plan. Just to control the dragon clan is not just to elect the dragon king. Finally, let the group of little guys cultivate the most valuable guy, and then use it as a sacrifice for their own growth. The daily lift breaks through a new stage. But now that he has broken through the third stage, Han Yan needs to find a more suitable bloodline to further evolve. As for sea, land and air, Thunder, Sea, Emperor Dragon and Deathwing have already met the 3 stages of sea, land and air, so the third choice, Han Yan, is going to shed the blood of Sea Emperor Dragon, which is a further evolution to be precise. Become a real dragon in one fell swoop. The concepts of Shenlong and Dragon God are different. One is a race, which is compared to the dragon of the gods. One is the god of the dragon clan, which is the existence of faith. The type chosen by Han Yan may be somewhat similar to the Shenlong in 7 Dragon Balls, but it is also somewhat different in power. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. Oh, by the way, Deathwing or many dragons can transform into human form through magic. But not many dragons are willing to turn into an ant. These 10 points are the same even for Han Yan. Also, the world of Fairy Tail is huge, and there are many connected planes around it, so although Han Yan has a body size of more than 1,000 meters, he can be regarded as the largest creature in this world, but not very big. 0. After all, can a size the size of a playground compare to those monsters that devour islands? No, Han Yan has only reached the standard size of the Sea King's Overlord class. Now let's take a look at other celebrities on the mainland, such as the first Dragon Slayer, Irene, the genius Black Wizard, Dolph, etc. The last few members of the Protoss Sorcerer were deliberately let go by Han Yan, maybe they will take root in some kingdom. And the Dragon Slayer wizard Irene is also developing and researching dragon slaying magic. Dolph travels constantly on the mainland, conducting various experiments in a certain laboratory, for only one purpose, that is resurrection his brother. Maybe it's for him. It is the wish of a lifetime. Of course he is not far away from this goal, because he has already grasped the information of the Eclipse Gate. It must be built, it is only a matter of time. But Born, this guy has something wrong, I don't know what happened. When he hunted down the 7th dragon, he became a half-dragon, and the black dragon's scales and a dragon's claw appeared on his body. If this continues, he will definitely turn into a crazily bloodthirsty black dragon force. Chapter 24 Half-Dragon Born. P.S. To correct a mistake, the dwarf in the previous chapter was wrongly written, and it actually refers to Jerf. For the journey of killing dragons that Born started, the dragons that are not close to humans are killed, and the dragons that are close to humans are also killed. Or maybe it was the black dragon's violent personality that infected him, and Born was only one step away from becoming a bloodthirsty dragon. However, in doing so, he may have some last resort. For his younger brother, Born kept hunting for a boy named Akunalaja while hunting dragons. After a long period of adaptation, Born has basically left the scope of human beings. It can be said to be a dragon man, or a half-dragon-like dangerous killing machine. All of a sudden, wherever he passed, blood flowed into a river of 037. Han Yan has not entered human society, and at the same time, he doesn't know much about it. At present, among the human race, Born's reputation has spread to half the continent, and even the surrounding plains have heard of it. A guy who really slays dragons with the power of a dragon, and is also a very cruel and terrifying human being. The most recognized human being, the Dragon Slayer, Born Guy Terrence. At this time, a battlefield between dragons and humans in the Kingdom of Else. Born, who walks on one battlefield after another, every time there is news about him, there will be a bloody massacre. Time is running out. Where are you, my dear brother? A ferocious human gradually raised his head, half of his face was covered with things like dragon scales. Under the human's shoulder, there is actually a dragon claw that is as sharp as black steel, with a cold glow on it, and even the bloody smell of a dragon. Ah, Born seemed to be panting, the painful and violent breath constantly stimulated his brain, and in the scarlet eye sockets, there was a hazy blood-colored vision. In order to obtain stronger power, he used the destructive power of the black dragon without authorization. The dragon power far exceeded what he could bear, and it was simply not something Born could bear. Or maybe it is precisely because of his terrifying and astonishing will that he has been supporting until now and has not completely turned into a dragon. Roar. Behind Born, a ferocious iron dragon roared wantonly. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and a black shadow flashed by. Born was swept away by the iron dragon's tail, and his whole body was smashed into the ruins of the building. Damn it! Ah! The half-dragon Born roared, and the murderous intent in the dark golden dragon eye was exposed, and a sound resembling a dragon chant came from his throat. Humanity. The iron dragon who had been slaughtered because of his compatriots roared angrily. For some reason, when facing the half-dragon Born, he actually showed a look of fear. Dragon, you must die. Ahahaha. Gia laughed loudly. The negative emotions dominated Born's consciousness, and the dragon's power soared for a while, and the progress of the dragon's transformation gradually approached his heart. Just at this level, while the dragon claws were soaring, a pair of dark and terrifying dragon wings abruptly grew from the back of the half-dragon Born. Impossible. The mere ants have the power of a high-level dragon clan. Feeling the terrible breath, Tai Long immediately roared angrily. Before the opponent could react, a mouthful of dragon's breath was spat out by it with all its strength. Go to hell, okay. The roar of the iron dragon. I feel your fear, dragon. Ah ha ha, you should be the one who died. I won't turn into a monster until I find him. Roar. The dragon wings soared, and the wings that were several meters in size suddenly opened. Born flew into the air and grinned. Soon, he put his hands next to his mouth and made a breathing movement. Go to hell. Go, dragon. The roar of the Black Dragon King. Boom. 2 huge dragon breaths were wantonly destroying the battlefield, and the entire town was swept away in an instant. Hurry up. Watching the dragon breath finally explode violently, and the iron dragon who was defeated in the confrontation of power reluctantly retreating, let out a shrill scream. 0. There were heart-piercing cries everywhere in the ruined town, and the screams reached Born's heart, and he closed his eyes silently. I'm sorry, I swear in my heart, I will definitely kill the dragon clan. Sooner or later they will be wiped out. Everyone, please believe me, this is the last time. When I find my brother, let me become a criminal forever. Dragon sink into the devil's abyss. The resentment towards the dragon soared into the sky. From this day on, Born vowed to wipe out all the dragons and pay all the price for it. But he is very clear that his lifespan is not long. And the only one who can achieve this goal is his younger brother, Akunoloja. But will Born hand over this responsibility to Akunoloja? Normally, he will certainly not, but unfortunately, it is very difficult for him to find Akunoloja before he is fully transformed into a dragon. Thing. PFF'd. Cough cough. The turbid sinful blood was spat out by Born. Looking at the crimson blood, Born showed a bitter smile. He pulled the corners of his mouth forcefully, showing a wry smile or a helpless expression, and gradually slumped on the ground, with the dragon claws supporting the ground, maintaining his body balance. 3.0 At most 3 days, I will completely become a black dragon. Sorry, Teacher Han Yan, I may let you down. But, I will find my brother, and I will become his dragon. Let him become the new dragon slayer. Then, the new black dragon king will be Akunoloja. I believe he will not let you down. Because of the painful and distorted expression, Born once wanted to die like this, but he couldn't let go of the feelings in his heart. If he becomes the dragon of Akunoloja, then even after death, his soul will not enter the eternal abyss of demons. Perhaps it was God's will. Born could not escape this tragic fate anyway, but, with the arrival of a mysterious person. Chapter 25 My name is Jeff. Pat, clack. From a distance, the sound of extremely piercing footsteps gradually came. Who, hearing the sound of very regular footsteps coming from outside step by step. Born looked at the oncoming person vigilantly, but his blood-colored hazy eyes could not make him see clearly, and he could recognize the identity of the person with his keen dragon perception. It seems that the opponent is not the iron dragon that was seriously injured and fled, but a human being. Even as a human being, Born did not relax in the slightest. After all, if he dared to get close to himself who was as terrifying as a dragon, then this human being was absolutely extraordinary. You are Burn Guy Trends. The visitor's tone was slightly crisp, and he seemed to be a young boy who was not very old. But the indifference and calmness in that tone made Born doubtful, and even had some unusual and dangerous smells. Who are you? The bloodthirsty scarlet human eyes opened wide, one red and one golden pupil of different colors. 05 gradually recovered the visual system of humans and dragons. Immediately afterwards, the picture was a bit weird, but the appearance of the person could still be recognized. It was a boy with short black hair, gray eyes, wearing black clothes and tied with a long white cloth. His clear eyes met Born's cruel sight without the slightest fear. I know what you're looking for. At the same time, I'm also curious as to why humans can control the power of dragons. The black-haired boy's voice was calm, but he revealed a little curiosity, but his slightly weird gaze was indescribably strange. Hearing this, Born's eyes became more cold and murderous. I'm similar to you, but I'm different from you. Now, you say, why do people die? Born was taken aback by the innocent voice of the young man, but the half-dragon Born was a little surprised by the next sentence. I am a man cursed by the gods. I will bring disaster to the world. It is far more complicated than a dragon. Can you kill me? I can help you find what you want. Who are you? The torrential murderous aura broke out, and Born, who was provoked, was not very angry. Instead, he wanted to let this lifeless guy see the power of the black dragon and let him understand the meaning of life. However, the black-haired boy still had a smile on his face. He stretched out a hand, then smiled calmly, and said, Hello, my name is Jeff Dragneil. Dragon Slayer, I know who you are looking for. I can help you find him, but, can you help me end my cursed fate? Jeff Dragneil. Born fell silent when he heard the name, then thought for a moment and stared at him in surprise, and said in surprise, You are the Jareth who was called the greatest genius in the history of the Academy by Mildian Magic Academy. Mildian Academy of Magic, before being destroyed by the dragon, was the strongest magic academy in the kingdom that Born had been dreaming of. But now it has already been reduced to ashes, but Born is very clear about the name of Jeff. Wait, you said you were cursed by God. Could it be the legendary Angsalam god? Born is not a person who knows nothing, and he has also heard a little bit about the legend of the god Angsalam. Angsalam, a god who controls life and death. Subconsciously, Born compared Angsalam with his mentor Han Yan, the terrifying super black dragon. As a result, it is obvious that Born believes that Han Yan will definitely be the stronger mentor. After all, the terrible shadow of those abyssal demons makes him never want to experience it again, even if he has obtained the power of the black dragon. But for Born now, it is impossible for God Angsalam to control his life and death. Because it was directly against Han Yan, and if God Angsalam made a move, the black dragon would notice it instantly, and when the space-time magnetic field was blocked, killing the god would mean catching the turtle in the urn. Well, it's the god Angsalam. Jeff's smile didn't know whether it was innocent or sarcastic, and the raised corner of his mouth had an indescribable meaning. If it's that guy, I can't kill you. Perhaps Born didn't know anything before he came into contact with power. But now, he is very aware of the huge life force in the young man. He was stronger than Jeff, and more than 10 times stronger than this guy in strength, but Born couldn't kill Jeff. As the saying goes, Zirf the Immortal is immortal. There is a very strong dark power in him, even if he is close to this young man, even though he hides hostility towards Fang Yin. But Born can still feel the changes in his body, the kind of transformation that is further away from becoming a dragon. That dark energy can absorb the life force of a human named Born, but it can't plunder the power of the black dragon. Therefore, in 803, if there is no human part of life, then Born will be able to live as a black dragon. Yes, Jeff, who was looking forward to it, had a look of disappointment in vain. He sighed slightly, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, seeing this scene, Born quickly stopped the other party. A gust of wind surged, and Born came to Jeff's body. The difference in height between the two was more than half a head. Jeff looked up at the tall figure, and then showed a puzzled expression. Well, do you know the whereabouts of my brother? A boy named Akunoloja, originally wanting to grab Jeff's shoulder excitedly, Born looked at his dragon claws, and then restrained himself. Younger brother. Jeff raised his head and looked directly into Born's eyes. That guy, is that your brother? Yes, for my brother. In vain, Jeff showed a weird smile. Nonsense. It is precisely because I don't trust my brother that I am willing to turn into a dragon. Born roared slightly angrily, his voice hoarse and scary. Chapter 26. The Giant Shadow on the Desert. For my brother. I understand, thank you. Bowing respectfully to Born to thank him, Jareth seemed to have found his goal, and then his eyes gradually became bright. Huh, why thank me? Born frowned. Your brother, that boy, maybe you can find him in Banlay Town. If I remember correctly, when I was passing by, I met a man who was very similar to what you described. And his big brother, seems to be called Born. Jeff nodded, and then continued. Thank you for letting me find the hope of living. Now, I don't want to die. I want to revive my family, Atelia's Naz Dragneel. Farewell, Dragon Slayer. We may have a chance to meet again in the distant future. I hope you can live until then. Before the words fell, the person had disappeared. Born was left standing in place with a pensive expression. Weird guy. Born looked at the clearing where Jareth disappeared. The dark dragon wings behind him trembled slightly, and then waved up and down. Soon, he soared into the air, thinking about the route given to him by Jeff, and headed to Banlay City with excitement. Perhaps this is Born's last appearance, because he is far away from completely becoming a dragon. As for whose hands the power of the black dragon will fall into. Maybe he already has a position in his mind. What's more, Born can't be regarded as a real death. He will act as a dragon soul to give the future black dragon king dragon power, and then become a sleeping black dragon attached to him. Perhaps, this is a story of being a big brother. The only good thing is that he doesn't have to fall into the hell in the contract book written by the black dragon of destruction after death. Let's not talk about whether the future Akunoloja will become the black dragon king to slaughter the dragons. In short, after Han Yan did not continue to interfere with the human world. Everything seems to be back to the original point, except for some small changes in the trajectory. The plot and history seem to have nothing changed. The ancestor of the Black Mage, Jareth, will create life, and then become the fiercest, strongest, most evil, and legendary Black Mage in the history of the magic world in the legend. Because of the influence of black magic, he couldn't get close to any living body, so he wandered for 300 years, until one day, he met a dragon. During this period, Jeff tried to break into the forbidden area of the world, Devil's Abyss, but all failed. Although he was immortal, he was trapped by demons for decades, and finally found what he wanted on the periphery stuff. Jareth hadn't been in the inner demon pit in decades. Of course, maybe it is because he didn't break in that he has the theoretical immortality. Because, the disintegration and devouring power of void or darkness can swallow all light, let alone the cells of a living thing. As for Han Yan, can you expect this big guy to stay in one place and sleep safely? Maybe a year or two is fine, but Han Yan will not be able to calm down if he sleeps for a long time. A certain corner of the world, in the great desert. Rumble. The violent wind sounded, and with the splashing of sand and stones, a giant shadow in the sky fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground of the desert. Crash. Like the raging waves of the sea, the desert ocean seemed to be roaring, and a black super dragon landed steadily on the ground, as if enjoying the comfort brought by the desert ocean. Hiss. The black dragon's tail swept across the desert. A large pile of gravel and sand was swept away, followed by a huge black shadow, but compared to this super black dragon, it seemed much smaller. Are you scared, little one? What was swept out by the dragon's tail was a trembling poisonous scorpion. Although I don't know the specific race and name, the desert poisonous scorpion with a size of more than 30 meters is obviously one of the dangerous creatures in this world. Hiss. The yellow sand under the dragon's claws splashed in all directions, and suddenly the yellow sand filled the surrounding storm, covering Han Yan's sight for a while. This seemed to be the resistance of the poisonous scorpion. Within the range covered by the yellow sand, the poisonous scorpion struggled desperately, then turned over and threw it underground. Quote. Staring at the endless yellow sand, Han Yan ignored the poisonous scorpion. It fell silent. Although there is no human country in the distance, there is a place called a small village. However, the sound of water in the distance seemed a little weird. When I calmed down to find the source of the sound, whoosh, the scorpion that seemed to be forgotten by the black dragon had already sneaked into the ground, and the surrounding wind and sand gradually dissipated, and the black dragon was also silent in its own consciousness. Speaking of which, there is a small human guild nearby, which is a bit interesting, because its name is a bit familiar. It is called Red Lizard. However, the current Magister's Guild, Red Lizard, has just been established, and there are only 3 or 5 men in the vicinity of this desert. As for the peak period of the guild, it may be hundreds of years later. The current timeline is X401. It can be seen that the later Crimson Lizard Guild still has a lot of room for growth. The only thing, Wang Liao Jiao, is worthy of doubt is why the Red Lizard is on the edge of a desert instead of a small island, the future, Sirius Island. This question may be answered soon, because Han Yan, a black dragon with human wisdom and thought, has already arrived at this place. Crash. When the sound source was transmitted to Han Yan's mind frequently through the pulsation of the earth, the black dragon slowly opened his eyes. #the smell of the sea I smell. Thousands of miles away, at the end of the desert, is a sea of Wangyang. The red thermal imaging pattern appeared in Han Yan's senses by drawing a map like the sea. At the same time, when exploring the terrain, 2 little guys like ants. It broke into Han Yan's sight. It's human. Chapter 27 The Legend of the Island. Hey, did you hear that? It's a loud noise in the desert. Tell me, isn't that some kind of terrifying S-class monster? Impossible. The strongest monster in the desert is the A-level monster, the sand-brown poisonous scorpion. You and I, 2 B-level mages, are also very difficult opponents. If there are S-level monsters, we will be finished. As members of the Red Lizard, the 2 mages looked at each other and walked towards the desert. As early as a few minutes ago, an earthquake-like roar came from the depths of the desert. The terrifying rhythm shocked the surrounding towns, and the Red Lizard also sent 2 powerful surveyors to find out. The magic of both of them is biased towards detection and speed. 707 is still very confident in escaping, and sometimes he is not invincible when encountering A-level monsters. Hey, something's wrong. Didn't you notice that the sandworms and lion majesty around you are hiding? Walking in this desert of death on weekdays, there will be more or less shadows of lion majesty beasts. But this time today, it seemed that the desert had become completely cold, the wind had stopped, the sand grains had also stopped, and strange sounds could be heard intermittently from far away in the desert. Rustle, Giacaka, it seems to be the mournful cry of the desert, or the melancholy of the dusk, as if weeping for the desolation of this land. Boom. In vain, in this quiet world, a heavy footstep sounded. While the wind and sand surged, the huge lone shadow in the desert gradually approached. Hey, look where. A surveyor stared wide-eyed and screamed inconceivably. He pointed to the place where the endless wind and sand surged, the huge black shadow standing over 100 meters, and then showed a terrified expression. Strange. Monster. The other tall and thin man took a step back subconsciously, his expression seemed to freeze, and his sharp eyes were only staring straight ahead. The burial sandstorm flew wildly, and the strong wind whizzed past, forming a fierce sonata at dusk. Like the traces of a nuclear bomb explosion, the surrounding desert has sunk into the ground, and the earth is gradually splitting open. As the giant shadow approaches, the world seems to surrender to it. The originally quiet desert surged up again, making a whoosh sound. The sound was like a big wave roaring, rising higher and higher, as if it was welcoming some kind of lonely master. The dust drifted back and forth with the wind, and the body of the giant shadow slowly emerged. The dust lingering on the dragon's scales, horns and wings of the giant dragon gradually dissipated, revealing the frightening figure of Haki. When the 2 surveyors really saw the identity of the giant shadow, he froze in place. What catches the eye is a very huge jet-black giant dragon. Its muscles are made of steel, the scales on its body are shining coldly, the dark golden dragon eyes have a distinctive majesty, a pair of huge dragon wings seem to cover the sky. Horror. Despair. For a moment, the 2 felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly cooled and frozen by the terrifying black dragon. The heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, suffocating severely. The whole body is like a dead branch shaking in the autumn wind. The only clear cognition in my mind tells me that I should run away quickly, but the trembling limbs seem to be rooted in place, unable to move half a step, and the whole person falls into endless despair. They widened their eyes, opened their mouths wide, and stared at the approaching black dragon, gradually recovering from the horror and panic. When they calmed down, the black dragon was only a step away from them. Until this time, they felt how ridiculous the idea of just running away was. The breath of life, I didn't expect to have such vitality seeds in this desert. Sure enough, it is right to come here at 5.7, maybe my choice is not wrong. 01.060606. After using Conqueror's dragon power to finish off the 2 boring little guys, Han Yan didn't intend to kill each other, but continued to walk forward, as if a mysterious force was guiding him. Then lost interest. The black dragon seemed to be laughing, and the voice of uttering human language resounded all around, gradually spreading away in the sky. This desert is actually an island to be precise. In this barren desert, there is a treasure with amazing vitality, and that kind of mysterious guidance drives it to move forward gradually. Han Yan slowly raised the dragon claws on his forelegs, and then smashed them on the top of the desert. The sand and stones flew away immediately, and the violent air wave blew the 2 of them thousands of meters away. The dragon clan peeped at some kind of power on the island, and used powerful magic to fight the original wizard on the island. In the end, the dragon destroyed the island with magic, and the island turned from a forest into a barren desert. The 2 breathed heavily, their bodies trembling. It was with great difficulty that he stabilized his body and stood there motionless looking at the black dragon. His previous courage and calmness had already been thrown into the sky. Escape. The black dragon is nearly 100 meters away in half a step. Can you escape? Besides, if the two escape like this, what will happen to the villages and towns behind? If it doesn't last even half a second, it will be wiped out. Hey, an unusually large island separated from the mainland by a thin line. However, dating back hundreds of thousands of years, this place is considered a vibrant oasis, with mountains, water and even legendary goblins. But later, it was destroyed, supposedly by dragons. Buzz. The black dragon seemed to feel the peeping of the two ants. It rolled its eyes, then looked down, looking down at the two B-level mages. After detecting the opponent's ants-like magic power, as this a judgment sent by the heavens, an invisible terrifying force swept away in all directions, just the moment of contact, the two mages foamed at the mouth, passed out on the ground with white eyes. Taking a deep breath, the two of them sank into a trough at the same time, and prepared for the worst. Dragon. A real dragon. Chapter 28. Master Black Dragon of the Void. Of course, this is just one kind of legend, not all of them. In addition, some people say that some kind of evil demon led to the destruction of the island. But in the eyes of modern people, these legends are just topics after dinner. They are just the last oasis in this desert, in the human towns, the moment of life they guarded. That is the only evidence of the island's past glory. But, at this moment, the magic dragon descended. And the goal of the magic dragon is the life seed of the last oasis. Benos, what you said is true. Did the thunder dragon Akara die in the hands of that black dragon, the legendary ancestor of the dragon clan, the dragon of destruction? A relative sent a dragon's lair somewhere, and a large reptile dragon with feathers said in amazement, he was like an archaeopteryx with claws removed from its wings and 4 reptile beast feet added. Even the wings are made entirely of feathers, as in birds. But in fact, this is also a dragon, a real dragon. Tianlong Grandin, please pay attention to your tone, the dragon god is not something you can call directly. 5. The shadow dragon Benos, wings comparable to king-level dragons fluttered violently, and a sudden gust of wind lifted countless rubble around it. It stared at the sky dragon unkindly, showing its fierceness. Grandin was stunned by Benos' tyrannical aura, but due to the unusual strength of the shadow dragon Benos at this time, and the relative strength of the dragon clan weakened a lot, he suppressed his anger. Benos, are you sure that the Dragon King's sacrifice is an instruction from Lord Black Dragon of Destruction? It's not the idea of your Eagle faction dragon clan. This is a fire dragon named Atlas Flame. He is frowning and lost in thought at this moment. The violent dragon claws are constantly rubbing against the hard stones. If it is not because of the several shadow dragons behind Benos, if so, I'm afraid I'll start early. I think you should be very clear about this kind of thing, Fire Dragon King Ignir. Benos tilted the dragon's head sideways, and the shadow dragon's black pupils were full of deep meaning. After all, Ignir was the only one who witnessed the arrival of the Demon Abyss Master a few years ago. But what happened at that time, only Ignir knew. And knowing that Han Yan is the master of the Demon Abyss, Benos accidentally learned it from Born. When Born used the power of the Black Dragon to hunt and kill the Dragon Clan, he accidentally met Benos. Although the two belonged to the same lineup, there was still some unexpected disagreement, but fortunately, the conflict was restrained. Dragon of Destruction, Ignir, as a strong man of the Fire Dragon Clan, possesses the power of a king-level dragon, nicknamed the Fire Dragon King. Its words will naturally make many dragons respect, but after being named by Benos at this time, Ignir fell silent. Shadow Dragon doesn't have king-level dragons, but now, I should probably have king-level strength too. Benos' steel-like black dragon wings spread out, like a dragon king covering the sky and the sun, and Haki's wings beat the surrounding sand and rocks with terrifying and fierce wind and waves. That's right, all my strength is endowed by God. Benos uttered a dragon roar, and the deterrent dragon's power was symbolically released. At this moment, these originally unkind relatives sent dragons to suddenly show surprised expressions. I understand. Ignir raised his head from the silence, stared into Benos' eyes, and then fell into memory. The dragon god you mentioned, does it have a pair of huge dark golden dragons? Dark golden dragon eyes. That's right. Subconsciously, Benos thought of Han Yan's calm and majestic Longan, which is indeed dark gold. As that's so, can you tell me, what is the name of its owner? Ignir sighed slightly. For the past few years, it has been recalling the terrifying giant shadow in its mind day and night, and the dark golden eyes that lit up in the sleeping darkness constantly disturbed it. Dream. This story, it held back for a long time, until the appearance of Benos. However, at this time, Ignir was the first to surrender, which made the other proud dragons suddenly upset. The Black Dragon of the Void. What race? Black Dragon. Although at present, they are a lineup headed by Fire Dragon King Ignir, but it does not mean that everything must be surrendered to it. After all, Ignir is just a representative, not a real leader. We are willing to submit to Lord Black Dragon of the Void. Ignir is right, if you don't surrender. P.S. After the Dragon Massacre is the Gate of Eclipse, which is the real activity of the protagonist. Less setting, more routines, used to warm people's hearts. The timeline of Fairy Tale is a bit messy, wait for the author to digest and improve it. The Void Dragon Clan is indeed a lot strange for the native Dragon Clan, because the Dragon Clan is also divided into upper, middle and lower Dragon Clans. The Void Dragon Clan belongs to the top-ranked Dragon Clan. Atlas Fram, who has a bad temper, was the first to jump out to refute Ignir. But this is also seen by the shadow dragon Benos. Presumably the future of this unlucky guy must not be very easy. Ignal, are you crazy? The lowest class is the ordinary dragon clan. Then there are elemental dragons, such as fire dragons, sky, wind dragons, etc. The shadow dragon's eyes full of destruction brightened, and it seemed to be fluctuating with scarlet killing intent. At this time, he stared at the fire dragon, grinned his white dragon teeth, and said, "If you don't submit, you will die. Ignir, you haven't even seen that dragon named Han Yan, and you just subdued him like this. How proud of you as the fire dragon king. The real king of dragons has not yet been born." The name spit out from the mouth of the shadow dragon Benos was full of endless admiration, and when the other dragons heard the name, they all fell into a surprised silence. Black Dragon of the Void. Dragon God Han Yan. Amidst the doubts that other relatives sent the dragons to understand, Ignir took a deep breath and said a sentence that shocked the surrounding dragons. Atlas Fram and Grantine shouted, and at the same time, dragon chants came out, revealing doubtful questions. Chapter 29 Tell you a joke, God Tree. According to legend, there is an island in the sea. There is a tree on the island, the World Tree, named Nibelungen. Beside the root of the tree, a black dragon called Despair lurks. When the World Tree is destroyed, it will attract the dusk of the gods. At that time, the earth roared and roared, mountains collapsed and ground cracked, seas dried up and rocks rotted, the whole world trembled. According to the legend, there is also an island in the sea. There is a tree on the island, a super big tree named Sirius. On this island, a black dragon named Han Yan ushered in. Similarly, although his purpose is different from that of the black dragon named Despair, it is also to obtain this powerful magic. The seed of life, the oasis in the desert, is that the future of the so-called fairies, the last Sirius tree. Lush trees soared into the sky, and their roots were entangled in the middle of the island. It seems to cover the surrounding water and oasis together, guarding the last remaining light of life. And Han Yan stared at the tree shadow at the end of his line of sight, showing a greedy smile. The magic power of the continent is controllable by humans and exists in the world. It is not endowed by something, and magic elements exist anywhere in the continent. But this Sirius tree is a bit special. It seals a lot of magic power, and most of the magic power on this island is stored in its root system, or the Sirius tree itself is the channel connecting the underground magic power with the island. And many of the mages in this village that guards the Sirius tree must have gained extraordinary power because of the existence of this big tree. Oh, the vitality is so scary. The magic power of an island and a small continent has been absorbed by that guy, right? What words should I use to describe it? Dryad, or tree demon, ha 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 ha. Quote. The black dragon waved its tail, and stamped a deep ravine on the ground with its hind legs. The whole body of the dragon jumped up and gradually flew from the ground to the sky. Roar. From the midair came bursts of roars that resounded through the heaven and earth dragons, and Han Yan's dragon wings swelled up. The waving wings were like the wings of destruction of the doomsday, carrying endless turbulent flames straight into the sky. The dragon's roar to the nine heavens also means a possibility. That is the hostility from the dragon, and it also announces one thing to the human beings: the dragon is coming. At this time, Idleman Town. The human position in the desert, a town that has rarely been persecuted by dragons in recent years. Although it deviates from the human continental kingdom, it does not mean that their news is not well informed. The town, which was originally quite lively, suddenly fell into a heavy silence because of a terrifying dragon chant. Dragon, giant dragon. On the street, the fruit sellers and weaving people suddenly looked up in horror, looking for the source of the sound. The mages, mercenaries, and hunters also sensed the danger, and the whole town panicked for a while. Perhaps for them, the word dragon was like a nightmare. Finally, was it discovered by the dragon clan? The high-ranking people in the town, the high-ranking people made panicky noises. People fell into a panic because of a dragon chant that resounded through the earth. People hurriedly looked up to the sky. In the darkness shrouded in dark clouds, a terrifying dragon shadow flashed across the sky, shuttled between the clouds, and hovered above the town. No, this dragon seems a little different. Some sharp-eyed members of the Magisters Guild took a step back subconsciously, and their dry throats let out horrified sounds. This is not an ordinary dragon. This is a Dragon King level existence. But who knew that the legendary Dragon King would actually descend in person? But such a conspicuous tree is very small on this huge ancient continent. With a roar that threatened the world, the black dragon swooped down from the sky and hit the top of the tallest clock tower in the town. As the body of the black dragon descended, the strong wind raged and roared, the sky and the earth were dark, and the terrifying aura, like the appearance of a demon god, enveloped the town in an instant. The ground cracked and roared, and the bell tower in the center of the town continued far away on the ground, which was destroyed by the black dragon, leaving indelible marks in the deep ravine. Where are the mages? Who will save us? The mages Guild, hurry up and slay the dragon. Dragon, it's the divine tree. That dragon's target is that divine tree. The dark sky blocked out the sun, and the terrifying dragon shadow shrouded the top of the town. The black shadow of the giant dragon was printed all over the ground, and the entire sky darkened as the terrifying black dragon flew. For a moment, the countless people who were awakened by the sound of the earth crashing showed despair, screams, fear, and even curses against the heavens rang out frequently. The civil strife of the Dragon Clan and the beginning of the Dragon King festival made the surrounding continents go crazy, and the fear of being dominated by the Dragon Clan descended on the human tribes. That kind of killing and disaster happened in various places on the mainland, but here in a few places are safe and sound. Ah, of course, the black dragon that triggered all of this gradually opened its wings. The dragon wings over 1,000 meters covered the sky above the town, and its powerful claws stepped on the ruins of the clock tower, gradually moving towards go forward and go to the public. At the very center of Mantown is a giant tree that soars into the sky. The branches of this giant tree make up the entire island, even though 60% of the surrounding area is covered by desert. Okay Zhao, but I still can't underestimate the size of this tree. Its cloaking branches protrude into the sky luxuriantly, and clouds grow on the trunk, as if declaring the greatness of the tree. Therefore, many caring people wanted to get the protection of the sacred tree, so they came here. Roar, the sharp-eyed man shouted, and discovered the purpose of the terrifying dragon. It's terrible. Is Iron Man going to be destroyed? Fortunately, the dragons are not very interested in trees, so the people on the island can survive. Unfortunately, after a few years of peaceful life, the dragons ushered in riots. Chapter 30 Another joke, dragon slaying. The black dragon, Han Yan, flew over the town of Idleman. Its wings made a terrifying sound. It greedily stared at the serious tree in the center of the town, and then landed on the top of the clock tower. Although many houses were destroyed along the way, not many humans died. At most, there were hundreds of serious injuries, and they were only one step away from death. It's not that Han Yan is inhumane, but that the brakes are relatively stable. Let them be seriously injured, not directly crushed to death, that is, the suppressed momentum will not be leaked. Also from the kindness of the dragon is gone. Black Dragon King, what is that monster going to do? Destroy the Sirius tree? Damn, stop it. If the Sirius tree is destroyed, this island will be destroyed. At that time, we will have nowhere to go. Fight with it. A group of soldiers and wizards roared loudly, watching the huge dragon shadow gradually approaching the Sirius tree, but none of them dared to step forward to stop it. If you want to say why, it's entirely because the size is simply terrifying. Steel-like dragon wings, terrifying scales, although the black dragon's abdomen does not have dragon scales, but 27's leather armor that looks harder than dragon scales is very terrifying. It's hard for people to imagine what kind of power can hurt this big guy. The answer is no. No one can hurt this dragon, even if all the people in the town add up, they can't cause any small wounds to this black dragon. Therefore, the virus named Despair spread rapidly in the town. Roar, putting the dragon's claws on the huge tree root, Han Yan erected the huge body of the black dragon, turned his head and looked down at the endless ants. Letting out an impatient roar, the terrifying sound waves swept through the destructive air waves, instantly crushing the lifeless bugs around them one after another. Afterwards, Longwei is approaching. The countless oppressed people knelt down profusely in sweat, while the slightly weaker ordinary people had already passed out. That sky, with the sound of the dragon's roar, gradually filled with black clouds, as if a thunder disaster was about to come. The storm was mixed with the storm, and there was a clatter in the sky. With the flash of thunder and lightning, there was a loud bang, and the black dragon also stretched out its huge dragon claws, tearing apart the branches of the Sirius tree. Crunch. The terrifying chewing sound overwhelmed the thunder and echoed non-stop between the heaven and the earth. This super monster, which resembled the Black Dragon King, actually gnawed on the Sirius tree. The Sirius tree is a kilometer in size, and it is almost several times taller than Han Yan. The two are like the contrast between a child and an adult, but as the black dragon's terrifying claws tore open the skirt of this so-called adult, the contrast is indescribable in the eyes of people who are as small as ants fear. Pooh, spit out the green dragon tongue from gnawing on the trees. The black dragon's sharp teeth trembled a little, as if it had eaten something unpalatable. This stuff tastes so weird. What kind of smell can a tree have? In short, carnivores will never agree after eating it. The sense of taste of dragons is different from that of humans, and it is not as sensitive as humans. But despite this, the weird smell from the resin of the Sirius tree made Han Yan wrinkle frown. The magic power is very abundant and can be converted into a lot of energy. But the taste is very weird. It is unpalatable to Han Yan. But he swallowed it anyway. That dragon seems to be eating the Sirius tree. Why eat the Sirius tree? Isn't it directly destroyed? It seems that there is no difference between the two. AFCF, the adventurer stared at the giant shadow in bewilderment. The giant dragon eating the world tree had an indescribably strange feeling. The dragon actually ate the tree. This was an unprecedented event. However, if the other party is allowed to go on destroying the Sirius tree like this, it may be a disaster for them. But if you go directly to stop the opponent, then this disaster will come earlier. Eat it, digest it. For Han Yan, only by eating the Sirius tree can it be transformed into its own magic power to continuously lay the foundation for backup energy. But eating is not the only way to get energy. For example, direct absorption is also possible. But that kind of efficiency is not high, and what's more, this kind of tree is very rare. Since I encountered it, I simply treated it as a huge carrot and ate it up. The so-called weeding is wrong. It means not catching all the fish, otherwise there will be no fish to catch in the future. Therefore, Han Yan decided to eat up the upper half of the trunk of the nearly 1,000-year-old Sirius tree, leaving only the roots and half of the trunk for its subsequent development. However, humans don't know what he thinks. What's more, after invading this place, Han Yan didn't intend to communicate with these people, and Long Yin's meaning was obvious. On the surface, I am the identity of the predator. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being rude. If one plunders goods without harming the other party's life, he is a kind-hearted plunderer. If he kills and steals money, he is a robber. Predators are different from robbers, one is to plunder for the sake of plunder, and the other is to rob for survival. Don't hurt the big tree anymore. Suddenly, an inaudible and childish voice floated into Han Yan's ears. The voice was full of anger and unfriendliness, but Han Yan selectively ignored it. Subconsciously thought it was a group of ignorant human beings shouting again. It really angered me. The roar of a void dragon king ruined the island. So, the black dragon directly climbed up the serious tree, and began to eat it recklessly. I have to say that this does damage the majesty of the Dragon King, but in front of food, can you keep your composure? Question mark. Stop. Damn black dragon. The small voice of swearing and swearing sounded again, but this time Han Yan really heard it clearly. The owner of the source of the sound was above the trees. At the crown of the tree, which is regarded as a sacred tree, there is a wooden house that resembles a human building. At this time, a girl with a smooth shawl and green hair is standing on the branch, holding an unknown scepter in her hand. The voice trembled a little. Chapter 31. Hostility from the fairy. At this time, the other party saw the terrifying Longan staring at him. The girl with pointed ears was startled, her shoulders kept shaking, and she screamed incoherently with her wand in both hands. It's nothing more than words like, "Death to the dragon, destroy you on behalf of the goblin god," and so on. Maybe this is the fairy in the legend. Adiman town, although it is a town, but there are not many people. It is not as prosperous as a real town, but wooden houses and some ancient masonry buildings are mainly covered around this big tree. It is not as dense as people imagined, but rather scattered all over the surrounding area. Scattered human villages seem to be guarding it, and there are quite a few trees around, with flowers and grass, like a garden of nature. But for Han Yan, a black dragon who doesn't understand the meaning of beauty, it's just a bunch of useless weeds. In fact, it's not that Han Yan doesn't understand, but that after seeing too much, he will naturally get tired of it. Or it could be said that he didn't have time to appreciate this tiny beauty at all. It just wanted to suck away all the magic power of the tree, and then complete his plan of replenishing magic. Don't gnaw on the big tree anymore. The big tree is screaming for pain, you nasty dragon. I will stop you. The goblin jumped down from the crown of the tree, stood opposite to Han Yan, and then stared at the covetous dragon head below, inexplicably, at the towering dragon crown and horns that were much bigger than itself. Suddenly this cute goblin became messy. Are you going to stop me? Han Yan glanced at her disdainfully, and said in a low voice, you can try it, if you are not afraid of death, then go for it. However, if you piss me off, be careful that I and the entire island will be destroyed. Such menacing words are spoken from the dragon's mouth, and no one will doubt its authenticity. But in fact, this goblin is also very confused and panicked. In fact, she doesn't want to fight against this dragon king, but if the tree is gone, her home will also be gone. In that case, as a goblin here, she will have no place to go. Landed. I'm not afraid of you. Dragon, you will pay the price. I don't know where the courage came from, but after hearing Han Yan's threat, this little fairy stood up decisively. She stared at her big round eyes, showing serious anger, and shouted. Gather, guide the glory of the goblin's light, and illuminate the world. Guided by the gods, to destroy the existence of evil. The ancient sun, listen to my guidance. Fairy's glory. The holy and rigorous mysterious chants gradually sounded along with the rhythm, and a terrible magic was released through the guidance of the scepter made by the wolf tree heart. Immediately, the magic power from the entire island was dominated by this tiny goblin. The torrential magic power was like the sun in a catastrophe, illuminating the entire sky, and the dark clouds dispersed in an instant, and this super magic was gradually released by this mysterious goblin. This guy. Han Yan widened his long eyes, staring blankly at the small sun rising in the sky. The terrifying magical power of that kind of super magic is extremely frightening, and I am afraid that ordinary dragons may not be able to take it. At least it must be the power that only king-level dragons have. Little guy. Yes, in the ancient continent, the dragon represents the ruler of destruction and absolute power. The goblin represents magic, the endorsement of wisdom. Later, when the goblins fell, it was the peak period when dragons dominated the mainland, which is the current era. The rise of human beings is hundreds of years later, but that is also a matter of the future. If you let it attack with magic, it will be very uncomfortable if you don't say you are injured. But if you dodge, it will appear to be weak to the opponent. But, to deal with a mere magic, do you need to dodge? Anything that has the slightest connection with time or space cannot be viewed with normal eyes. This little elf also understands very well that the super black dragon in front of him is probably an ancient species like himself. The little fairy with keen hearing moved her ears, and her face turned pale immediately, because she saw the crack in the sky that day. The sky that was torn open due to too much energy began to collapse, and the sound of breaking like glass meant that the space was distorted and shattered. The little guy's tone was very tough, but Han Yan could hear some unusual points from her mouth. Glancing at the sky, he looked at the little goblin who was sweating profusely and felt a little tired. Han Yan snorted coldly, showing his ferocious fangs. But at this time, he was actually released by a humble and insignificant goblin that he looked down upon. Although he borrowed the magic power of the serious tree in the island, it still changed Han Yan's view of goblins. No, I am not the ancient dragon clan. I am the king of the black dragon, a visitor from the distant starry sky. You can call me Han Yan, but why should I listen to your ideas? Ha ha ha, great, she is one of the few fairies in the world, and this place is where she has lived for hundreds of years. If it was destroyed like this, it would still be very heartbreaking. As for whether she could get out alive, she hadn't thought about it. Desperate, you managed to arouse my interest, cute little guy. 0. The roar of the Dragon King. 0. Asking for flowers. After watching the black dragon's terrifying roar, the fairy girl's expression changed, and she began to retreat. Dazzling light flickered from the mouth of the black dragon King Han Yan, and the condensed terrifying roar radiated from the dragon's mouth with a frightening aura. In just a split second, the dark beam of light that was as black as a black hole swallowed up the sky. The bright sun even sucked in the surrounding light. The sun of hope that lit up just now sank into darkness just the next moment. Silence, horror, and despair, all turned into ashes under the endless terrifying dragon breath. You, what do you want to do? You are the king of the ancient dragon clan. Do you want to fight against a goblin? Huh, that's right. Anyway, bullying the small by the big is the usual style of your dragon clan. Even if you eat me, I won't let you destroy the big tree unscrupulously. Chapter 32 Serious Island in the Future. Little guy, you don't have the qualifications to order me. Whoosh! The lightning-like dragon claws quickly grabbed the fairy girl. The terrifying speed made the other party have no time to dodge before being caught in the palm of Han Yan's hand together with the bark. Without even giving the other party a chance to resist, the giant claw grasped it, and the bark, together with the girl, turned into powder and shattered. There was no life point reward as expected. Han Yan looked up, and the little goblin escaped without knowing when. Illusion. In vain, Han Yan understood. What I caught just now is the illusion clone of the goblin, which does not have a physical body and is used to interfere with my vision. It's a bit special, even the breath of life is simulated as if it were real, which also made me confused. However, this also succeeded in angering Han Yan. Dragon language magic forbidden feast of darkness. With the sound of the strange dragon chant, a dense fog rose around, and the unkind fog covered the entire sky in an instant. The endless black light lit up in the depths of the mist, approaching the serious tree with a terrifying and destructive aura, and soon, the surrounding ground was trembling, and the ground was actually torn open. The bulging tree roots were rushed up by the endless black mist, and the unscrupulous black mist swallowing the tree roots gave out a greedy cry of ziz. The atmosphere was screaming, and people fell into extreme panic. And the goblin hiding in the dark did not let up and shed tears, looking at the serious tree approaching destruction step by step like this. Dragon language magic sky fall. In vain, when people are desperate for it. The dragon language sounded again, and another terrifying magic was chanted by the black dragon of the void. The entire dragon wing left the serious tree with a destructive momentum. The next moment, a big hole was torn in the sky. The entire fairy island trembled. Thousands of years ago, the dragon clan destroyed the forest and exterminated the fairies. Thousands of years later, the earth is roaring and the sky is collapsing. And the island is once again in a desperate situation because of the enraged Dragon King. The collapsed mountains and rivers gradually shattered and collapsed under the watchful eyes of the black dragon, and then sank into the sea, turned into a grain of sand in Wang Yang. At the last moment, a sudden light enveloped the serious tree and the island, wrapping it and sinking into the sea. This scene was not noticed by Han Yan, or it was done in its perception. However, the strange magical power blocked the detection of invisible predators, so Han Yan did not see the light up with his own eyes, because, the moment the sky collapsed, it had already flown away from here. Although the serious tree was destroyed, but just now the first dragon language magic, the devouring of darkness has already plundered nearly 70% to 80% of the magic power of life for him. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether there is a serious tree or not. It is worth mentioning that the last goblin successfully guarded the serious tree, but failed to guard the island. The part that is the desert has been annihilated by the collapsing sky and the empty river, while the magic-wrapped tree and the surrounding human land have been brought into the seabed, and it may take decades to reappear in the human world. Stars fell from the sky, time no longer existed, and the scorched ground shook and sank into the surging seabed. All I could see was the turbulent waves and the terrifying darkness that had dominated the island for decades, leaving behind endless despair. The desert island was destroyed like this. And the new one is an island called Serious Island. After dozens of hundreds of years after the birth of the new island, human beings have gradually forgotten the history of being destroyed by the Black Dragon, and the historical changes of the Black Dragon are caused by the records of the future Serious Island's long history. Until one day, a girl named Mebus Viviamilio found out from the notes left by a mysterious goblin. The goblin's notes recorded the goblin's lost magic, as well as a few records about the Dragon of Destruction, Han Yan, but the text was full of curses, abuse, and complaints. Although it is a curse, it looks like a complaining child. After all, what kind of words can you expect a childlike goblin to write? Unfortunately, after 100 or 200 years later, due to the exhaustion of magic power, the fairy girl finally passed away, but she did have a descendant named Mebus Viviamilio. After pinning all hopes on Mebus Viviamilio, instilled his own magic power into the body of the young Mebus Viviamilio, and at the same time left this lifelong note. And Mebus Viviamilio, who worshipped and yearned for goblins since childhood, also remembered the name of the destroyer, Han Yan, after getting the notes. She seemed to be paying homage to the dead goblin, and as a member of the Red Lizard, she followed behind the goblin. Until the future, the Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale, was born. However, the last sentence left in the fairy notes made the future Mebus Viviamilio pay attention. It read, "The night of destruction has long since faded away, and the islands of the ocean have reappeared. But will the creator of the disaster hover in the sky again? When the dragon returns, the world will go. Where are you going? My descendants, listen to the words of the goblin, and stop the dragon's steps," the last goblin Ali Karadish planned. Back in the current timeline, after destroying the desert island, Han Yan is still a little unhappy. Not because of the little goblin's provocation, but because of the pity of the destruction of the Sirius 4.3 tree. But was it the ruthless hand it held up before because of its own anger? Not entirely. Probably this is the so-called recklessness. Han Yan didn't hear the belated reward of life points until he left there for a long time. This also meant that the group of little guys escaped under his minions. Although he didn't know where they escaped, Han Yan didn't bother to look for them. After all, the disappearance of hundreds of ordinary kind-hearted humans and one goblin poses no threat to him. Simply ignore it, otherwise, there will be no fairy tale in the future. Hey, what do you think? Chapter 33, The Progress of the Dragon King Festival. The Dragon King Festival has begun. As if it was such an order, thousands of dragons gathered in the world, and a battle between dragons and dragons, between humans and dragons began. The world belongs to the dragons, and human beings are just the food of the dragons. But the dragon clan, who didn't know whether to live or die, actually split up. Although it was because of the order of a dragon god, who had never appeared before, the dragon clan had already existed in the mainland, precursor to splitting. Later, because of what the dead soul of a certain dragon said, Dragon King sacrifice is not a battle, nor is it a child's play. It is a war between dragons and humans. The winner will determine the survival of the continent. This war that has lasted for many years is called the Dragon King sacrifice. The purpose is to choose the final Dragon King. Therefore, it is impossible for Han Yan, who is several levels higher than the Dragon King, to participate in the battle, and at the same time he is also the ultimate controller behind the scenes. In other words, this war was originally later planning. At the same time, it was also the origin of a tragedy. Born died, and to be precise, he became a black dragon. In front of his younger brother, after killing the three-headed dragon, he completely transformed into a dragon. As for the dragon named Han Yan, it only appeared a few times in history. One of them led to the destruction of Sirius Island, and one of them killed a thunder dragon. No one doubts whether it has the power to destroy the world. This point, even in the world 400 years later, is still immortal. And it wasn't until later, when the head of the first-generation fairy tale guild mentioned it, that the world gradually recalled the name. Ahem, it's a long way off. Akunologia, who inherited the big brother Born, came to the battlefield of the dragon clan after becoming a new black dragon slayer mage. Perhaps the power of the black dragon has evolved, and the power of the black dragon has not only not weakened, but has gone further, in his body faintly turned into an existence beyond the Dragon King. And a disaster for the dragon clan, Wang Dejiao, has really come. However, no one or dragon except Fire Dragon King has ever seen Han Yan's true face except Dragon Slayer, Shadow Dragon King. And people and other dragons are more or less curious about what this legendary existence looks like, but there's one thing they dare not doubt, that is, the power of the dragon god Han Yan is absolutely above the entire world. It is the appearance of such a terrifying human being that has to attract the attention of the dragon clan. Then, it was the time when the shadow dragon Benos jumped into the Dragon King, and the dragons, humans, and even the world went crazy. A person, no, it should be said that the name of the dragon surfaced, Dragon God Han Yan. Facts have proved that these mages only learned the magic of dragons, that is, the dragon language magic of the dragon clan, the magic usually used by dragons. Naturally, only these spells can hurt the dragon. This is the second stage of the war, which is extremely tragic. Irene, the founder of Dragon Slayer, also had a body mutation due to dragon power, and fell into a half-dragon transformation, with dragon scales covering her cheeks. Regarding the Dragon King sacrifice, there's one more thing to say, that is, the Dragon Slayer, Born, has undergone a mutation. He actually turned into a dragon. Yes, maybe this is the side effect that the wizard Irene said, relying too much on or using the power bestowed by the dragon, the change makes the body gradually become a dragon. Born is currently in this situation. Except for one eye, half of his face and arms that have not been transformed into a dragon, the rest of his body has completely become like an evil black dragon. This is a bad omen. The strength of Akunologia, who jumped into a black dragon, was astonishing. He not only killed the Eagle Dragon clan, but also slaughtered the relative dragon clan together. Afterwards, things became simpler all of a sudden. The civil war among the dragon clan turned into a real fire after Han Yan killed the Thunder Dragon, and then the Dragon Slayer was born, and then the stage of the Black Dragon. Akunologia started his own dragon-killing journey, and his blood flowed into rivers for a while. He inherited Born's will and went to the deepest part of the continent alone. Perhaps Han Yan, who is sleeping in a sealed place in the world, does not know that because of his power, the dragon clan has fallen. Perhaps it was hundreds of years later that Han Yan remembered this matter with some emotion, but when he found Akunologia, it was another time period. Since it was a critical period of fighting the dragon clan, Irene, a human mage girl, did not feel so comfortable. But fortunately, the relatives sent the dragon clan to be affected a lot. Irene left the human kingdom, and came to the forest alone with Yilong. But then a human killed it, that is, Born's younger brother Akunologia. He had witnessed Born's dragon transformation process with his own eyes, and when he finally recognized the black dragon as his big brother, it was when Born committed suicide in front of him with a smile. That caused the disaster of the whole town, destroyed most of the kingdom, and caused the terrible disaster of tens of thousands of casualties to befall the world. A crazy black dragon launched the most ferocious slaughter. No matter whether it was a dragon or man, they all died in the hands of this black dragon one after another. And during this period, the terrifying black dragon slayer, Born Guy Terrence was born out of thin air, and killed many dragons with the power of his own black dragon. That terrifying dark power is enough to tear apart the world, and it has the strength of a dragon king as soon as it appears on the stage. That day, dragon blood bathed his body. The power of the black dragon was transferred to Akunologia, the mad hatred for the dragons dominated his mind, and the will of destruction from the dragon controlled his brain, so, the third stage the Dragon King Festival has begun. Finally, in the battle between dragons and dragons that has lasted for many years. The Dragon Civil War has been suspended, and there are not many dragon casualties at this time. The Dragon Slayer Magician appeared. This is the human lineup, and the Dragon Slayer Magician trained by the Dragon Clan for the relatives also participated in the battle of the opposition. Involving the cause and effect, the beginning of the Dragon King Festival, the progress of the Dragon King Festival, and the fuse of the Dragon King Festival, are all said by the dragon god who is hiding in the dark. This fact that cannot be annihilated by history has been recorded, in the annals. Chapter 34 300 years later. And the Dragon King was also born. To be precise, the recognized Dragon King is Akunologia. So the question is, where is the Shadow Dragon King Dinos going? Not long after learning that Han Yan was sleeping in the abyss, the Shadow Dragon King led hundreds of shadow dragons and left the mainland instead of participating in the Dragon King Festival. They are lurking in a certain dragon island, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for their king to come. Since Akunologia has the power of a black dragon, the Shadow Dragon King Dinos knows what this power means. This means that in terms of single body strength, no dragon will be Akunologia's opponent, and even he himself is a bit overwhelmed. Unless there are more than 2 or 3 king-level dragons besieging. But compared to that point, it is better to choose to hide and wait for the arrival of the dragon god Han Yan. This class lasted for 300 years. In March X 679, about 300 years after the end of the Dragon King Festival, human beings have become the protagonists of the world from the beginning of ants. Except for the mysterious disappearance of the Dragon Clan, almost all the other Dragon Clans fell, and Akunologia completely became the Dragon King. Although human beings suffered fatal trauma during the Dragon King Festival in 223, and countless magics were lost and passed away, human magic civilization turned in a different direction and became extraordinarily powerful. In a sense, not only did magic not be destroyed, but it became more prosperous. Perhaps magic was much weaker in terms of attack power and power. But in terms of life and other functions, magic has become very practical. Perhaps this is the later magic civilization. But in today's bright magic civilization world, buying and selling magic is also a common thing, and magic has become an indispensable part of people's life, and a considerable number of people make a living by driving magic and serving the client. Ventilation bounty has become a popular profession, and this is also the later mage. The mages of 300 years ago were very similar to the mages of today, but they were still a little different. The profession of wizard is actually a name that came later. The previous one can be said to be a magician. With the demise of the Dragon King Festival and the fall of the Dragon Clan, and until now humans dominate the world. Since nearly 300 years ago, countless magicians have gathered together to form one magic guild after another in the world. Among them is a magic guild, which was born 300 years ago, but it has been forgotten for a long time. But even now, it is still not the so-called old inheritance magic guild. On the contrary, it is still very downcast. That's right, its name is the Colored Lizard. Due to the inferiority of the magic guild and human beings, without the intervention of the Dragon Clan, there would also be disputes between the mage guilds due to interests. From small to large, there has gradually been considerable competition between guilds. On a small island called Sirius Island, there is such a small guild called Red Lizard. I have to say, survive in this terrible troubled world. Moreover, the small guild that experienced the catastrophe of the Dragon of Destruction 300 years ago is indeed destined by the heavens, and its fate is really embarrassing. Mebus Viviamilio, this 6-year-old little guy, is a member of this guild. But it's a pity that the status is not very good. Every day, he helps sweep the floor, wash the dishes and do chores in the Red Lizard Guild. This can't blame her, who knows that her parents disappeared when she was born. I don't know if it's dead or what, in short, it just disappeared, and the forgotten Mebus Viviamilio became an orphan. And this guild is her only home. Although people in the guild bully her from time to time, she is strong enough not to let herself cry. The reason is because she firmly believes that if she cries, she will not see the goblins. Although she is bullied, she still reads magic books without paying attention. One day, Mebus Viviamilio found a note signed by a goblin. Intuition told her that it was a note left by a real goblin. Although she is only 6 years old, she is much smarter than many people. At this time, Mebus's golden hair has not yet grown the pure white wings of the future, and the hair looks messy, but if you look closely, you are still a very cute and lovable little guy. The only thing worth noting is the pair of shiny shoes under her feet. It is said that it was given to her by the president. The evil ancient black dragon tried to destroy the world, but was defeated by the brave and kind fairy girl. Wow, that's great. Mebus stared wide-eyed, holding a hardcover notebook and reading it seriously. It narrates the story of a goblin girl and the records of ancient goblin magic. And at present, she happened to read the part where the black dragon invaded Sirius Island. Mavis, a slightly rude, but gentle voice sounded from behind Mebus. Ah, Chairman. Mebus was taken aback and almost threw the note in his hand. She quickly stood up, turned around, and stuck out her tongue. What are you looking at? I just heard you say black dragon. The person who came was Self, the leader of the Red Lizard. He was a man with tattoos and looked very vicious, but he was barely considered a fire mage of the era, and he could be regarded as a person with a small reputation, so there were many. The client of Sirius Island went to the Red Lizard Guild to do business. Seeing Mebus reading a book instead of cleaning, he frowned impatiently and asked. Quote. As if frightened, Mebus said with some timidity, and then hurriedly got up to pick up the cleaning tool to clean it. However, Self couldn't control that much. He took out the fairy notes in Mebus's hand, frowned, opened a few pages, and turned to the part Mebus was reading. The brave fairy girl defeated the evil black dragon, but will the black dragon come again? How should the survival of the world be dealt with? What kind of crap? Mebus, don't you just watch it? The novel is lazy. Chapter 35 Awakened Sirius Tree. Self flipped through it back and forth, and when he saw that it was the fairy's notebook, he immediately understood everything, as if it was a boring novel written by a third-rate writer. It is nothing more than telling the heroic record of dragon slaughter and so on. To tell the truth, when he was young, Self also admired the protagonist in the novel very much. Only when I grow up will I realize how stupid it is. Dragon, how can anyone beat such a legendary creature? President, I'm sorry. Mebus suppressed the tears of grievance, silently lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I confiscated this trash novel, I will burn it later. Don't want. Mebus pulled Self's trousers, begged him, and said in a low voice. Don't burn it, it's left by the goblin, the real goblin, is not rubbish. You. Self frowned, and when he was about to tear up the book angrily, he happened to think of something. Dragon. Legend has it that dragons have their own treasures. If this novel is true. Self turned his eyes and looked at the book carefully. The lines and time on it should be very old. If what is said above is true, then hundreds of years ago there were indeed dragons and the treasures of dragons. Immediately, the greedy mentality of that person made Self's eyes brighten. Mavis, have you seen it? Although he didn't know what the president was thinking, Mebus still nodded in a daze. Well, tell me, what's the name of that dragon? Where did it die? Did it leave any treasures behind? Where is the dragon's lair? If you're right, the book will be given to you. If you make a mistake, I'll burn it. Self smiled in a low voice. In his eyes, this book is a joke at all. Although he is not a bad person, but for the treasure in the dragon's lair, why isn't that hot-blooded man tempted? Don't. Mebus thought about it hard, and then said falteringly. Han Yan, that evil black dragon is called Han Yan, and he was defeated by a powerful goblin, so he didn't die. I don't know what the treasure is, but the book says it's in the east of the island, which is said to be the last place the black dragon went. East. Self squinted and thought for a moment. The west was the continent, and the kingdom of man. Although Sirius Island also belongs to this country, the north and the south are also places where humans live for a long distance. As for the east, it is a sea area, and there are some human tribes. The strength of the wizards there is similar, but there is a taboo demon abyss in the world there. Devil Abyss. The legend of this world spread, and the place where countless people died here for 300 years. No one can explore the root of it, and all the intruders died under the darkness. Some people said that they saw ghosts of demons inside. Thinking of this, Self's desire for the treasure of the dragon's lair disappeared completely. As if cold water was splashed on half of his face, Self immediately calmed down. Although he has a hot personality, he is not a fool. Even if he is killed, he dare not enter the devil's abyss. Alas, I guess that dragon is already dead, forget it. Don't read books during working hours from now on, clean it well. 17. Throwing the book aside casually, Self didn't pay much attention to it, but when Mebus wanted to catch the fairy note in the air, suddenly a golden light flashed away. Rumble. Self, who was staring at the scene of the book shining golden, was stunned, but he didn't notice the change of the island, and it was impossible to notice it. This. Mebus in the house carefully picked up the book. Finally, willing to show up. Sirius Tree, and that little goblin who played tricks on me, Jahaha. Do you think that if you cheated me, Han Yan, that's all? How much? And the magical power that had disappeared was actually created again. To be precise, it was attracted by the Sirius Tree, and the magical power of the surrounding sky was attracted and gathered, from the poor at the beginning to the abundance now. Finally, the seal on Sirius Island has been completely lifted. 0. Seeking flowers. On the contrary, Mebus saw the phantom of a goblin condense in midair, then turned into a stream of light, and got into her body. I have to get back something that should belong to me. After absorbing the magic power of the Sirius Tree, the black dragon, which has continuously started its evolutionary cycle, finally opened its eyes again, and it also noticed the movement here. P.S. Han Yan is the self-sealed self to digest the magic power and prevent the magic power from leaking out. This time period is almost approaching the plot of the Eclipse Gate. As for the time period of the 7 dragons and 10,000 dragons, it is all later, yes. Guess everyone, what are those shadow dragon guys doing? Where is Jeff? 9. The goblin, it must be the call of the goblin, It must be, I saw the goblin. What happened? Mavis, who was crying with joy, showed a happy smile, cheered himself up, and then showed a happy smile to the sky. The sealed tomb, the place where the black dragon sleeps. To be precise, it was the familiar magical power that disturbed it. At the same time as the loud bang was heard, the island shook violently, and a giant tree grew slowly from the center of the island. The serious tree, which had been sleeping for a long time, was finally once again hidden by the fairy in the book. The magic power lifted the seal, and immediately, the magic power in the surrounding air fell into an extremely barren state. And the magic power on the island seemed to be emptied, until the serious tree grew to a level of hundreds of meters before it slowly stagnated. At the same time, facing the violent earthquake, Self ignored the book at once, and then ran outside to see the changes of the guild. After all, he is the guild leader, and his responsibility is very important. Chapter 36, The Disappearing Power of the Black Dragon. A sense of vicissitudes of time gradually spread across the ocean. The flickering frequency of that space gradually accelerated, and soon, the seal was forcibly torn apart. A pair of big black eyes lit up in the darkness, and with the gust of wind, the tsunami was everywhere, and the black dragon woke up. The majestic mountain collapsed in an instant, a pair of terrifying giant claws tore the mountain apart, and on the sealed island like magma, a ferocious and terrifying black dragon raised its head. It spewed flames that burned the space, its wings spread out suddenly, and it gradually climbed to the top of the mountain, its eyes fixed on the distant sea. In that direction is where Sirius Island was located 300 years ago. However, it is now bare, like a lonely island. But humans have settled down on it, and it has developed into a prosperous island in 100 years, communicating with kingdom towns, and the west of the island is the Alvarez Empire. A super magic military empire formed by 730 guilds. Roar. The shocking and continuous roar of the dragon, the huge roar seemed to destroy the world, and the violent air waves caused the surrounding hundreds of meters of seawater to riot. The invisible waves smashed the reef, and the shattered sand raged in the storm. The dragon's head bowed down as if it was going straight into the sky, and it seemed to be smiling strangely. Has the grass grown? Looks like it's been a while. Han Yan tilted his head slightly, looking at the forests on the surrounding islands. Perhaps to him, these forests with a height of tens of meters are like weeds, although they have been destroyed by him in 7 or 8. The annual rings on the surrounding reefs and seawater have been around for some years, and even if the small island that is sealed by itself is broken, you can still smell some human scents. It must be that occasional adventurers or wizards stayed on it overnight, but fortunately, those fools didn't go deep into the island, otherwise they would find the sealed magic circle in the center of the rock formation. If that was the case, then Han Yan would wake up much earlier. This world is changing so fast. Times change every few decades, and in the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 100 years. Han Yan didn't know how long time had passed, subconsciously thought it was only 100 years. Because the magic power on it has also recovered 90% at this time, and the last 10% does not need to be recovered at all. It will naturally reach full storage. After all, no one will be in a state of full magic power, unless it is taking drugs or overdrawing vitality. Otherwise, most of the living beings will enter the peak state of the body in 80 to 90% of the time. Now I can be regarded as an old senior. Hey, it's ridiculous. According to the calculation of human beings, I can be regarded as the first level of immortality. If it is calculated according to the Void Dragon clan, I can't even be an adult. Not. The Void Dragon clan has a stage of millennium, and the 3 stages are adulthood, which is quite different from ordinary dragons. After all, the power of the void is unpredictable, and some void monsters that have lived for 10,000 years are already at the level of gods. As for the monsters in time and space and chaos, let alone the length of lifespan. However, Han Yan moved the huge black dragon's body, a little movement. For ordinary people, it is the kind of power that the sky will shatter and the sea will shatter. But for the giant ocean beast, it's just a slightly bigger wave. Looking at the sea, Han Yan brought back the memories of the past. It jumped into the sea, set off a large wave of waves, and then opened its bloody mouth, and suddenly, the terrifying suction condensed from the dragon's mouth. The countless tumbling and fleeing fish and sea creatures were instantly enveloped, and then they fell into the mouth of the dragon uncontrollably. The Han Yan in his form gradually emerged from the sea. It's really interesting. Should I see how the little guys from the dragon clan are doing? As for the Dragon King, has he been selected? Having said that, Han Yan's face froze. Disappeared. The black dragon calmed down from the warm-up activities after waking up, and then suddenly raised its ferocious eyes, and on the silent dragon's head, the terrifying sight gradually turned cold. The dragon power left on that little human, is it broken? If it's broken, it means, he's dead. But it's impossible. There's nothing in this world that can kill him. Could it be that old god that I underestimated? Han Yan firmly grasped the dragon claw, and it creaked, and the scales made a terrible crackling sound as if they were trembling. At that moment, he thought a lot. Violent thoughts filled his mind, but soon, Han Yan calmed down. No, it can't be said that it has completely disappeared. The power that belongs to me still exists in this world, but it is a little different. Han Yan narrowed his eyes. 237's ferocious dragon head seemed to be smiling. The scorching air waves scattered from the gap in the dragon's mouth. The black dragon's scales turned dark purple in an instant, and Han Yan entered the void state in an instant. Under this mode, the world seems to have changed. That weird and distorted space appeared in Han Yan's mind. Pulling this dark power, Han Yan broke through one space after another, tore apart the planes of countless worlds, crossed thousands of miles of oceans, and then continued to search in every big and small plane, void realm, human plane, etc., even the soulless realm and demon abyss in the most crevice will not let go. Finally, following the breath of the Black Dragon, Han Yan found a guy. Chapter 37 Black Dragon Akunology Aura. Somewhere in the world, on a tiny island, a black dragon full of destructive aura was raging, and the roar of the 100-meter-sized terrifying dragon destroyed a city in an instant, just like a cat playing with a mouse. The strongest human mage in the town is as weak as an ant in front of this black dragon. The black dragon that destroys the weak simply does not have the slightest serious expression. Perhaps for it, destruction is the most interesting things. After the town was destroyed by the roar of the dragon, during the period when the dragon's breath stopped, a jet of black light shrouded it. Immediately afterwards, the black dragon turned into a human boy with a dark skin and patterns on it, draped around his waist long hair. An indifferent young man in a black cloak, topless and with a necklace. However, to be precise, this is a boy who is extremely similar to Born. From his eyes, one can see the color of extreme disgust and contempt for human beings, dismissive of it, and did not make any sound from destruction to end. It was such a strange guy who was watched by a pair of giant eyes in the void. Watching it gradually change from a black dragon to a human, its fangs turned into teeth, its scales disappeared and turned into flesh, and the dark dragon wings were also absorbed into its body. The weird black scale armor has a similar smell to the black dragon tattoo on Han Yan's body, perhaps this is one of the common features of the Black Dragon clan. But compared to the Black Dragon King Deathwing, this black dragon is infinitely weaker. Roar. Suddenly, Akunology frowned, and his appearance that had just transformed into a human was instantly covered by ferocious scales. A terrifying black dragon nearly 100 meters high reappeared in the world. It stood on top of the ruins of the city, then carefully stared at the sky ahead, and then showed a vigilant and confused gaze. A restless atmosphere enveloped the sky, followed by the sky suddenly darkened. Unlike Ma Yun or the blackness of the night, but a space that is torn open by the magic power that is so strong that ultimate, that kind of pitch black can see the whole in another time and space being torn apart by a pair of extremely terrifying dragon claws. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of a black dragon descended. Because the space is too far apart, despite the power of the black dragon as the space coordinates, Han Yan did not come in person. After all, he was just checking the whereabouts of the power of the black dragon, not to destroy the opponent. Hey, unfamiliar faces, where did you get this power? There was a thunderous sound. When the terrifying dragon's head protruded from the gap in the space, a terrifying aura filled the entire island, and the shocking and desperate atmosphere shrouded Akunology's heart like a heavy haze covering the sky. That breath of fear made his blood freeze, but his heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. It was so suffocating that he couldn't breathe. At the same time as that irresistible sound sounded, the ground around Akunology split open, and the black dragon sank into the ground a little bit. Hey, you, who are you? With the dragon head looking around, Akunology retreated vigilantly, with a look of shock in his eyes. Its sight gradually met the huge black dragon in the sky. Comparing the two, Akunology is not even 1/10 the size of that black dragon. Answer my question. Once again, the mighty dragon descended like a monarch. The unresistible momentum made Akunology struggle for 2 seconds before giving up the resistance. It gritted its teeth and crawled on the ground. The power of the black dragon that originally belonged to Han Yan suddenly betrayed him. Black dragon in the sky. This kind of oppression, no matter from the body, soul or spirit, made Akunology gnash his teeth, but he had no choice but to give up resistance. Where did you get your strength? The huge dragon eyes in the sky looked down on the black dragon below, and Han Yan stared coldly at this junior of the Black Dragon clan. A black dragon. Akunology snorted softly, and then transformed from a black dragon into a human form. At this time, he sat down on the ground, turned his head and said, After taking a few glances at this little guy, Han Yan suddenly laughed. I can feel that you have the power to slay dragons. The magic power of the black dragon must have been plundered by you too. How courageous. If I'm not mistaken, there is a subtle human smell on you that can be ignored. However, I don't believe that you have that ability. You must know that there is no human in this world who can crush the power of the black dragon. Is it, but he, Born, can. Akunology raised his head, unyielding attention to the black dragon in the air. Akunology doesn't know Han Yan, and has only heard the legend of Han Yan for hundreds of years. To be precise, the one who admires and respects Han Yan the most is Akunology's big brother Born. But now he has been dead for 300 years. That's right, the Dragon Slayer 300 years ago. My big brother, Born. Speaking of this, Akunology laughed miserably. He laughed loudly, and then shouted, however, he is dead. That's right, he killed the 3 royal dragons by himself, but it died, in the end died in my hands. My big brother, died in my hands. Haha, Wang Li's, haha. Although Born chose to commit suicide before completely transforming into a dragon in order to protect Akunology, and then turned into a dragon soul to integrate into Akunology's body to help him suppress the power of the black dragon. It is precisely because of this that Han Yan has not received the news of the dragon's contract for 300 years. After all, Born is not really dead in a sense, but has been helping Akunology to become the strongest dragon king in this world in an alternative form. Are you that little guy's brother? Han Yan frowned, a brutal coldness gradually emerged in his eyes. Black Dragon, if I remember correctly, you are the legendary king of Black Dragon, Dragon God Han Yan, right? Akunology opened half of his coat, and then stared at the dragon shadow in the sky with serious eyes. Chapter 38. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Insect, it's not bad that I'm the king of the Black Dragon. But the Dragon God, I'm not yet. But it's not too bad. Han Yan nodded without denying it, but he didn't intend to let the wild Black Dragon bloodline wander outside. Even the descendants of the Black Dragon clan can't do it. Without formal permission, any dispersal of one's own power is a kind of abnormal change for this world. For myself, it is a kind of influence on reputation. Therefore, like most evil final villain bosses, Han Yan intends to kill Akunology and take back the power of the Black Dragon. Okay, Black Dragon King, I want to challenge you. In my eyes, the so-called Dragon King is nothing at all. If everything the big brother said is true, then let's have a showdown. If I win, this I have the final say in the world, you can't interfere with me. If I lose, surrender or destroy, it's up to you to choose. Akunology gradually stood up while his bones were trembling. He looked up at the sky, and issued a challenge that shocked the whole world. Because he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the opponent, and the only thing he wanted to do was to test how strong the opponent was, and to veto the words of Big Brother Burn. Perhaps, as the world's top 383 terrorist force. Only Akunology dared to talk to Han Yan like this. I don't know whether to say that he is fearless, or he doesn't know what fear is. Akunology, the black dragon that terrified the whole world 300 years ago. The second dragon slayer in history who fully transformed into a dragon, inherited the talent of Big Brother Born, and even surpassed the former. Countless dragons have been wiped out in the past 300 years, and every appearance of Akunology will represent the end of the era. And the black dragon Akunology is also known as the final black feather, exuding the breath of destruction and death, and is an extremely ominous symbol in the whole world. At the same time, somewhere in the world, Akunology's fighting spirit may be felt. With the momentum that made the world tremble, a black dragon of the void with a strange hockey pattern slowly opened its eyes. You want to challenge me? Han Yan's initial thought was not anger or displeasure at having his status questioned, but staring at Akunology's eyes with curiosity and surprise. Trying to find a trace of fear or other thoughts in the other person's eyes. However, there was indeed a trace of fear deep in the other party's heart. But it wasn't very obvious, so Shangyan stared at him with some relief. As if looking at the younger generation, Han Yan, as the king of the Black Dragon, looked at the little guy who changed because of him with admiration. That's right, Akunology, send you the most sincere challenge. Akunology let out a low growl, and the scattered coat was suddenly lifted by the surging wind and waves, and an extremely serious expression appeared on his originally indifferent face. Yes, I will give you a chance to surrender to me. Since it is the challenge of the ignorant, Han Yan doesn't mind letting him know what is the power over all living beings. The power of the real dragon, however, at this time he is just a projection. There is no attack power. Therefore, Han Yan stared at Akunology and said, come to me. Come to this ancient continent, I will wait for you here, and the power of the Black Dragon will guide you. I hope as you said, you are not a small ant, otherwise it would be too boring. After finishing speaking, the giant shadow in the sky faded away, and the shadow of the Dragon of Destruction gradually disappeared at the other end of the dimension. Suddenly, at the moment when the dragon shadow disappeared, a lot of sweat gradually appeared on Akunology's forehead, and at this moment, his throat was dry, he knelt on the ground and breathed heavily. It seems that the aura was so terrifying that it was difficult for Akunology to breathe and even speak. When the supreme existence disappeared, Akunology leaned against an abandoned wall, then fell into silence. Big brother, the great existence you mentioned has already found me. If it is really like what you said, I have no way out. I can only continue walking. Involuntarily, this black dragon, which only knows destruction in the minds of countless people, fell into short-lived memories. In Akunology's mind, the words that Born said before he died, Akunology, my brother. Listen carefully, I am very happy just to see that you can live safely. Now, although I don't expect you to survive in peace. After all, that terrifying existence and the powerful power of sacrificing life can enable you to survive in this hellish world. I shouldn't let you know, I can't allow myself to infect you with this evil force, even if it is my life's research. But I can't be so selfish, I will definitely let you live. Then fall to the bottom of hell, or come to the top of the sky, to break the damned sky. In the distortion in reality, I can only help you, I have been helping you through many difficulties. In the end, you must not try to provoke it, that great existence is not you at all. I can be offended, remember. But that doesn't matter anymore, because Akunology has already dared to challenge Han Yan. Perhaps there is such a truth that everyone should understand. That is, when a strong person stands at the peak, meeting the weak will be a boring daily routine. A challenge without a purpose is also without the slightest meaning, as is the case with Han Yan now. Crushing, invincible, that's not exactly the case. Plundering, non-stop plundering is his goal, but before that, he must have some fun. What's more, Han Yan plunders Philippines himself. It's rare to have a junior to challenge myself. How can I say that as a high-level dragon at the pinnacle, I have to teach him a lesson before evolving? Do you really understand the power that makes the world tremble? Gia, maybe, I just don't know if those little dragons are dead or hiding. Chapter 39. Black Dragon's Lair. The sky above the kingming sky is endless void. On top of the high sea of clouds, a black dragon with huge wings covering the sky and the sun is galloping past. Shadows cover the land, and the storm that rolls over makes the clouds roll, and the dreadful tempest runs amok over the lonely sea. Soon, the black dragon gradually landed on a deserted island. The dragon's claw fell on the rocky beach, as if stuck in the sand, and the fragile tofu-like stone was easily cut by the sharp claws. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon wings gradually retracted, and slowly sneaked on the black dragon's back, followed by the dragon's tail sweeping past, smashing the thick old trees instantly. The lone dragon head stared into the distance. Han Yan fell into deep thought. The change of the times is a bit serious, the sky has changed a lot. If so, come out. The ice demon of the void. As the sound of the dragon roar descended, on the open space beside the rocky beach, the lines of the magic circle condensed out in circles. That terrifying power triggered a tide of magic power, which rushed away like a storm, and soon, an extremely evil and terrifying demonic aura descended on the world. Great will, follow your orders, my master. At the other end of the void dimension, that broke through the barrier of time and space, a hideous and terrifying humanoid demon pierced through the space, appearing from a summon like an ancient magician. It has a pair of evil sharp horns, and on that ferocious face is a pair of eyes that are so indifferent to the ultimate. At this time, the terrible demon knelt down on one knee, bowed his head in front of the black dragon and offered his loyalty. Extreme Ice Demon is not just as simple as a demon. If it is an ordinary demon, it is naturally weak and pitiful. But it is a demon from the void. After all, there is another name for the race above the Extreme Ice Demon. Frieza in the Frozen Demon Dragon Ball is this race. 0. The demon family is basically a cruel fighting race, and there are many mutants among the demons. For example, the Extreme Ice Demon is also one of them, one of the demons infected by the origin of ice. Among the Extremely Ice Demon group, Rashad is one of the best. Later, because it touched some kind of evil taboo, Rashad was accidentally involved in the tide of the void when it crossed time and space, so that Han Yan, who was passing by thousands of years later, was occasionally freed from the turbulent flow of the void. At the same time, he is also the strongest of the Void Demon family. His full name is Rashad the Frozen. He is also a member of the Han Yan Void 12 Guardians. Rashad, I ask you, how long have I been asleep? The dragon eyes of the black dragon squinted at the 2-meter-sized demon, and then made a frightening sound. 300 years. Great Lord, you have been silent for more than 300 years. 300 years is as short as 3 days. Whether it is in the eyes of the Extreme Ice Demon Rashad or Han Yan, it is just a moment of time. Master, I haven't found the source of magic power. Void energy is not developed much. After all, even if you were the master, you can't easily touch that kind of power. There are many available. Most of the spars in the void world still exist. At present you can let the black mist cover the world. You can implement a black moon. The power of the void is great, and it is naturally easy to find the source of magic power in 300 years. But the magic power in this world seems a little strange, because it is not created by some gods or some kind of powerful will. On the contrary, the magic power in the world of fairy tale, the so-called magic power, is actually born naturally, yes. The black dragon let out a deafening cold snort, and suddenly the ground around Rashad split open, and the dust and air were suppressed by some terrifying force. At this moment, the island seemed to tremble and was about to fall into Wangyang Sea middle. Forget it, don't care about this. Rashad, tell me the changes in the world in the past 300 years. The dragon's lair is the devil's abyss. In addition to being the habitat of the black dragon Han Yan, the other function is to probe downwards, constantly looking for the source of the magic power of the world. 0. Ask for flowers. Black Dragon shook his head. Han Yan didn't bother to think about these questions. Instead, he asked about strange news. However, the void spar can produce a strange black mist. To be precise, it is the fog of the void. The power of the void can swallow all energy, such as lightning, magic, physical power, etc. Even the illusory light in space can swallow it. Although the fog of the void is not as powerful as the void, it can still swallow everything Han Yan wants. For example, the whole world. When the black moon shrouds the world, and when the black mist spreads to the void, at that time, the whole world may be swallowed up by the black mist and Han Yan will naturally get everything. But this kind of cost is relatively high, and the time is relatively long, not to mention that Han Yan can only rely on the void spar to implement it. Boring. Therefore, the world is magic, and magic is the world. It also means that there is no so-called magic source in this plane. That's it, it's very good. 300 years is not long, but it is not a small change for human beings. Let me ask you, how is my dragon lair now? The development and utilization of void energy. How many have you detected the magical mineral springs in this world? And what Han Yan cares about is the black dragon's lair. That is, his temporary family. Taking back the long way that was leaked out of surprise, Han Yan thought carefully about the status quo. Unable to absorb the source of mana, this is a question worth pondering. That means that the cold shock cannot plunder, magic cannot plunder the magic of the whole world. This is not very good news for him. So, in the face of Han Yan's questioning, Rashad became dull, opened his mouth and exhaled a cold breath, and then closed it nervously. Whether it's a dragon or a person, the first thing to do when you wake up is usually to subconsciously think about what you care about. Chapter 40 Intruder Jeff, Master, during your 300 years of sleep, the dragon clan has perished, and humans have become the rulers of the world. There are no powerful guys invading near the dragon's lair, but some ant-like humans have broken into many, but they all died in the hands of that monster. There was a black ant that was a little strange. He wanted to invade the dragon's lair, but was blocked by the black mist. And some low-level void creatures it was impossible to detect his existence, and even lost a weak demon among the void demons. But that appearance was discovered by the guardian of the 4th floor of the dragon's lair, and he seriously injured the opponent. This it was already 200 years ago, maybe he is dead now, or he is healing in a corner of the world. 9:30. On the head of the ice demon is a pair of horns like sharp teeth. The role of the horns is to control and adjust the hub of power like tentacles. After that, there are a pair of eyes made of indifferent ice blood, like Shinigami's smiling mouth, leaving traces of frost. Rashad, even a powerful demon with power beyond the mundane. Even if he has the same strength as the strongest in the world, he still looks humble and insignificant in front of this terrifying black dragon. Black ants. Did he say his name? Black Dragon pondered for a moment, then asked. Yes, that human claimed to be Jeff Dragneel. He wanted to see you, the Great Master, but he was not allowed in because he was afraid of exposing the existence of the Void Base. At that time, I wanted to. It is a pity that the ruler has entered a deep sleep. Jeff. Han Yan thought about the owner of this name, and suddenly a dark-haired boy he remembered appeared in his memory. After connecting everything together, Han Yan seemed to understand something. That is the demon created by Jareth. Maybe it is related to a void demon that disappeared in the dragon lair of the Void Base, and the later demons may be the descendants of that void demon. Of course, Rang Yan didn't know this. In that huge image is the depth of the 3rd layer of the dragon cave 200 years ago. Soon, in the depths of the mist, a human boy with short black hair, gray eyes, wearing black clothes and tied with a white long cloth came gradually. He looked around in confusion, as if he was looking for something. After Jareth disappeared, the dark dragon let out an angry breath of the dragon, and the dark energy penetrated the vast fog. Immediately afterwards, the angry dragon disappeared into the black mist, and the image was also monitored by the void eye on the plant. He is very afraid of the black mist around him, and every time he advances, the protection of the magic shield is indispensable. And as he advanced, the surrounding fog gradually surged, like an undercurrent in the depths, and soon, with the appearance of a terrifying-looking bug, it stopped Jeff from continuing to move forward. Of course, for this world, it is definitely the scariest dungeon, because it is absolutely impossible to be attacked. Master, please take a look. As for the 5th floor, it is a big guy, a monster to be precise. A terrifying void monster, an evil monster like a void tentacle monster, with heaven-defying power, and an extremely gluttonous monster. Any creature that gets close to it, be it friend or foe, will be swallowed up by the ferocious maw. The above is the interior of the 6. In just one round, Jeff was already at a disadvantage. In less than a minute, in this empty field, Jareth was severely injured on half of his body by the dark dragon, followed by. Time seemed to stand still, and the space twisted strangely. Jareth Jeff disappeared in a shadow. 5.4. At the moment of leaving, the last thing recorded by the video is the shock and disbelief on Gel's face. But this big monster is Han Yan's pet, like a watchdog, guarding the void base on the 6th floor. As for the 6th floor, there are generally no creatures, and even if there are, it is only one of the 2 guardians of the void. In addition, during the short period of recuperation, Han Yan was sleeping on the bottom of the 6th floor. When the 2 met, Jeff seemed to be saying something strange, but it was just an image, and Han Yan couldn't hear the specific voice. In addition, Han Yan can still tell what the other party is talking about, but it cannot be because of the excitement caused by surprise, just like when the other party saw the demon for the first time. The strange black magic followed when the worm appeared, it protected Jareth, and then, one of the 12 guardians, the Dark Demon Dragon, Shoot appeared. It seemed that he was surprised and moved by this place, but he had no fear. Perhaps for him, the curiosity of exploring the unknown was far greater than the fear of death. Even though he knew he was immortal. The above is the whole process of the first invasion of the human named Jareth. Suddenly, as the ice demon Rashad spoke, a void image formed by mysterious magic power appeared in front of Han Yan. Dark Demon Dragon, a type of dragon clan. But unlike ordinary dragons, it belongs to one of the higher dragons, and is a product of pure darkness. After all, there are 6 layers inside and outside the dragon's lair, and the outermost 2 layers are completely miscellaneous soldiers. Weak and pitiful, just like a demon, Dailiola, 100 years later, it belongs to the basic cannon fodder. The next 3rd layer is slightly stronger monsters, which are almost comparable to S-level wizards. The 4th floor belongs to the powerful guardians. There are 12 in total, that is, 12 beings of the same level as Rashad. It is far stronger than ordinary S-level mages, and it is also equivalent to the power of super S mages among human beings, slightly stronger than Jareth in terms of destructive power. Therefore, when the 2 met, perhaps because of the resonance of black magic, a short-term fight that was not too intense began. That void monster alone is already in existence comparable to a god, not to mention the terrifying void dragon Han Yan. Chapter 41. Extreme Ice Demon Rashad. Besides, for the next 20 years, that black ant kept circling around the dragon's lair, but because of that time, the power around the dragon's lair increased a lot again. But human magic really it's a lot weird, and there are many spells that we can't interpret, but fortunately, the power of the Void Guardian is strong enough. Rashad narrated everything carefully. He was not the guardian in charge of that area at the time. Therefore, it was only learned later, but when he said it, a dragon claw covering the sky had already pressed him firmly to the ground. Strong. Why didn't you kill him when you were strong? You were so cool and refined when you talk about weakness. The white smoke spewed out from the dragon's nose, as if in anger. Han Yan grabbed Rashad's tiny body together with the rock, and held it firmly in the palm of his hand. The crunching and cracking sound sounds a little creepy, but it is undoubtedly a kind of physical punishment for his subordinates by Han Yan. Lord, Master, we are following your order, and are not allowed to leave the range of security. Oh 5. A faint voice sounded in the pitch-black dragon claws, and Han Yan was also stunned for a while, remembering that he had indeed said that these guys were not allowed to run around. Thinking about it now, is it my fault? So Dragon Claw made another three-pointer, but after thinking about it, Rashad was his subordinate, but killing him seemed too cruel and not kind at all. Yes, suddenly, the dragon's claws were loosened, and Rashad's body fell heavily on the ground from a height of 100 meters, and there was a sudden sound. A few seconds later, the extreme ice demon Rashad got up from the ground, as if nothing had happened, it crawled on the ground again. Unlike just now, this time he was much more nervous. The demon's physical body is very strong, and there is only a stronger existence that can easily cause a devastating blow to it. Such as the dragon, Han Yan, the Black Dragon King of the Void. Then I'll give you an order, and you wait for me to execute it. Han Yan looked back at the direction of Sirius Island again. After thinking about it, he still had to go there to confirm. Go look for the goblin 200 years ago. If you find it, then the goblin's talent may be a good thing that can be used additionally. Rashad must complete the task. The extreme ice demon knelt on the ground with a sincere expression on his ferocious face. Find me that guy named Jeff. Bring him to me. If you can't, you know the consequences. Han Yan's words are already obvious. If it fails, then Rashad probably will not be far from death. After all, in the Void realm, the weak have always been the food of the strong. This is no exception anywhere. Yes, Void, there is no need for the weak. Rashad swallowed his saliva, and his flustered mood immediately calmed down. After all, Han Yan's punishment is already very merciful, because for the devil, death, song is the beginning. The world after death is the most terrifying. In this way, he walked to the edge of the beach step by step, and gradually walked towards the sea. The terrifying cold air froze the sea surface the moment before the devil's feet hit the ground. Facing the west, Rashad moved forward step by step in the direction of the western continent. The terrifying freezing air enveloped the world, sweeping across the sky like an ice storm and moving towards one side. On the left and right hands of the demon from the abyss, two waves of magic energy, one purple and one blue, suddenly appeared. The frozen heart shattered between Setsuna, as if the air was frozen. It seems to be talking about, the violent chi in the heart at this time is about to erupt. Freeze. Extreme ice waterfall. The cold air that was born from the sky covered the surface of the island, and everything seemed to be frozen. The terrible cold air penetrated the island, freezing all creatures and substances including trees, rocks, etc. forever. The innate ability of the ice demon is to freeze everything, and Ultimate's cold air can freeze everything into eternity. Of course, this 023 is just the ability of the ice demon race, and Rashad has been infected by the Void. It is not the Void realm the monster that was born, but one of the members who were swept up later. It came to the corner of the sky, set its sights on the location of Sirius Island, and then bent over and flew away with the momentum of wind and thunder. Not long after the Black Dragon left, on the original desolate island, only 10 people of the extreme ice demon Rashad remained. Rashad is from the other world, where there are also creatures like humans, and even the gods in the novel, etc. As a powerhouse of the ice demon, Rashad retains his original talent. Although he is pitifully weak in the Void world, he is terrifying enough for humans and other creatures. That's it. You go. Time is still passing, but space has fallen into a stillness. The numb things were dyed the harsh color of ice and snow, and the gentle and splendid ocean had already been shattered into pieces in this space. The frozen river gradually turned into broken ice chips in time and space. Opening his eyes, the demon showed a cruel smile. Senen's words were spit out by Rashad, and this terrifying humanoid extreme ice demon slowly took a step forward, and soon, the extreme ice followed his feet, spreading towards the surroundings. The extremely ice demon exhaled a cold air, and soon, the ice blue lips gradually opened. Rashad was sneering. The terrifying killing intent from the abyss of hell immediately lowered the temperature around the island a bit, and the next moment, a wave of extreme cold fear descended. Ants who caused me to be punished, your doomsday is coming. Jeff, ho ho, Gia Gia. The void hyphenation point Setsuna as eternal. After finishing speaking, Han Yan also ignored the extreme ice demon Rashad. The black dragon's huge wings slowly raised, and then flew up and down to fly away from the isolated island. Chapter 42, Mavis Viviamilio. Go away from the extreme ice demon Rashad, and return to the perspective of the black dragon. Han Yan's mood is actually a bit depressed, and of course it's not because of the dragon's lair invasion. It is because there is no source of magic power in this world, which means that magic power is not created by something, so what is the origin of magic? This is a weird question, and for Han Yan, it is even more troublesome. The world planes that have been plundered so far are only the One Piece plane in the second dimension world. In the depths of Han Yan, the black dragon's consciousness, a shrinking phantom of the world rotates in an infinitely blank world, and outside the sphere, there is a phantom of a magic dragon. That mighty, majestic, Haki awe-inspiring black dragon is Han Yan himself. In front of it is the reduced world of One Piece. This happens whenever Han Yan loots a world. However, the semi-rudimentary fairy tale world has been born, which means that Han Yan has completely taken root in this world. Target: Sirius Island. The roar of the dragon rose high, and the speed of the black dragon's flight in the sky accelerated a bit. Traveling beyond the clouds in an instant, Han Yan had already crossed tens of thousands of miles in less than 10 minutes, and came to the distant former residence of Sirius Island, above the desert island 300 years ago. Although the smell of the sky has changed, the disgusting smell of that tree still lingers in my nose. Above the thick dark clouds, a pair of dragon claws parted the clouds, and the eyes of the black dragon looked down, staring at this tiny island. This is Sirius Island 300 years later. Fear, it's coming. A deep voice poured out. The black dragon in the sky suddenly opened its wings, and the mighty might of the sky was emitted. Under the might of the dragon that could change the color of the world, Sirius Island seemed insignificant like a flat boat on the sea. 1. The scorching dragon's breath spouted from the dragon's mouth. The huge black dragon rolled in the sea of clouds, and then swooped down. Its dark golden eyes were fixed on the giant tree on the island. The dragon's wings were flapping, and the strong wind was surging. The sea also set off rough waves. Han Yan did not intend to destroy the island, and the reason why he used this high-profile appearance was to superficially show his arrival. What he cared about was the tree, not the humans on the island. If it came with deep hostility, then the island would have been wiped out by a dragon's breath. But for the people on the island, the arrival of the dragon is undoubtedly a terrible thing. At noon, the summer is scorching, and it is a good season for honest work. Sirius Island, a slightly more prosperous island near the kingdom, also has many young wizards. It was such a day that the sunny day suddenly darkened. The male wizards raised their heads and looked directly at the glaring sun that was covered by dark clouds, and a gloom enveloped the island. In this terrifying environment, many people's faces became dull. What's wrong? Is it going to rain? The president of the Red Lizard Guild, Self, stared at the sky with an ugly expression as soon as he came outside the yard. It's really unlucky. It's an earthquake and it's raining. The trees on the island, the trees seem to have grown a lot taller. Suddenly, a member of the guild looked shocked at the giant tree in the center of the island. The giant tree that reached the sky directly into the clouds, its majestic branches and messy shadows covered half of the sky. It seems to have indescribable majesty. Just kidding, I've never seen a tree grow so tall in one day. Self thought that the man was talking nonsense, and when he turned around and looked outside, he was stunned. It seems that a tree that was only tens of meters in size half an hour ago has become hundreds of meters tall now. This is really unbelievable. Could it be that someone used some ancient magic to do it? Immediately, Self's face changed. Although he is not a great figure on this island, he still has some prestige. Faced with such a situation, there must be an explanation. Self looked at the tall and thick trees at this time, and fell into deep thought. Quote, a childish voice interrupted his thinking. Mavis, why did you run out too? Self frowned, and turned around to look at the girl who ran out, that is, the future first-generation fairy tale president Mavis Viviamelio. Seeing the surprise and joy on her face, Self seemed to realize something. Mavis, do you know what's going on here? Mavis Viviamelio nodded vigorously. She innocently looked at the tall giant tree, and then showed a longing look. That is the legendary Sirius tree. 100 years ago, it was destroyed by the evil black dragon. Most of it was destroyed by the black dragon. But later, it was sealed underground with magic power by the goblin, and the magic power on the island and its surroundings was turned into nutrients to keep this big tree alive until one day, when the seal of the goblin is released, the Sirius tree will be released from its bondage and reappear in the world. When he said this, Self was surprised. Yi Good Li Jiao and other guild members also surrounded him and asked curiously. Really? So this is the Sirius tree? Mavis, how do you know? Could it be that you are talking nonsense? A tall and thin mage glanced at Mavis suspiciously, curled his lips, and expressed his doubts. No, I'm not talking nonsense. That's what I saw in the tree. Mavis pouted and said unhappy. Wow, haha, everything written in the book is fake. I don't believe it. The magician laughed out loud, then seemed to think of something, and then asked. It doesn't matter what kind of tree it is, so tell me, what will happen after this tree appears? Such a big wood, it must be worth the money.